Now, I'm sure that you've seen the promo video to this. You know what this is all about. We're getting a petition going to ultimately get Sullivan and Brady out of the club and make our feelings known on the situation as well. The fan base has been long divided on many things ever since they've been in. They've done their best to dilute and destroy this fucking fan base. It's unrecognisable in the new stadium now. That's a big part of the problem. What they've done there. I was saying to the guys before we came on air, we can't agree on managers, we can't agree on playing styles, we can't agree on anything. But the funny thing is, the one thing that we probably can agree on are the people that have divided us, that we would like them to fuck off and get out of the club. We're not like them. I think we need to. So that is what we're doing. There is a petition in the description of this channel, or you can scan that QR code up in the top right-hand corner of your screen, and it will take you to the petition. You sign it. It's change.org. Ignore the donate button. I think they try and grab money off you about 3-4 times when you're trying to sign them. Most important thing is you go to your inbox afterwards, because you have to verify your vote, otherwise it doesn't count. But to kick us off, I've got the OGs of the West Ham YouTube world. Yeah, West Ham YouTube world. I've got Nicky Hawkins, I've got Ryan, and I've got Dan. How you doing, mate?
Good, lads. We're good. It's we're glad to kick things off. Hopefully it's all uphill from here.
I'm all good, Nick, mate. I don't usually do things on a Saturday afternoon, especially when the sun's out in the beer garden. But for you, mate, I'm happy to jump on this stream.
No, we all are, mate. As I said, all of us are preparing to go out tonight. We're out on a big one tonight.
Yes,
before the last
Dom's birthday.
What time are you going out?
We're meant to be there at 7, but
bloody hell!
I'll tell you what, Nick. I'll tell you what'd be even more fun when we come back. We'll come back on because you're on for 24 hours. That'd be
please do. Just come on pissed. Yeah,
we'll see what state we're in. We'll see what state we're in.
Just come on pissed. But gentlemen, thanks for joining us anyway. So in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. Look, we know that we've as the fan groups tried to do this before. In terms of the protest, which were gaining traction before COVID hit. For me, this is more of a statement. This is a kind of a statement of intent to see if we can wake up the fan base, because I'm sure I've heard you talk about it. I've heard you say that you've had people around you. They're not going anymore. They're losing interest. So slowly, apathy is setting in, and we're losing people. We're hemorrhaging fans. Every single year we're hemorrhaging fans. So where do you draw the line with this? Because ultimately, where we're from, the type of background that we're from, we're fighters. You have to be. When you're born at the bottom, you have to fight to work your way up, and that is kind of the mentality. So why are we dealing with this as a fan base the way that we are? Why ain't we fighting more? Why are we letting them piss all over us like this? Because that is what it seems. And I'll count myself in this. I walked away. I walked away after COVID. Why are we allowing them to do it? Because they're getting their own way. I know that panic is setting in at the moment because they're worried about the volume of season tickets. But on the whole, Nicky, they don't care about the fans, do they?
No, of course not. They at the end of the day, and I've done the maths on this many times, and we've researched this. If no COVID showed it, if no fans step into that stadium any week in any Premier League ground, it's still worth more money for the Chinese TV rights.
Yeah,
fact. That's a fact. The Chinese TV rights outweigh all the money that fans that go to grounds put into the club. So at the moment, it's pittance. The only reason they've got to be, in my opinion, worried is that the fact that, we're notoriously a loyal following fan base. I mean, I remember getting to the Championship and we had 30,000, 35,000 there, and that's unheard of for anyone.
Yeah.
And I think the problem they've got here is that they've took us out of that ground, they've doubled the ground, and they've just chipped away, in my opinion, chipped away every year. They've made another bad decision after bad decision after bad decision. And I think we've been here 10 years, Nick. And I think it's just got to the point.
We've gone backwards.
Yeah, I just think it's got to the point where people just think it's pointless. I also do think that the trophy win had a lot to do with it. because you're always wanting to see that trophy. Now people have seen it. People think, well, I've seen it now. Fuck it. You know what I mean? We're not going to see it.
It's like a Jay from the In-Betweeners bit where he was gone completed it, mate. Completed it.
Completed it, mate. Yeah, done it. Done my followings. 45 years since we won a trophy or whatever it was. We've won the trophy now. I've seen it. Why these people keep on chipping away at you every week, every year? Last year, I'll give you an example, right? I've done a video at the beginning of the season, and Bubbles and that done a brilliant job because protest-wise, I was the same as you. You know, I give up. I just give up with it. I've been moaning about it. I've been putting my voice on this platform. So has Ryan, so has Dan, so has Scott, so has Graham. About 10 years. These people are no good for this football club. They're no good. Yeah. No. Come with promises that they can't fulfill. Yeah. In terms of, we were speaking about this last night, in terms of the development of the football club.
Yeah.
Bournemouth are ahead of us. Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell, are they?
But they was telling us, when we was moving to the stadium, we need to move to the stadium because 60,000 people are going to be the difference. Bournemouth got 10,000. And they've always had 10,000. As long as I went to see them in Division 4 10, 15 years ago, they had 10,000. So, you know, I've seen clubs leapfrog us. I've seen Brighton leapfrog us. Never wasn't in the top division. And these people, for me, they're charlatans. And I've always thought they're charlatans. I've never liked them. Listen, I've met Brady. I've sat in a room with Brady. She's a very charming woman. A very charming woman. She will speak you and she will make you feel like $1 million. But then I was in the protest and Ryan was in the protest and Dan was there when I see them divide and conquer.
Yeah.
Very clever people. They're not just clever, but they're just people that grind you down. And the way they've treated people, we've been treated this. Listen, I'm not going to talk about, you know, instances where, you know, I'm going to name names or whatever like that. But me and Ryan and Dan and all that, when we was heavily going outside the ground and protesting when we first moved into the stadium, when there was a lot of problems there, they actively tried to set us up. That's my belief. They actively tried to set us up to get us out on a ban. They tried to ban me for life, and I've done them with a technicality. So yeah, there's so many things, and I don't, and this is the thing. They don't like voices. They don't like voices opposing them. They don't like voices, you know, differing of opinion. They want to control the narrative. They lie through their back teeth. Sean Wexton, and I mean this with the greatest respect, he might be coming on later, but he's a fucking liar. He just repeats what the fucking lies he's been sold, but he doesn't check. You know, well, he does check. He knows what he's putting out. He's a very clever man, but he just repeats. We bid £60 million for Durant.
Do you not think with Whetstone, I think the aim is to confuse?
I'll scratch your back. Yeah, of course it is.
It's to confuse the fan base. Just fucking throw loads of different numbers.
Well, this is the thing. So you know, you got two different things. He was the first one to break the Durant bid, right? £60 million, right? Fast forward 6 months later, we're skint.
Yeah.
So one of them's a lie.
Yeah.
They can't both be fact.
No.
So I don't know. Listen, my you know, I don't like the way they operate this club. I've always said that they're in way over their head nowadays. And you know, I was saying last night, I don't really want to get to the point where I'm wishing for billionaire owners that have no affiliation with the club. I think we've arrived at that stage. I think we're in this stadium now. We've made that jump, Nicky. We've made that jump now. We can't go back. I'd rather someone come in that is a billionaire owner with no affiliation with the club than a geezer that pretends to have affiliation with the club and uses his support to try and garner support for the fact that he's ripping the fucking fan base and the fucking club apart.
Absolutely.
That's what I would say.
And Ryan, from our perspective, sort of, if we go on to touch about what they tried to do, which was the most despicable thing, which was with concessions. We ain't the most; it's one of the concessions that they tried to do this year. I mean, you know, they haven't undone the damage that they did by even fucking entertaining that idea. Do you know what I mean? The only reason they've really backtracked on that is because of the 20,000 signatures on the petition. That was great work from Hammers United, and ultimately because we've had a shit season, they're worried about season ticket sales next year. We know it's going to come back. We know that will rear its head again if West Ham have a period of success. It's unlikely to happen under this lot now. I think they've sold all that they can sell, and I think they've borrowed against all that they can borrow against if they're bled us dry. But what are your thoughts on them, mate? In terms of how much further can we go with these people?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's difficult in it because, like, as fans, it's going to take a lot to get these out of the football club. You know, from a business point of view, looking at them, they pay for the club 100 million. Yeah. What's the club worth now? They've gone from.
I think it went less than that. They paid less than that, didn't they?
50 each, isn't it?
So,
yeah.
They've gone from a 35,000 seater stadium to a 65,000 seater stadium. They're going to sell the club with a huge profit. So from a business point of view, they're loving it. But from the fans, the ones that really matter to the football club, and Nick, look, we've had conversations before, and you know my situation with the football club. I don't go no more. I give up my season ticket this year after what happened to me last year. And you know what I was going through, I wasn't allowed to say much, but I can now because it's all over. But the club banned me. They banned me last season for an incident that I was involved in. It wasn't my fault. I got written letters from the club to say that my ban will be revoked once my court case was settled. I went to court. I got found not guilty. I went to the club. They still banned me for the rest of the season. There was 7 home games left because they sold my seat. They sold my ticket, my season ticket. So... and then they was offering me all this. Oh yeah, look, come back to. I told them to go.
So hang on a minute. You paid for your season ticket. You got banned for a period.
My season. So basically, what happened? We played Newcastle at home last season. So not last October, the October before. I was standing outside the turnstiles. 2 Newcastle fans that were coked up come up to me, tried to attack me. I defended myself.
Yeah.
So I never got arrested for it. I got banned by the club, went to court, got found not guilty. Before I went to court, the London Stadium said they had no CCTV footage of the incident of me standing on my own. I've been in meetings with Karen Brady. I know that stadium's got the best CCTV footage in the world because
it's got blanket coverage.
I went there the night before my court case and took photos of 7 cameras that were pointing at where I was standing. I sent that to my solicitor. The next morning, we had all the footage of me standing on my own. So they tried to screw me over. That, whatever reason, I can't even remember his name now, Ben something. They was trying to screw me over. They want to get rid of fans like me. They want to get rid of. This is why people are not renewing. They do not want to go. It's not football anymore. Like, it's not even about going to the game, the match day experience. Football is just boring to watch. I watched the Champions League game the other week. Barcelona, Inter Milan, best game of football I've watched for years.
That was football,
best game of football I've watched.
Yeah,
like, and the thing is with Brady Sullivan, as Nicky said, they're very clever at what they do. They'll tell you what you want to do, what you want to hear. They tickle your balls a bit, give you a couple free tickets, and then people are up their arse.
Yeah,
you know, we went through a lot of shit with this protest thing that happened a few years ago. People took it out on us because we're easy targets. People don't want to go and have a go at the real people that was in charge of that. We're the easy targets. But that's gone now. That's been and gone. You know, what happened back then is done. What people are trying to do now, like yourself, Bubbles and all that, it's good that they're keeping the pressure on these people. And I'm hoping that they set up. I think they will. I think I'm not in, like, I don't care who invests in the football club, to be honest.
No.
You know, the only thing with new investment is you get people come in, they might whack the ticket prices up, they might do all that. Because one thing we can say about the club, I think the season ticket prices since we moved to that stadium have been reasonable. You know, I think they have. And then what they've done with the concessions was wrong. They knew it was wrong. They backtracked to look like the heroes. We know they're not the heroes. They've outstayed their welcome long enough now. They've been here a long time. When they joined 2010?
Yeah.
So what's that? 15 years now.
It's too long. 15 years too long.
You know, we're, as Nicky said, you know, Prague, I think everyone, when we won that final, a lot of people thought, that's it now. I've seen it. I've done it. I'm going to go. Because the sad thing is, Nick, 30 years I've been going West Ham. 30 years. And I've been doing this channel 10 years as well. It's a big part of my life. I'm 41. So it's a massive part of my life. I've been 2 home games this season. Chelsea at home and Arsenal going, we got battered twice. So, like, maybe I'm the bad luck charm. That's why I stayed away. But 30 years I ain't been going. You know, what the sad thing is I don't miss it.
That's what I was going to say to you. You haven't missed it.
I miss it, mate. I like being at home now. I'll put it on the telly. And I'm hardly watching it, if I'm honest. I've lost all interest in West Ham. I go to a lot of events with ex-players, and I that's my enjoyment now. That's my enjoyment, sitting there listening to the good days, because that's what they were. Because we're never going to get them days back. So,
no, we're not going to get them back. We're not going to get them back. But I mean, going back to what you and Nicky said, actually, I take umbrage with that, because I don't give them that much credit. Where you said that they're very clever. Now they are, but I think the only reason that they've been able to do what they've done, the only reason we're easy to convince and we're easy to buy, is due to our loyalty as a fan base. They've exploited us. That's all that is. So I don't think that we're that hard to manipulate. I think we're not. But I do think, to a degree, what do you reckon, Dan? I feel like they've run their course now, to the point where I don't think anyone believes anything they fucking say now. I think they've kind of exhausted it. I think we just don't buy anything. As a collective, the majority of fans don't buy any of their shit anymore.
Yeah, I think we've seen it all and heard it all. Like the early days, there used to be a few fans that defended them and would stick up for them. Now I don't see that anywhere, because like I said, it's just 15 years. You know, we've heard the promises and we've heard the PR and the spiel and all of this crap. So there's nothing they can say to me now that's going to make me feel like any confidence in them at all. And it's just, I look at it and I think, you know, like you said, we got that trophy. Now it would have been a great time for Sullivan to go, there you go, I delivered it. Even though I think that we were successful, we got the European football, we got the trophy in spite of Sullivan.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing that he done where you can say there was the grand plan. Like, this is all the points I put into place. He got Moyes back because, you know, he sacked him the first time. He got him back because it was the cheap, easy option. I'll get him back. And we sacked him before, we'll keep him, or we let him go.
You know how much that has inflated Sullivan's ego, though, that cup.
That's the problem. And now my only hope for the future is that we can be successful in spite of Sullivan again. He can just sort of trip and clumsily fall on success, because there's nothing that he does on purpose that is any good. You know, he tried to do something by bringing Steidton in and this new model, and he gave it barely a season before he ripped it all up and said, right, I'm taking over again. I'm going to be in charge of doing the deals and all of that stuff. And
Tim was never even in charge, really, was he? Not at any point.
No, because he would always interfere. He'd always have to stick his oar in. And that is the problem. And I look at the clubs that are leapfrogging us. I look at, you know, the Villas and the Newcastles and things like that, is they just put the right people in place. They have a plan, they have a project, they have smart people making decisions. And that's why they're successful. Whereas us, we was able to, you know, stumble onto a little bit of success for a short time that wasn't sustainable. You know, I was saying it then, it's not sustainable.
Yeah.
And we're back to now, look, the dark days that when we first moved to the stadium. So as long as he's here, it's always going to be that, just the hope that we clumsily stumble on success, but we'll likely always be down here, because he always wants to take shortcuts, because he's a porn bloody producer. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's not qualified. So hopefully, look.
And look, listen, you haven't got to be a genius to sell sex, mate.
No, exactly. Especially in the 70s. Especially in the 70s, mate.
Yeah, let's go and see how much of a genius he is, because we're going to get Dom to come and he can produce some films and see if he can sell that later. But no, I mean, I listen. I fully echo what he says there, and the problem is with Sullivan is, and I think this is the lies started when I started, and I've got to give. You know, I've seen videos back in the day. So I was one of them people that thought, I bought into the lie about this stadium. Yeah. I really bought into it. You know what I mean? I thought it's going to be brilliant for us. It's going to be brilliant.
Do you know what that was, Nick?
Yeah.
It was because they used Ray Winston's voice. His velvet tones got in our ears.
He's got a few fucking questions to ask for, because he really fucking pushed it. You know what I mean? Like, but no, don't come after me, Daddy, Big Daddy, please. But no, but when I should have clocked on, and I remember, like, I've got to give props to like Nigel Calm, who's standing outside Upton Park. Don't leave Upton Park. Don't leave Upton. I was thinking, like, and I remember there's about 3 or 4 people standing outside there, and
Nicky, what is this all about? White Nicky wearing his hat?
Oh
Sorry,
yeah,
mate,
no,
from
well,
6
I'll
foot.
tell you. I'll tell you after. I'll tell
Right,
you.
okay.
After. It's not. It's not. No, I'll see him at. I'll tell you quickly. I'll see him at Man United the other day, and I commented on the And listen, Nick, I've had a run-in with.
What the piss taking videos?
I've had a run-in with nearly every fucking YouTuber that's ever prevented. We've had a run-in. Me and Nigel's had a run-in. Me and Sean's had a run-in. Me and Gio's had a run-in. I've had a run-in with him. And I went up to him, and I've got a reputation of being a bit volatile at times when it comes to people using my name and things like that. As you can, what's his name? Alan Jepper. I'll just leave that there. Probably been quoted as the best tweet of all time. I'm just going to say that there.
I remember that. That was a Twitter thing. That was a Twitter feud, wasn't it? Yeah.
But I can be a bit volatile when it comes to that sort of thing. And I went up to him, and I don't know what he thought I was going to say. And I went to him. I shook his hand. We'd seen each other the night before. I went, "Who does that cartoon?" And he went, he's looking at me and he's like, "What's he going to say? What's he going to say?" And I said, "I think it's brilliant. I really do. I think it's fucking brilliant." I looked at it, and he said, "Yeah, well, he was a bit nervous about using it because obviously you can pipe up a little bit." And he goes, "Yeah. People that he thinks he might be taking it too far." I said to him, "Listen, if you're offended, that's your fucking problem. I'm not offended,
mate. They're collectively taking the piss out of everyone. I think it's funny.
Exactly,
it's funny.
I think it's it's a decent cartoon. But I just said to him, take the fucking hat off. I ain't wearing that." I'm only wearing that, and I said, "You can't even tell who I am." I said, "At least put something on me where you can tell who I am."
But he puts the hats on because he don't like to draw the eyes. That's what it is. It's easy. That's why
I ain't got hat like that. Then I'm not that fucking Viking out about the cartoon. Back in the day.
I know, but it's because he doesn't like drawing eyes. That's why everyone has to wear a hat. So he has the hat down on purpose. It's easier for him.
Nick ain't got a hat.
I got it. No, I'm just fucking Santa Claus.
I ain't seen the new. Wait, are we talking about Canning Town Len?
No, it's ain't Canning Town Len. No, these are AI cartoons.
I ain't seen
them. They're quite funny. They're quite funny. But anyway, back to what you were saying about Nigel. Anyway,
sorry, mate. Yeah, just going off of town a little bit. So the first time that I started getting a bit suspicious about lies, right, is that we went into a room. Me and Ryan went into a room, and we sat down. Remember the place in Westfield, the fucking West Ham office? It had the fucking big display there. They was offering all these YouTubers to come in and take the pictures of the display. Anyway, they said, right, we're going to pick your seat. Obviously, the stadium ain't ready, but we got this computer-generated image, blah, blah, blah. I went, yeah, brilliant. Let's have a look at what your seat looks like. Bosh, click the seat. I pulled out my phone. She went, no pictures.
Fucking hell, yeah.
And I went, what? And she went, no pictures. And I'm like, anyway, I walked out. I didn't think nothing of it. But when we walked out.
So they knew they were selling a fucking lie.
Why wouldn't you be allowed to? Well, some people took pictures. Obviously, they fucking did. Yeah. You know what I mean? But it obviously had all of this stuff in it. It had the digital screen in it, which was the whole wrap, which they said they was going to.
Retractable seating as well.
Retractable seating and all that. And you used to get the picture. And then they was going, no pictures. And I was thinking, I'm buying this seat without seeing a seat. You've shown me on a computer, and I can't take it home and show my phone and look at it again. Yeah. Like I said, they're saying not right here, mate. And obviously you go there, mate. It's completely fucking different to what they've shown you on the screen. No one's got a fucking picture. And that is the time when I started to think to myself, I think we're being conned here. I think we're in a fucking a little bit of a rude awakening here. And we was like, and listen, I voiced my concerns at the beginning, and at the beginning, the worse, every game it got worse and worse and worse. And then they started making some desperate attempts. But don't listen. We went into meetings with her. How can we improve the stadium? And they made suggestions, and I was like, yeah, well, but and she said things that's like, sensible suggestions. Don't tell us to start fucking moving the seats forward because we can't, right? And she said things like, because that's the first thing you're going to say. Why don't you? Well, you know what the first thing you would say? Fucking knock the fucking thing down and start again. That's what you would say.
That's what it needs.
Sensible suggestions. Don't start telling us that. And she listed off this, and it was all the problems that were. Where's our statue? oh, well, you know, we said the statue was going to be here, but the council's whose fucking statue is it? So, well, if it's the council statue, why the fuck did you tell us you was going to bring it over? It was just silly things like that, right? But she started listing off these things. Don't say about this. Don't say about that. These are not sensible suggestions. Don't tell us to go and sign Lionel Messi and all that, right? So we started to have discussions. Right? The stadium was bare. It was fucking bare. There was nothing in there, right? So we started making suggestions. We got to start making. Listen, I think it's like fucking putting diamonds on a bit of shit. I really do. But you had to do something at the time because there was nothing there. Absolutely nothing, right? So we started making all these suggestions. Why don't we rename one of the bridges? Why don't we bring out some flags before to West Ham? Why don't we make the fucking surroundings of it West Ham rather than it look like a fucking garden? Yeah. Why don't you put some fucking shelves in the fucking concourse to fucking put your beer on? Because there's nowhere to put your fucking beer, right? And it's things like that. And then they come out, right? And this is what they've done to us, right? And this is why I stopped giving up my time. I give up my time for hours. So did Ryan. We went in there for hours and hours and hours. I sat there. I had fucking arguments and everything that come up, I piped up on. And there was people in there, and I'm not going to name any names, that didn't say fuck all. They was just there to have a fucking sandwich and a listen, right? And, you know, there's a lot of people like that. And everything she said, you know, me and him was the fucking people giving it to him, And anyway, obviously, like, there's going to be things rejected. They're not going to say everything you fucking do. But they come out and they went, all right, well, this is what we got at the meetings. We're going to give you a shelter of beer and a couple of flags. And people looked at us and went, that's what you went in there and said.
Fucking hell, yeah.
And I'm like, no. But they're very clever people, Nick. They're very clever people.
And that's the thing with what you've done, and you've made your very best efforts. It's like the people are doing it now, you know, Ironworks Alliance, and everyone's trying to sort of negotiate with them now. Oh, you know, these different support groups. But you've almost proved in the past that these people ain't really to be negotiated. They ain't going to fucking listen.
No, they're not. They don't have to listen. That is the thing. They don't. Yeah. They invite you in to make you look stupid, right? And then they say, well, we invited them in, and this is what they suggested. They didn't say, well, they suggested that we move the seats forward, but we said we can't. You know, they put all these, and it was like little things. But anyway, I'm quite proud.
Nick, what was what can you remember what they said the cost it was to move the statue? Was it 3 million? It was going to
£3 million quid, yeah. 3 million.
That's why they didn't do it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and then they had problems with the council and all that. But there was people in there, like, and this is what I'm saying, like, and we all got chucked under the same. There was a geezer that went in there. I won't name any names. He's come from a very, very big website, fucking probably the oldest website, right? Yeah. Goes in there, and the first thing he says, Ryan, tell me the first thing he said.
Oh, what about his season ticket? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so yeah, my season ticket ain't close enough. I want to move.
Yeah, and she went, "What do you want to do? Move?" And he went, "Yeah." And she went, well, move him, Tara, move him to the front. And he went, thank you. And that's the last thing he said.
So he went in there to sort of problem out for himself.
For himself, yeah.
Fucking hell.
With what Nicky was saying, there was a lot that went on in their meetings that didn't come out. And yeah, they said about, I mean, because we got slagged off for it, and everyone that was involved, and saying about beer shelves and flags and the colour of the carpet and things like that. It just, the main thing was to go into their meetings was try to make that stadium look a little bit, never feel, but look a bit more like home by putting pictures of the legends around the stadium and in the concourses. Yeah. Because if you remember that first game that we went there,
that's the European Ryan, isn't it? It's a surround. It's the approach to it. Make it feel like West Ham.
Yeah, and you remember walking in there and you see the green carpet around it, and you was like, "What the fuck?" I thought the pitch was fucking massive. It was like an extension of the pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, players were getting hurt on it because they couldn't see where the pitch
over it in passes and all sorts.
Yeah,
and don't buy that, mate. They was just shit.
Yeah, they was just shit. But this is the thing. Right? So one thing I did do when I first come out of that meeting. Anyway, we got a lot of abuse for it, and I can be, as I can say, sometimes I'm a little bit hot-headed, sometimes I'm a little bit volatile. And I know one geezer, famous geezer, that fucking had a whinge about the fact that we got beer shelves on now. I went downstairs one day, had his beer on the fucking shelf, so I knocked it off. I went, don't use the beer shelves if you don't like them. And yeah, things like that. You know what I mean? And that is what they do. They divide and they conquer. And I think it's got to the point now where people just can't be asked.
Yeah, but this is a worry. This is the worry. Battle. Yeah, but we're not. You can't. It ain't over. It ain't over until it's over. The longer they're here, there'll be nothing left. There'll be nothing left.
The longer they keep their poker face, the more the more likely it is that people will just quit.
Yeah, and the issue is the trouble that you've got is like Ryan found, like I've found as well. I'll be honest with you. I thought I would miss going over there. Really didn't. I missed the away games. I miss doing stuff like that, and I do still go to. I've been to the least amount of home games this year. I think I've been to 4. The last one I went to was Brentford, and I took me boy with me, my 16-year-old son. Half an hour we were sat in there. It weren't just a game. We was literally surrounded by Korean tourists, fucking loads of them all around us. We were just blonked. How
many people you've got scheduled to come on in the next 24 hours?
Quite a few. Quite a few.
And they're all loyal, love West Ham to bits. I guarantee you.
Everyone.
I guarantee you now, you asked anyone that comes on, they'll tell you the same answer. None of them enjoy going no more.
No.
None of them enjoy going over there.
I'm thinking about giving up my season ticket, and I've been going. I've been exactly how Ryan said.
They'll go because it's a habit of going, and they feel like they have to go. But
it's a sense of duty. You're going out of duty, aren't you? Really?
A lot of people will enjoy going for the pre-match where they meet up with their mates in the fan zone or in the pubs in the surrounding area. I get that. That's always been something that I've enjoyed. I love doing it at Upton Park. I love doing it at Stratford. But it's going into the ground. We all grew up going into the bowling ground. We've seen shit, but we love to go there.
Yeah.
Even though when we knew we was going to go there, we'd probably lose. We love to go there. We still stay for the 90 minutes. No, stayed behind after, then drunk in the pubs after, then walk back down the Barking Road, talking about the game, and then that's it. We don't get that feeling anymore. No. And the worry is that we'll never get that feeling back. Even if we go out and get billionaire investors and we go out and sign top signings and we're winning week in, week out, it's still not going to change the fact of the stadium. But what we're going to.
Look, I know the stadium's important. We've proven that. We have. But a lot of it was due to the migration. A lot of it is due to what they've done since. Because don't forget, 50% of the people that signed up for the London Stadium no longer go. Over 50%. That's without the ones that didn't make the transition from Upton Park. So we've got a new crowd over there at the moment. What we had when we was at Upton Park, why it was so special, was because we all knew you knew everyone around you. It was a community in there. It was a community club, always was. But now it's not. Now that's kind of gone. And I feel like that's by design as well. I feel like they separated everyone for a fucking reason. You don't want big groups and loud sections and stuff like that. So they do kind of they have diluted the fucking fan base. So in that sense, what you were saying earlier on, are they clever? They're clever in a really fucking
the only bit of atmosphere you was getting over the London Stadium, they put a big wall up to fucking stop it.
Even that they put the wall up. But
they're sending I done a survey thing like I think it was the last home game and a home game before. They were coming round, they're sending stewards round with these little surveys wanting fan feedback. And I was like, get rid of the wall, turn the seats claret,
get rid of the owners.
That would have been.
Get rid of Mavropanos.
I don't know what that's about. If that's just, like a token gesture of making it look like we're.
But what I did like in terms of the football club, where does this? I mean, as I said this on Friday Night Pint yesterday for the brief time I was on it. When when this sort of news leaks, right? And I've seen these fucking details of these American, where does it come from?
Of course.
Is any reputable business that's going to be bidding for a football club? Are they going to announce to the world that they're bidding for a football club before they've bid for the football club? Absolutely fucking not. No. Right? And I said, is there anyone, right, queuing up around that fucking stadium to go and buy that club? Absolutely fucking not. Right? And I said this last night, right? Listen, Dan says there's no smoke without fire. Listen, there's probably, but it's a geezer that's already involved in the club, right? So they've got
Nicky, when you're going through procurement of that type of level, you'd be signing up, and the people you'd be working with would be NDA'd up. There'd be all sorts. It'd be under wraps because if you want to buy it, you ain't going to want to fucking tell the world that you're about to put a bid in.
We had this discussion yesterday. What about the Saudis at Newcastle? The Saudis at Newcastle. The first you heard about them is when they put money down on the table. I said, we want to buy it.
You heard that way before. We heard it way before.
I think they'd made an offer though, Dan, hadn't they?
Yeah, like it's football. Like when there's so many different people involved,
they weren't going to get out.
And this idea of, you know what I mean? Like if there's no one queuing up to spy the club, what are we doing here? What are we doing here right now? If no one's gonna, if there is no one that's interested in buying this season, what is the point of this?
Dan, I'm going to say this again. The season isn't even finished. We've got 2 games left of the season, right? This sort of shit does not come out normally, right? Until after the season, right? It is the 17th of May, right? What's the deadline for the season tickets? 1st of June?
Yeah.
Is it 1st of June?
But
8th of May, yeah. 1st of June, right? So why, right, when we've got 2 weeks left of the season, why all of a sudden 2 weeks before the deadline for the season tickets are, which have been very, very disappointing. And I've got another thing to say about Sullivan as well. I would like a solicitor to look into it, right? Because last year...
Oh, he's got enough going on that front, Nick. He don't worry about that.
Hopefully, mate. Yeah, hopefully. But I would like a solicitor to look into the business practices of West Ham, because I've been a member for 5 years for my son. And there's going to be lots of people that are, right? Now, I could have took my son when we first went to the football stadium. There was too much trouble there. And they was sort of like putting their hands up and waving responsibility, going, well, it's not us, it's the stewards that we employ. Well, you took my money, so you got a fucking duty to protect me. That was what I always said. I didn't want to take my son there. There was fights cracking out all over. He was about 4, you know. I want to get a season ticket, just so he's got a season ticket, right? So I said to him, when this all calms down, I'll get him one. Right. Anyway, we had to put his name on a waiting list, and we paid 10 quid a year for being on this waiting list. Right. It was 99 quid.
What a load of bollocks!
99 quid. 99 quid. 99 quid. The year they offered it to me, the concessions have been scrapped, and now I have to pay an adult price. There's no concessions, right? And all of a sudden, I'm like, well, I paid it, right, Nick, because I could, and that was the fortunate thing. But I was going to say, right, and now. Yeah, I've gone back to the club and said, well, I'm not paying another adult's price. I want it concessions, and I've paid the concessions for next season. Now, how many people, Nick, in that time have waited 5 years? They get to the point where they offer them a ticket, and it's now 800% more than what they fucking promised them that it was going to cost them, and they knew, and it's been every season, right? And they've had to go, babe, we can't have one. I can't afford it.
Yeah.
And they've had to give that seat up. And the kids now gone to the back of the waiting list for the next year, for them same people that have been paying that money to turn around and go, actually, you can have one, but you've missed your chance. Now you're at the back of the queue.
Yeah.
So,
but isn't that what they did even this year, didn't they? With the early,
But this is the thing about football tickets, and this is why, right? And this is why you need to have protests like this, right? And this is why you need to have petitions against. They will have you believe. Right, and this is it, right? This is the fact. They will make you believe, right? And financially, Nick, it's true, right? They will make you believe we don't need you. We don't need you coming over here. We don't need your money. We don't need your voice. We don't care what you say. We will drive you out. It doesn't matter to me if it comes or not. And this is where the confusion comes along, right? We are stuck. If I went to McDonald's and I didn't like the fucking burger, and I went, I don't like that burger. Can you change it? It went, well, nah, you fucking bought it, eat it. And I go, well, fuck you, I'm going to Burger King. I'm not going to turn around and go, well, fuck you, I'm going to Tottenham. It's never going to happen. My art belongs to West Ham. Ryan's art, Dan's art, Scott's art. That's the way football is, right? But they will drive you apart. And this is what I'm saying, divide and conquer. And they will make you think the fans ain't got a voice. It doesn't matter what the fans say. The fans ain't important. You can say all you want, right? But we will resist and resist and resist. But the fact of the matter is this, and this is why you got to sign this petition today, yeah? The fucking more people that get on their back, and the bigger the crowd is, and the bigger the voice is, and the bigger the protest is against it, yeah? Right? If people stop going, if people start putting this to action, stop going to the football, walk out, make these demonstrations, right? Do you know what football is without the fans?
Fuck all.
It's a fucking 22 blokes kicking a ball in a fucking park.
We saw it in COVID, and that is a thing. So for all the money that football is worth, the Premier League's got a lot to answer for, because we're the biggest product in the world when it comes to football.
Of course.
Everyone wants it. But you know why that is? It's because of the infectious fucking nutty fans that go everywhere and follow their clubs. That is what creates a spectacle. It is.
Yes.
That's the problem. And what Nicky was saying, if people stop going, the problem is people stop going, other people will go. They're always going to have the fans going in the turnstiles.
But they won't. Right? If you keep on, when the times get rough, when the times get rough, then people that turn up, them Korean fans, they ain't going to want to fucking know. If we go to Rochdale on a Thursday afternoon, are they going to fucking want to know? Absolutely fucking not, right? That is where the Premier League is.
What I want to know is why we playing on a Thursday afternoon.
Well, Thursday night, Thursday afternoon, whatever. It's funny. It's funny kickoff times down in the Championship, right?
No, I get what you mean, mate. If we went down to the Championship, you'd notice a big difference.
Yeah, of course. And that is what they're banking on not happening. Listen, in terms of the stadium, we can't do nothing. We are stuck, right? Everton tried to pay for the new stadium. They got deducted 10 points. If that had happened to us this year, would have gone down. Fact, right? So you can't do nothing about it as yet because they've they pinched their bollocks. But what you can do is you can make these spectacles, because as much as they do, and they'll turn their nose up and they'll play their poker face. It don't matter, and people give up. Yeah. That is what they want, and that is what they're banging, and that is what is happening at the moment. But the louder the voice is, as I said, without fans, when we had COVID, when the fans wasn't there, when there was no seats, bums on seats, what is the only thing they added to the broadcast to improve it? Crowd noise.
Yeah.
Crowd noise. Thing is, though, mate, is like, you've renewed your season ticket, haven't you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So, no, you're not a mug. It's just you do it because you love going. That's like, you will, not that you love going because it's not enjoyable at the moment, but that's what happens. You renew your season ticket. So, like, that's what will always happen.
It's a big thing to give up. Especially the longer you've had it.
There are more and more people that are dropping off, though, and I think everyone's got different
100%.
thresholds. Everyone's got different thresholds. They have.
Obviously, I've got a different vested interest in it. I go to do it, and I'm not the normal. What we do on a match day isn't what normal people do. We get the benefit from being at the crowd, and I do enjoy going to the ground. And there is times, listen, Dan might be giving up his season ticket. I know Ryan has, and there's times when especially this season, when I've got to the point where I'm thinking I can't be bothered, I can't be asked, right? And but what we do is we go outside and we give a voice to people, voices that don't want to be heard. And listen, it don't matter how stupid they are. It don't matter how fucking what opinion they sway. That's what we go for. My opinion doesn't mean any more than anyone else's opinion. Yeah. And that's what I think when we start YouTube, there is egos involved, and there is this, and we've seen people change and all that. But at the end of the day, I don't deal in facts. I don't deal in, rumors. We deal in opinion. And that's what we do on our station. And the only thing, and we've talked about giving them up, and we've talked about not being there at certain games, and we haven't been there at certain games lately. But the one thing I've been doing for 10 years straight, Nick, is standing outside the gate and making sure anyone that wants to be heard and anyone that wants to be seen gets a voice, and their own individual voice. They're not plucked together, and you're not listening to me, and they're chipping in. I give people a chance to speak, and I give people a chance to tell the truth and say it how it is, and I won't cut anything out, apart from if it's a racist comment or something that's going to get them into trouble, or cause a bit of controversy, or we will cut that sort of thing. But in you can call anyone anything you want. You can call Sullivan whatever you want. You can say anything you want about Sullivan, and that's right outside their ground. And that's what we got when we first went. And they didn't want us there because we were giving people a voice. And listen, we're a bit bigger now. You've outgrown us now, Nick. We don't put as much effort in. We've been doing it for 10 years. But in terms of when we were prominent and we were strong and we were, there all the time, and our voices were being broadcast time over time after time again. We was like you, Nick, at the beginning. I got sick of the sound of my own voice. I really did. I got sick of the sound of my own voice. And when we got out there, they don't like it, and that's why I will always go there. And I'll plea anyone that sits in this chat now, right? I stand outside the shop every year. I've done for 10 years. Yeah. Before that, I was at the bowling. if you ever want to say anything, and listen, we've had people come on and they've gone viral for whinging and all that. But the main point of it is I want you to be broadcast. I want you to be seen, and I want your voice to be heard. That's why I'm standing there. Listen, me and Scott had a fight last week over it because it's that important to me. It's that important to me, and that's why I stand outside there every day. I don't stand outside there to try, and this is what pisses me off, because we've had a couple of issues along the way. We had an issue last week, and people think I'll get them on, but I only want to broadcast. I will broadcast anybody, and I mean anyone. It doesn't matter. As long as you've got something to say, I will let you say it. And that is what we try to been given.
Well, you're representing the fans, and the thing is, why I'm not blowing smoke up your asses collectively, but one of the main reasons that I kind of always had a bit of an affinity to you lot. I didn't not because you're rebels, but you look like I don't know, you're the type of people, you ain't being bought. You've got your own opinions.
You want to know? The truth?
But what I'm saying is, you're literally, or you've always been blokes that I felt like I could identify with.
Absolutely.
Like when I met Ryan. Ryan's the same in person as what he is on screen. I think a lot of people are the same with me. A lot of people, I think, they're different. They can be different on screen to what they are in person and stuff. And like
I do think that's where sometimes I think channels can lose their charm. Is that the people presenting them start to believe that their voice is more prominent because they get to broadcast it every day, and that's why we've always give people the opportunity. Listen, it ain't always your opportunity. We have comments. We have shows where we don't take comments, but then and that's what I said. Like match going fans, and we've done it in COVID. We will be there every week. If you can be bothered to wait, I will always have time for you. Always. You'll have
to have an interpreter soon, Nick, the way our fan base is
going. No, yeah, of course. Yeah, I can't speak Korean or I can't even speak Texas, to be quite honest with you. But but that is it. And that is the most important thing. Listen, you want to know the truth, Nick, about being bought and all that? We've had them all on the phone. We've had companies on the phone. We've had the club on the phone. We've been offered this. We've been offered that. We've been told the what's the terms and conditions for taking that, and there is nothing, and I mean this, nothing that we've ever been offered that would ever be worth more to me than standing outside with the people that matter. And I'm talking about, we've been had the chance to go and do shows with players. We've got a chance to go and interview players. If we don't say this, and if we cut this out, and if we don't do that, we've had a chance to go to player awards. We've been offered a couple of free tables to go to the player awards. We've turned it down. Why are you turning it down? I didn't agree with it. Why didn't you agree with it? Because I don't think the fans should pay for a fucking trophy, pay that much money to see presenting a trophy that we invented. It's our fucking trophy.
Yeah.
Why should I pay you fucking 10 grand a table?
I've never had any offers. I think they must just think I'm a lost fucking cause.
No, they stopped doing it, mate. But but in terms of that sort of thing, but what would it have done for our channel? It might have propelled us to the next fucking level. It might have took us in a different direction. But I'm very proud of the direction we went in.
Mate. Look, listen, you can't even allow yourself to be in their fucking pocket ever.
No,
you can't compromise yourself. And we're a fan channel, and you'd be like, you're the original one, and you're there to represent the fans, which is what you do.
It's hard work,
and give the fans a voice.
It's hard work. It's I tip my hat off to everyone that does this. This is hard work. It takes over your life.
Yeah,
it does take over your life, and there is little.
And that is why, Nicky, that's why we want these fuckers out, because we want this to be more enjoyable. It's a big part of our life. This is. Look at what you do. Look at what we've all done over the fucking years. We've had this for 15 years. I think we've been more than patient, and we have actually been quite patient when you consider what these fuckers have done. But I do think enough is enough. Yes, this is a petition. It is a start. There's loads of other stuff that people are doing as well. I'm not up for negotiating with these fucking people trying to get thrown a few fucking crumbs. I don't want it. Just want them out. So in terms of that, what this is a fucking statement from the fans. Now, I'm not on all the social medias. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on TikTok. I can't share this. So if this petition grows, it's going to have grown off the back of every single West Ham fan, because you will have watched this and it will be you that shared it. It will be you that's sharing it in fucking on Twitter, you that's sharing it in Facebook groups. It'll be the West Ham fans themselves that are fucking building this, pumping it up. You're not going to get it thrown at you on all the different platforms from me when you come in. It's there. It's just been set up for the fans. That is it. To make our voices heard. Apathy, I understand it. I'm apathetic towards it. It's probably only doing the channel that is the only thing that's probably keeping me still connected to it. And I'm grateful for that. I actually am, because West Ham's important to me. But you know what? I know what people think. They go, "Oh, what's the point? It's just a petition." Just fucking sign it. Honestly, it takes nothing. Everyone's always got a better idea. I had a comment on the show that I did yesterday where I was promoting this, and they went, "Oh, what's the point in a petition? Why don't you go and do a protest?" And I thought, well, did you see the protest for the concessions? People ain't getting on board with anything. Everyone always thinks they know better. The only chance that we've got as a fan base is if we can at least get behind each other to a degree. This is non-invasive. It's a petition. It's a fucking statement to say that we are done with you. We want you out. And then where it goes from there, I don't know. But what this will be is a bit of a litmus test to see if the West Ham fans are united or not, or whether we have just fucking given up on the whole thing.
I think if and I mean this with the greatest respect, there's a question here that I want to take quickly.
Oh, what's happened? I don't know what's happened. Oh, there you go.
What happened? Yeah, so
that's my ego done that.
There's a question here from Gaz Wads, right? So it says, Nicky, can I ask you a question? Why has the fan cams dropped off? Is it people not wanting to do them, or are you losing interest in doing them? Do you want to know the truth? I'm going to be honest. Besides the fact we fuck them up every now and then, and they don't go out.
Mate, that can't be simple what you lot do. Having to logistically, it must be quite complicated.
It's got simpler over the years, but Scott, in talking to Scott, he'll make it complicated. Yeah, so, and that's a joke. We nearly, as I said, we nearly had a bit of a scrap last week, but I phoned him yesterday. We were all good. But what he says, what can I say? But the same people are not coming, you know, and people walk past us in the old days when we was sort of like first starting, and maybe we should start this again. There was 4 of us there. Graham was still there, and we used to tempt people in. Come and have a look. Come, you know, come and have a say. You know, this is our new channel, blah, blah. And then as we started getting more and more recognised, people come over by themselves, you know. And as I said, listen, there was a lot of people, you know, as I said, the belief was, and I think the fan cams will always get a bad rap because of things like AFTV. Because of the negativity that they would bring. But that is not what I'm trying to do. Like, everyone will, you know, there's a couple of people that think I'm there to try and stitch them up and get them to say something fucking ridiculous so I can take the piss out of them about, you know, and you know, I made an enemy doing that, you know, a fucking lifelong enemy doing that, you know what I mean? I didn't mean to. It wasn't something that I meant to do, but he went viral. And now he spends his life fucking trying to torment me, you know, and that is, you know, that is the way it is, and it's not meant. But I'm just saying, like, you know, we are there and we are there to talk about it. We're not trying to stitch anyone up. We just want you to tell the truth. We want you to tell you your opinion. And there are people in, and this is another reason why the fan base is so divided, Nick. You can't have an opinion without someone telling you you're going to smash your teeth in because it doesn't fucking, you know, agree with them. Nobody. Listen, for someone that's been standing there for 10 years giving his opinion and hearing how many people are going to come and smash my teeth in, no one's going to come and smash your teeth in. No,
mate, I've had it plenty of times. I had death threats last year. And offered to meet a few of the people down at Luton. I went to Luton away. I said, there's only one bar in that fucking stadium. I said, I'll stand by the bar. No one turned up.
No, they don't turn up. No, they don't turn up.
But yeah. So in terms of Dan, what are your thoughts on the importance of people getting together just to basically demonstrate that we can be united on one common thing? Do you think it's important? It's important that we do rally behind each other, really, just to fucking send a message to these people for what they've done.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, the last 2 years, I've never seen the fan base more divided and fractured. It was crazy just how split it was. So having something that can actually make us feel together again and actually, like you said, unite the fan base, it would be nice, you know, a common enemy. Some people will say, oh, you know, the petition, it's a waste of time, whatever. Then, like we were saying before, it doesn't cost anything. There's no harm in doing something that brings awareness. So this petition may not actively lead to, like, we all sign a petition and they go, oh, well, we better sell then. There's a good chance that won't happen. But a lot of the time with these owners, we've been quite passive. I've had other fans from other clubs, like even Arsenal, that going, like, how comes you guys are not?
That's the embarrassing thing, Dan. That's the embarrassing thing for me. We are too passive. It's almost like, and that is not what West Ham fans are normally associated with. We're not, but we're being fucking doormats here.
Yeah, I think there is that there has been that general apathy and that acceptance of like fans are thinking, oh, nothing's going to change, they're never going to go. But sometimes, look, it may not lead to them directly going in the short term, but so you've got to keep the pressure on these owners because it may just then push them to have to try and make the right decision. Like what happened at the Burnley. Like I think the Burnley game really scared Sullivan. It really scared him. And I'm not saying he's been a great owner ever since, but I think there was an immediate reaction. He likes the positive PR, Sullivan. He doesn't like, we've seen it before. Whenever things turn around and people are making banners about him and songs about him, he goes on TalkSport to try and defend himself. Yeah. People say he cares about
his public image.
Exactly. He cares about how people perceive him. He wants to be perceived as this, West Ham fan that has the best interests of the club at heart, and he cares about that deeply. So when you attack that, then you get a response. That response may not be him selling up, but I think he's getting to an age now where he's got to be getting to the point of saying, I don't need this. I do not need this. I've moved the club to stadium. I've got European football. This is in his mind. And I've got him a trophy. I've done my job. I'm going to sell up, cash in, and just see the rest of my life out with my gold digger bird. You know what I mean? Leave my boys all this money. So it can lead to something. We should never just, because we think, nothing's going to happen, we should never just be passive and just let them get on with it and do whatever they want to have.
I've got a feeling. This is the God's honest truth. I've got a feeling at his age now, I don't really think he knows what's going on outside. I think when you see back 2018, when we had the protests inside the stadium, he was visibly shaken. But he's notoriously he's a fucking recluse. Yeah, he sits in his office and he works. And obviously, but I think he's got to a point where he's learned what he needs to avoid to not realise what's going on outside of his doors.
They do monitor us, Nick. I was told once by I'm going to drop him in it. I was told by Sean Whetstone.
Yeah, the club monitor us all, mate. I've seen us on the fucking screens in the ground. So they club, but I think there is certain things that he just blankets himself from, and if it ain't in his face, he's not coming out of his house. No. And I know people did turn up to his house before, but I don't think that's right to turn up at anyone's house. I wouldn't want anyone. No,
it shouldn't be taken that far. Although he has taken our fucking house away from us. But,
of course, yeah. But I don't. As I say, but I do think he's at a point now where he just shields himself from it. I think he's been stuck in a room so long. I just think he's become numb to.
Yeah, I just think let's just play, for instance. I'll finish on Ryan. So. And we'll let you boys go and get on with your night out. But if there is a shred of truth in this American consortium and there is some interest, look, for whatever reason, I don't understand the maths. What I don't get is somebody wanting to buy in from a minority share. I don't get that. I don't get wanting to buy 25% of this club, pump a load of money in for Sullivan to spend. I don't get that. So the issue must be that Sullivan still wants to have a controlling stake, and what he wants is an investor.
Totally agree with you, mate.
This is the problem. So so what we could do, because if there's people willing to buy 25%, they'll be willing to buy more and take control. But Sullivan's a sticking point. So this could be a good prime time to fucking just push him over the edge. Do you know what I mean?
If they get his stake though, Nick, then they've got control in stake. If they get his as well. And if
he sells, if he sells,
I totally agree, mate. I think
if they took them shares, they could also, if they made an agreement, Kaczynski, they could outvote him on anything.
Yeah.
They'd be the majority shareholder.
Yeah, that's it. Go on, Ryan. What were you saying?
Yeah, no, I was just about to say, I totally agree, mate. I think that Sullivan's always going to want to have a one hand on the football club, no matter what percentage he's got. I think he obviously wants to leave it to his boys. Yeah. And when I was at an event last week, there was I'm not going to mention his name, an ex-player, a legend of the football club. He has nothing to do with the football club no more because he hates Sullivan, he hates Brady. And he said the best one sadly passed away. He said, and when you hear legends of the football club talking about it, it's not only us fans, there's ex-players as well that won't have nothing to do with that football club now. Yeah. And it's a sad thing. And the one thing I'd always sort of give praise for with Gold Sullivan and Brady is they've been very good to the ex-players that they look after on match days, and they've given them a lot of work. That's one thing that we do as a football club, and I think we do that very well. But there are some ex-players that just won't. They turn down every invite. Yeah, every invite. And there's people saying maybe it's Tony Cottee. It wasn't Tony Cottee. I'm not going to mention his name because I don't want to. Just in case he ever decides that he does want to go and do some work, but it's a legend of the football club, and it's a shame when you hear things like that. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, mate, I think that with the American investors, I think it would be exciting. I think it don't matter. We could be taken over by the Taliban, I think we'd all be happy just to get them out. You know what I mean?
At this stage,
it's just one of them things now. We're in that position now where we don't care who takes over. We just want these out. But unfortunately, I think Sullivan's always going to be part of the football, and his family always will, unless they get a stupid offer and sell him.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if that's going to be the case, and they're always, because apparently Terry Brown's still got he's still involved. Well, involved. He's got like a small percentage of shares. But what the most important thing is that Sullivan and Brady, they lose control. They no longer have full control of
you just got to make it so uncomfortable. You got to make it so uncomfortable for them that they don't want to be there no more.
They don't want the hassle. That's what you want.
Like when you're in an office and you make it you want to get rid of an employee and you start making it uncomfortable. They want to quit. That's what you want them to do. You want them to say, do you know what? I'm too old for this. I can't be bothered with it no more. Let's sell up and go. Because Brady, she's got her own businesses. I don't think she really cares about the football club, does she? She's a businesswoman.
She makes a fat fucking wedge for doing nothing.
All she cares about is her bonuses. That's all she cares about. Is hitting targets, getting her bonuses, and going on The Apprentice.
But that's what she's employed to do. And I've always said that about her. Listen, she's a ruthless woman, and she rips our club out off tenfold for doing very little part-time work. But she does what she's paid to do very well.
No, I agree, mate. And she's employed to do that, and that's what she does. And she takes a lot of sticks sometimes, and she gets stuck under the bus by
that. But that is not for us. That is for him.
Yeah, so she does well for the Sullivan business, not for the football.
So she can fuck off with him.
That's what I said. That's what I mean.
Nick, do you think there'll ever be a stage, gentlemen, where Brady could be held up as a sacrificial lamb if Sullivan gets desperate enough?
No.
I think they've been working together for far too long. You know what I mean? I think there'll be a loyalty there between them, and I can't see him ever sacking.
I don't think it's loyalty. I don't think he can operate without her.
Well, I think you could just
probably not now at this stage. I
don't think she would. I think he'd offer something else up. I think he'd offer a lot of things up to save his own skin. But her,
well, we offered Steidton up, didn't he? That Steidton was to blame. So he got sacked. So we wouldn't put it past him.
Right. I'm just going to pull Mickey and Luke on stage because they're sitting here waiting.
Mickey and Luke.
Oh, hello.
How you doing? Right, so Nicky, Ryan, Dan, thanks so much for coming on.
Can I finish with one thing, Nick? Right,
of course you can, mate.
I'm going to see. I've got this Coca-Cola cup. Right, I found a bunch of these the other day in the cupboard.
Go on.
It's an Olympic Coca-Cola cup. I'm going to see if I've won a trip to the 1992 Olympic game. Right. So it finished in 1992. I didn't win. I lost. There we go.
Fucking hell.
Oh, what?
Fucking hell.
What would you have won?
No trip to Barcelona this year.
No trip to Barcelona. No trip to Barcelona.
There we go. But Thank you very much for having us on, boys. Good luck with the petition.
Mate.
Go and sign the petition. The QR code is on the screen right there. As you can see, go and sign it. I'll be signing it right now. And maybe, just maybe, we'll come back in when we're all drunk later on.
Yeah, like I say, I'll send because there'll be 2 shows because of the YouTube limitations.
Yeah.
We have to do 6-hour lumps. So what I'll do is later on, I'll just send you the links, and if you do want to jump on and keep me company, you can.
Thank
Nick,
you for having
Nick, one thing you've learnt now is what I've told you is Nicky talks absolute bollocks. Just get him off the stream. He's drunk.
I've had a couple of. I've got. You know what? I've got one of these slushy machines, and I've got a bit of booze in it. So
he said to me earlier, I'm making fucking slushy cocktails or something. I thought, oh, here we go.
No, that's amazing. I used to have that when we go on holiday. Used to use the slushy machine and get him to put a vodka in it. Beautiful.
Yeah.
You can buy one for your front room now. It's called a Ninja.
I don't know whether it's a good idea though, Nick. To be honest, not for your front room. It's too convenient.
Not when you just keep on drinking them. But yeah, the brother's coming
You'll
around.
be smashed before we get to the party. I'll smash before we get to the party.
Well, that's good.
All right. So yeah, pre-drink, save your money.
Right, Dan, cheers, mate. Nicky, thank you. Ryan, cheers, geezer.
Mate.
Thanks for
Have a
sorting
good
this
rest
out.
of the show,
Top
mate.
man.
Lads,
Nice
have a
one,
good
lad.
night, won't you?
See you later, mate.
Have a good night.
Guys, have a good one.
Lads.
Watch them slushies. Cheers, mate. See you later.
Where do I go? Get me out of here.
You just leave the browser, I think.
Do I? I've only been doing it 10 years, Nick. Hold on.
Nicky's staying. There we go.
There you go. Luke, how you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, good, mate. I had a good one this morning. I met Conor Ben in bloody petrol station in Benfleet.
No
It was just
way,
like out of nowhere. Yeah.
I see you.
Yeah, my missus was like, oh, that's Conor Ben's motor there. And I was like, oh, fucking hell, I ain't missing that opportunity. I went in there and I like shit myself. I was like, oh, your dad was my hero. Oh, I really like you, mate.
Oh,
Yeah,
fucking
mate.
hell. Was he a nice chap?
Oh, mate, lovely geezer. Lovely geezer. He's only about that big, though. Not that I said that to him, but lovely geezer, though. Lovely geezer, yeah.
Well, you've got to watch out for a small geezer. You know what I mean?
Nah, that's it, yeah.
Mickey,
yeah, that
how are
was
you,
nice this
mate?
morning.
Yeah, Christian. Yeah, good as gold.
You all good?
Good as gold, mate. Yeah. Ain't really done much this morning. Just potted about, really. Done me washing and that. But yeah.
Have you washing?
Yeah, done me washing, haven't I?
You liar.
Well, of course I have. What do you fucking think I do? Go around with dirty clothes all day.
Right, what I am going to say, something I haven't told everyone on this one is this.
Can we move this down?
YouTube, because of YouTube limitations, we've had to put it into 4 shows. So we've got 3 till 9, we've got 9 till 3, we've got 3 till 9 and 9 till 3. 4 shows. The first one is dual broadcast on Claret and Booze and the Claret and Booze terraces because we want to get towards as many people as possible. I have seen that some people listened to me and some didn't earlier on. So we've got some over on the... what I'm saying is the chat is split. So you can make a decision to either all come over to Claret and Booze or go and watch it over onto the Terraces channel. In fact, it'd probably be better if you go over onto the Terraces channel because then you're there ready for all the other shows later on. So yeah, just because I have seen is that we've basically got a split chat. So I'm sorry for anyone that's been in chats on their own if there has been anyone, but I think it might have been Gary. But anyway, moving.
Can we move the chat down, Nick? Sorry, is there anything we do with the chat? Because he's covering half of Luke here.
I'll go down
move me down.
No, go on.
Go on.
There you go. I'll go down
Bloody hell, top row.
There you go.
Boy,
I'll go down the bottom.
Because you met Conor Ben.
Yeah. Can it hide the airline a bit as well, like that?
I can't do that because then it shows me belly. I've got to get it right. Yes,
Fucking hell, Luke, it's only a fucking camera and a miracle worker.
Oh dear.
Oh, but Luke, how are you, mate? Anyway.
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I think I'm the same as most of you, mate. Like, this is the main channel I watch now. It's just apathy now, mate. And like I ain't been making previews for about 2-3 weeks now. I just ain't got the energy, mate.
It's difficult. Mate.
It's so boring. Like last week, Man United game. Never ever do I miss a West Ham game. I just took my daughter to Southend. I was catching up a bit on my phone, mate. I never do that. It's just I'm bored, mate. It's so boring. Yeah. The football's boring. There's nothing to play for. It's like it's apathy with West Ham. It's sad. It's a sad state we're in now, mate.
And the thing is, right? Even if we in this fantasy world that Potter, because this show isn't about Potter or anything else, but it's not.
No, not at all.
But even if Potter does the opposite of what he's done the tail end of this season and does well next year, somehow as a miracle in the transfer window, pull some players in, and we start doing well next season, all Sullivan will do later on is fuck it up anyway. It's what he does with everyone.
Yeah.
He don't support anyone, so we will always end up. We'll always end up coming all the way back round again, and it's fucking exhausting, and it's too much now. I can't 10 years we've been in this stadium. 10 years. You know, when are they going to realise even a fucking quarter of the promises that they made? They're never going to. We were completely mugged off by them.
It's like you say, mate. It's it's that rotation. Like we're going to go back to a selling club this summer. You know, Paquetá goes, Kudus goes, Alvarez. Mate, we're supposed to come here and keep them players and, you know, build on that. It's not happening. We missed so many windows when we could have kept Declan Rice that January. Go and invest big, could have got Champions League. After Europa Conference League, go and invest big. We can go and do something. We miss that window every single time. It's so poorly run, so short-termism. It's shit, mate. It's absolute shit. Worst owners in the league, probably football league, mate.
Well, look, what they've done to what was a family sort of community club. What they've done, it's beyond words. I mean, we ain't just moaning for the sake of fucking moaning here. Anyone that's got any doubt, if you don't go to the stadium, go over there and have a look. If you've got any, even if it's just to fucking clarify what we're saying, it's unrecognisable in that stadium now, isn't it? It is compared to what it used to be, mate. It is just not the same, you know. And it ain't even about that. I know that's a big problem.
Going over there. Hate it.
Yeah, I know that's a big problem. What Nicky and Ryan was talking about, you know, all around the outside of the stadium as well. You know, it just doesn't even feel like you're going to a West Ham game. That's a massive problem. It is. It's when you get in there and all.
It's just shit, mate. It is just shit. You know, like, and it's not even like you said, it's not even about the football because during that Europa League campaign with the Seville game, amazing, mate, amazing like experience. But it still makes the football stadium still shit. The day shit. Getting out of there is an absolute nightmare. Oh, mate, it's just like you say, mate. It's not the same. It's killed all them businesses that used to go down Green Street, you know, all the sweet sellers, the pie mash shops that used to be down Green Street. They've killed a community there. They've killed an absolute community there.
They have, mate. They have. They really have. And it ain't just, you're right, it ain't just because of the football. It's not, albeit it really ain't helping. You know, the type of football that we're watching, it's not helping us at all. I just, you know, I mean, next season, but a lot of people are sort of clinging on to the hope of next season, something changing, some sort of miracle happening. I just don't see it. And something else I watched as well, because, you know, I do kind of, I'm guilty of getting, I panic because we've got these wonderful players that I think are wonderful, the likes of Paquetá and Kudus, and I worry about them. And then you look at the likes of someone like Cresswell leaving. We've all seen his Instagram fucking video. Gazer almost had me in tears. There's some really big characters going now as well. And do you know something? I know this for a fact. This is Cresswell's choice.
Yeah, but
this is Cresswell's choice.
Well, he wanted to go a couple of years ago, didn't he? He was close to going a couple of years ago. I think he's built an house up in Liverpool or something. And he went that rumour.
Yeah. So he wanted to go, didn't he? He wanted to go with Dawson, didn't he? So he wanted to move further up. But yeah, it is a shame, the whole thing at the moment. But what bothers me most is the amount of people that are just falling out of just not really giving a fuck anymore, you know. And going back to what Dan said, where Dan, because he does those shows, he does those cross-platform shows with, you know, Arsenal, and I don't know how he does it with Arsenal and Tottenham fans and things like that. And he said they always say, why are West Ham fans putting up with it? You know, what it's we look like pussies. The way they're treating us and the way that we're putting up with it and the way we're not putting up a fight, and we just keep on taking whatever they serve us, and they keep on manipulating us every year with the same shit, and lots of people still fall for it. I think that's getting less and less. I think collectively now the fan base don't listen to it anymore.
Yeah.
But ultimately, mate, we've got to start fucking we've got to make our voices heard on this. It's time. It's done. I'm fed up with them.
Yeah, you've got to start somewhere, mate. Like you say, this is a great place to start, getting all the YouTube channels out there. You're going to do your phone in later and stuff. You've got to build that momentum from somewhere, mate. Like just building up to that Burnley game all them years ago. That started small and then it went big, big, big. We've got to get back to that. They got very lucky with COVID, mate, as you say on here all the time. That COVID, bloody hell, David Sullivan must have been going, thank you, God, thank you. Because he would have gone that year. He would have gone, 100% would have gone that year.
The fans do have power. A lot of people say, I mean, look, they don't care about the fans, and they don't like the fans because they do resent the amount of power that we've got. We have got a lot of power as a fan base. We'll have less as less and less of us, go over there, and less of us are there to kind of embarrass them on TV and stuff like that. Then fine. But ultimately, with managers and stuff, it's the fans that sack managers. It is. We do control the narrative to a degree. The fan base does. If the fans are not happy and they're not fucking to a certain extent, that is what will determine the outcome or what direction the board will go in on certain things. And you know what? The same will apply with them. And I just think it's been proven, because I'm really not happy with Potter. I'm not happy with him. But what I do accept now is that what's the point in moving on from him? What's the point?
There is no point, mate, because it's only going to be another.
What's the point?
It's going to be another shit manager. It'll probably be Dyche, because he's the only one out of a job.
Yeah.
Who's got Premier League experience, and it's going to be back to that shit. There's nothing. Nothing's going to change whilst they're here. Nothing will ever change, mate. Nothing.
No.
It's sad. It's a sad acceptance that, like you say, mate, a lot of West Ham fans have just got to that point now where it's like, oh, that's what it is now. But it's about building this anger. Could you call it anger, and movement to try and say, no, that's enough now. We've had 10 years of this shit. We've had enough.
Absolutely. Now. And I did get. I want to clarify one thing as well. I did get a comment. I think it was from William Young from Northern Ireland, from Belfast, on the show that I did yesterday, and he said, not all West Hams are from East London. I get that, and I'm not saying that anyone that isn't from East London isn't a West Ham fan. You absolutely are. There's no difference. No. But West Ham is an East London club. That is a core community, and that is a club that you fell in love with. You fell in love with West Ham because of what we are collectively, and that is our roots are in the East End. Now, a lot of people have moved out, but ultimately, for me, I don't know about you. It's like you need something to keep you fucking connected, to keep us all connected. Especially in.
Mate, this is meant to be a hobby. This is meant to be a hobby that we enjoy, mate. It's painful. It's painful. You're meant to enjoy this. It's meant to be entertainment.
Yeah, I know.
This is not entertaining.
It's hard to do it, mate.
Yeah, because it shouldn't be like that.
I mean, Mick, you've been struggling, haven't you, on the watch-alongs, doing stuff like that, and
I've just been struggling in general with it. To be honest with you, later on, I won't do it now, Renette, but later on, I'll explain why I weren't on Sunday's show when we beat Man United. But it's just, it's been a real struggle, really. I can't wait for this season to end. But then also at the same time, I'm not really excited for the new season to begin. That ain't even nowhere near starting yet. I'm just, I'm struggling with being West Ham fan at the moment. And obviously, it's just in your blood, and you're always going to be that. It's just, I'm just not happy how it is at the moment.
Is a main reason, Mick, because you can't see any light at the end of the tunnel with it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, and I'm a little bit, and I hate saying this, but there's certain like some fan base in that I love that. I like the fact that they're positive and that about it. I think it's also a bit delusional. I think because we win that one game. And everything's
forgotten.
But they've got a big right to be happy. Of course, the West Ham fans have got a big right to be happy. We've been waiting for a win for so long.
Yeah.
But then it was a case of, we see the comments in that, like, especially towards you, I see, like with Claret and Booze, and like gutted, look at all this. I bet you don't like saying all this.
Yeah.
It was one game, mate. And it wasn't even a Man United team. It was just Man United by name. It was the worst team I've ever seen of Man United.
Yeah, they're thinking about the Europa League, aren't they? They're thinking about the Europa League final. They don't care about that game. Yeah,
of course, that's right. So, like, even when people say that's how we're going to play, I mean, a lot of times Ariola kept us in it, but I didn't look to be. Well, I've said it now, but I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to piss on people's chips. I didn't think it was right. It's all right being negative or that when there's a reason to be, but not when people are buzzing about the win against Man United. I didn't think it was right for me to come on then and be the downer about it.
Because you're right as well. I mean, like we talked to someone. Well, no, she won't mind us mentioning her name, Kerry. Kerry is like most of us, like most West Ham fans. You know, there's a West Ham is such a huge part of her life that she needs to feel more positive about it.
Absolutely, she was buzzing. She was buzzing with that.
She needs to feel more positive about it because it does genuinely. And I know a lot of people don't feel that anymore. They don't. Oh, it's just a game. Well, for me, I'll be honest with you now, because as far as a game goes, it's fucking shit at the minute. The Premier League's terrible. If all I was invested in was watching the game, I wouldn't even be watching it. I wouldn't. No. West Ham is more than that for me. It's
a religion, isn't it? It's your religion, mate. Yeah. It's your religion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's embedded in you. Go on, mate. DNA. No, go on. Sorry.
Oh, mate, you can't change, can you? You can't change clubs. You can't. It's what you love. You know, your dad loves it. Your granddad loves it. Your kids love it. Mate, it's part of your life. It's all you talk about in your life. Like you can't change that. It's sad, but you can't change it.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say about the board, you know, they don't have this thing of, you know, like an easy win. Like they've got so much hatred at the minute. An easy win could have been, we're going to do the testimonial this year for Cresswell, Antonio, whatever you say. We'll get back Ginge, we'll get back Winston Reid, we'll get back this one. Have a real West Ham old school vibe in the stadium. It was such an easy win that they could have done there, but they don't do it. It's all little things like that. They've got no clue about how to just build that little bit of community, even if it's just for one day. And that's where it's all wrong.
It's because they don't give a flying fuck, and they never have done.
Yeah.
And I just think now that all we've got left now is the hope that we can somehow get that feeling back that we had before. It's never going to be the same. It's never going to be Upton Park. We're never going to exactly get that again. But I'll go back to what we've all seen Iron Man, and I said it on the show earlier on. You know, Ray Winston said it's not the stadium, it's the people, and I do think there is something in that. I do believe that. But how do you build a community in that place? Really, now it's so difficult because
I agree with you when you say now. Because when they moved people over from Upton Park to the London Stadium, they sort of moved everyone around here, there, and everywhere. They didn't have like you had the Bobby Moore stand, just for example. They didn't put everyone who was in that stand all sitting together again. So you moved.
Yeah, the singing section, they killed all that singing bit, didn't they?
That's exactly what they've done, Luke. They've just killed it, and they've killed it off, and slowly, season by season, they've just killed it even more and more and more. And that's why that people. I mean, people are always going to miss Upton Park. But if you had we've seen some nights like with the Seville game and all that stuff where the atmosphere is absolutely rocky.
Yeah.
So it can be done, but a lot of times with something like that was like the old season ticket and the old Upton Park goers were going for that one game, basically. Yeah. So then a lot of them have left now. So it's so hard to get any kind of atmosphere like how it used to be. It's sad. It's sad to see.
Yeah. And a lot of that is going to be because you have also got the wider problem with the Premier League as well. I think we've spoken to. We've had there's been a few fans of other clubs that have said that their clubs have gone a similar way. They're not the same as they were. Even like Aston Villa, not the same as they were 20 years ago. You know, it's not when you look at the success they're having now. They're saying the fan base ain't the same. So there is an element of that as well. I think times have changed, but we're like an extreme example because what I don't get is what the end game is, because everyone saw how Nicky made a good point on the on the thing earlier on, and he said during COVID you could see it was just shit without fans. It was rubbish to the point where they had to start simulating crowd noise just to make it bearable, because it's that intensity that you get from the terraces, from the fans, you know, that kind of that animosity that you've got between sets of fans that makes that atmosphere that people want out of it now because they want gentrification in the fucking sport. That's what's made it this massive spectacle. This is what they don't respect, because I just don't think that football is that great that as a game on its own. I really don't.
Well, the Premier League certainly ain't.
No, I just don't think
it's awful now, mate.
I just don't think it is. It's a game I love. I love football. I do, but I don't know, mate. I think the only reason it's worth what it's worth now is because of the fan bases. Is because of it's most every single fucking fan. It was a community club. It was ferocious.
The problem
money's
is,
killed it.
This is going to eat like the way the Premier League is at the moment. If it carries on, it's going to eat into the hands of when they wanted to do that Super League. Yeah, and people are going to be more up for that because people are getting less and less interested, which is what they said. If you watch that documentary, they said about people getting less and less interested. They wasn't, but they are now because of the way that the game's being played. It's fucking boring. Like, I know we're not the only club, but I don't really care about any other team and how they're playing. Let them fucking play boring. I'm a West Ham fan, and I want to watch us. Let's be the different team then. Let's be the entertaining team. I want to see that.
Why, Luke? Yeah, it doesn't matter whether they're two of the best teams or they're two of the shittest teams. Let's just talk about the mentality and the gun-ho way in which they approach that game. When you look at what they had at stake was probably the biggest prize in football, which was a fucking Champions League final. To have Inter Milan just literally go balls out, just trying to outscore each other. That was football. I think if football was played more like that, and like I said, you don't need that level of player. It's the mentality of two teams, like just going end to end to end. Two teams trying to fucking beat each other.
That's the best game I've ever watched since the World Cup final, the Argentina-France game. And again, what was at stake World Cup final? You know, the World Cup, and these teams just going bomb, 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 like a basketball match. Like Mick just said there. You know, why can't we be different? Why can't we think, do you know what? We're going to go clever and go back to what used to work, and maybe it'll throw teams off. Every team's trained to play this system now, backwards, sideways. Let's pass it about a bit. What do you call it? Safety aversion, you know? Instead of going forward, we'll pass it around so they can't score. Why don't we try and go something different? Get some Mavericks in there. We're used to a Maverick. That's what's killing us at the minute. Yeah. And that Maverick we've got at the minute, Paquetá, is not allowed to be the Maverick that we want to see.
No, he's not. I mean, if you look at the bloke over my shoulder, you know, we
my hero, mate. God, yeah.
That was a guy. He didn't track back. You know, he didn't even go to away games. He just used to have fucking. He just used to run the game because he was given freedom. Yeah. He was given freedom, and I think that's. I think certain managers who are not maybe as suited to the modern game now, like he had Redknapp. You know, Redknapp was a people person. He weren't like a massive tactician. He just used the parts that he had. He liked playing attacking football. Bilic, when he came in with Payet, Bilic was the perfect manager for Payet. He literally gave him the creative freedom. You're the best fucking player. You know,
everyone else will run for you.
We'll build around you, and everyone benefited off of that because they did that season. But that's good management. That is when you look at the way that football is played now. You know, I know we scored a good goal the other day against Man United. Bearing in mind that was when you look at it, where's the pressing? You know, that was like a training ground goal. Great goal. Well, come on, you're looking at it. You're thinking, fuck me. It's like 30 unchallenged passes. The best one was Cresswell's back heel. That was good. But 30 passes. To score a goal, 30 fucking passes.
But that's how it is now. I mean, look what they said about you. Look at we used to watch Match of the Day. You used to see goal of the month and like goal of the year. There used to be bangers. I've only seen 2 bangers this season, really, and they were both scored against us.
Yeah, I remember. I think it was Rio Coker or someone like that said that Pardew's big thing was get the ball forward in 3 passes because that's where you score the goals. Yeah. But we don't do that no more. We'd rather tart about with it with James Ward-Prowse, like having 4 touches, like a rebound ball. It's just shit. It's just shit football.
That's what gets the fans off the edge of their seats. To a degree, we've had this conversation before as well. Moyes was more. Well, he was an old-fashioned manager, but he was boring. He would have been boring in the old days as well. But you still had the elements of excitement with the way that he played because he did play fast counter-attack when we went. When we went, we went. You know, it was fucking. It was go. It was direct. That does get you off your seat. Going up the fucking pitch, sideways, backwards, sideways, backwards, eventually passing the ball into the fucking net. I'm just like, mate, I mean, you're good goal, good technical goal, well worked, but fuck, that's just not.
Well, as
that's
you
just
said,
not. That's
it's
boring.
Like you call it, it's chess football, ain't it? Like, no, who
Yeah.
watches a fucking game of chess, really? No one. Because like, if it was that exciting, more people would watch it, but it's not. So that's the last thing I want to see on a football pitch, personally.
The problem is now, even at Sunday League level, mate, you get it now where Sunday League teams, like men's Sunday League teams, are trying to play the same football. Like, oh, let's pass it around the back. The goalkeeper's got to have a touch as well before we can score a goal. It's going right the way down now, sadly.
I hate that, Luke. I can't stand that fact. Like,
I hate it.
Football at the back.
Do you know? I think it was at Brighton. I think he still is. It ain't just since Potter. I think ever since as well. I'm sure Dunk, when he plays all season, he has the most passes of any player in a Brighton team.
Yeah.
So how the fuck does that work?
Well, you can imagine what we're going to become, can't you? When Potter gets his way.
Work, though? How can a centre back be having the most passes in the team? Seriously.
Well, that's why they did score a lot of goals, weren't it, as well?
But that goes to prove you what football is, and it isn't just Brighton, it isn't just Potter, it's kind of a collective. What it is now, it goes counter to what we watched in that Inter Milan Barcelona game, where you had two teams that just went out to try and beat each other. They backed themselves. Now what you've got is these strategists and these systems of play, which are it's all about spoiling the game.
You don't really see it cross anymore either, do you? Well, when do you ever see it cross now in football?
Spoiling the game. It's about how do I stop the opposition? How do we make their life hard? How do we stop them from playing football? It's just like fucking hell.
Like Red Fives, like he's right here. That Inter Milan and Barcelona game, wasn't it? Like them two games were unbelievable. But not saying, but you used to get more of them games. That's a rarity now. That's why everyone was talking about. I mean, it was a great game anyway. But more people were talking about it because they don't get to see games like that as much anymore. And then it used to be like that a lot in the Premier League, but we just don't get it. That's why I do end up like watching Liverpool, because they're probably the only team at the moment who play that sort of kind of fast.
Yeah, like rock and roll football, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it. But, you know.
What's this? The Barcelona football reserved from La Masia. I might order a plate of that later.
I'll go for an Indian at 5 o'clock. That's why I've got to go at 5. All right, so I say, have you got a La Masia, please?
but for you, Luke, to sort of have to have your soundness in terms of, you know, you've been going over. You've been a West Ham fan an awful long time. If you can kind of put it into words, what they've done to this club, and for you.
Yeah, I was thinking about this because I was watching the show and I thought, okay, how can I sum it up in like one sentence what they've done? I wrote some notes. I thought, no, I'm going to say it.
You don't have to sum it up in one sentence. Go on.
But I thought, like, what can really sum it up? How we all feel, and it's I put this ball ripped the heart out of our club, sold us lies, and they're still cashing in while we all suffer. And I think like that sort of sums it up, you know.
It does.
Like,
it does.
If I had to sum it up in one sentence,
it's in a nutshell.
Like, fell out of love with. I've not fell out of love with West Ham. That's a weird way to put it. It's fell out of love with what West Ham is now. I think that's a better way of putting it. They've ripped it, mate. They've ripped everything that we were, mate. I miss, you know, that Upton Park concourse, the piss, the fags, the fart smell, like. That ain't there no more. That's all nice and clean and lovely now.
That dirty burger smell when you emerged onto Green Street. I'll always remember that.
Well,
like it's iconic, isn't it? It's iconic.
Alley, bring it back.
Yeah.
Dog smell again.
Like walking past the wine bar with all the nutcase geezers in there, and you know the Green Gate when that was there. Like, there's none of that anymore. Even all the pre-match stuff, like it's just gone, mate. It's sad. It's sad. And I don't see how we get anywhere near that back. It's really hard to recapture any of that. I don't know. Like,
I think the only way you could do it, right, is if you got an amazing Leicester had it once before the poor fella died in the helicopter crash. They had a great
Yeah,
chairman. A geezer had the real best interest of that club at heart. You know, he used to buy him fucking beers, didn't he? You know, when
I think that Amanda Stavely was quite good as well. When she was at Newcastle, that Amanda Stavely sort of had it. You know, she knew.
You get someone like that in that wants a connection with the local community and to try and build something. They get a man in underneath them who can connect with the fans, you know, properly. You know, somebody that will play fucking give us something back. You've taken everything else. Just give us our football back at least. We want to play attacking football. Give us that. Somebody that will connect with the fans, that's likable. That's important to us. You know, that's why we loved Slav. We fucking loved him because he was a likable bloke. When you go back to that 15-16 game, like the last game of the season, and you saw Slav on the sidelines, mate, you could have picked him up and put him in with the fans. He would have just looked like another fan.
Oh, yeah, mate. Yeah.
You know, in tears, it meant the fucking world to him. That's what you need. And if you've got that, and then you've got some players, you've got some identity, all of a sudden, you'll start getting people come back into it. And that is how you attract the next generation, because it feels like you're more than just any other football club. Let me ask you now. So if they started doing something like that, then you would build a community. You've got to build it again, but you would build a community again. If you're how you came into supporting West Ham, if you was to pick yourself up, fast forward to all you've ever known is London Stadium, would you feel the same about West Ham at this stage of your life? If you'd never known Upton Park and what you experienced at Upton Park and all you'd known was the Sullivan era, would you be obsessed with West Ham?
It's a hard question, obviously, but yeah, I don't think I would, mate. Because I don't enjoy the stadium.
Look,
it is impossible, yeah.
Impossible to answer because we've already known that. It's something that you can't just take away. So the only people who can answer that are the people who are the ones who only know the London Stadium. Let's see how they feel about it. But to ask us, who is the Upton Park era, it's basically an impossible one to answer.
So I'll tell you now. So when I was a kid, it was my brother who got me into going to football when I was younger. You know, because all my family used to go over there, and it was Gary who used to take me. And for the first little while when I was younger, I weren't really interested. You know, I weren't. What got me and what grabbed me, I can remember it now as clear as day. It was after a couple of games. It was the Man United game when Dick smashed that fucking penalty in. Where against Schmeichel, it was in the back of the net before Schmeichel even moved, and I think we 2-2, wasn't it? And it was like with fucking the place erupted. That's
when
what
Man
grabbed
United
me.
was
That's
Man
what
United.
grabbed me. But that's what grabbed me, and it weren't even the football. It was just the fucking fans and the emotion and all these characters around.
Yeah, fitted that first goal. Just
these big hairy bastards around me, like all these fucking the swear words and all the songs, and do you know what? The banter, the funny banter you used to get now, which half of it's banned. That type of thing, mate. It was infectious. That's what got me obsessed with football. That did.
I used to love just like the last 3-4 games of a season at Upton Park. You'd see the kids come through as well. Like that's where you'd see the Joe Coles, the Foes, the Carricks come through. We don't even get that anymore. You know, like when the season's over. You know, like you keep saying it, and I've been saying it all season, mate. Guilherme, this time of the season, that's an easy win for Potter. Easy win for him. Bring him on. If Earthy was there, you know, but we don't do that anymore.
Good catch, mate.
Well, I mean, does anyone know his skull's injured?
Mate, he's been dumped back to the under-23s again.
Right.
He's back in the under-23s.
This is absolutely fucking disgusting because he gets up against the best player in the Premier League this season by
in the world, probably, mate, as well.
Yeah, probably in the world.
Who hasn't Salah made look like a cunt at one time or another?
There's four players that have been done by Mo Salah. He was done twice badly, but they were world-class touches that Salah done against him. Now, after that game, your confidence needs to be brought back up. What's he done? He's fucked him off. He's fucked him right off. Now, don't get me wrong. Creswell has come in and played really, really well. He has done that. But you've just slaughtered the youngster who... Mate, you want to build a team, like not a team around him, but he's the future of the club, and he's fucked his confidence up for me. I think that's disgusting what Potter's done with Scholes. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it's like what Allardyce did all them years ago, where he played all 5 or 6 youth kids, didn't he? In that game,
made an example. Killed them, didn't he? Made an example of them.
Yeah, joke. Yeah.
But what kind of ego?
Yeah.
Like, maniac you got to be to make an example of fucking youngsters just learning like coming in?
I'm not prepared to put Potter in Allardyce's class. I don't believe that Potter did that to him on purpose. I think that was just poor on his part. He's got a history. Like Potter's got a history of bringing young players through. So whereas Allardyce has not. So what he did was a sticking the finger up at the fans. So I'm not going to blame him for that one. But what he's done now, unless look, we don't know, Mick. The other thing that could have happened is that could have really fucking knocked him, Scholes. That could have had the opposite effect on him. It could have really knocked his confidence.
Yeah, but look, but you're telling me though, Nick, that not playing him after that against Salah. That's even knocks it even more for me.
Well, especially we're in a part of a season where it meant nothing anyway. You know, these games ever since that Liverpool game and before. What's the end goal? We ain't getting relegated.
We were never going to win that game anyway. No. We were never going to beat Liverpool at Anfield. We'd never win there. No. Kilman should have been protecting him anyway. Kilman's got a lot to take for that game as well. Go and protect the young boy. Do you know what I mean? Go and protect him out there.
Yeah. Well, I must admit, if you go back to his debut, do you remember when he came in with his debut? And that was Paqueta was out there properly looking after. Paqueta and Emerson. They were properly looking after him. They
loved doing that as well, didn't he? Like giving the sense of like, I'll protect my leg.
Normally, you would have that. You would have if you're bringing a youth player into a team, you would always have a mentor for that player or a bodyguard, if you like, but a mentor for that player in that game. Someone that's going to talk to him all the time, G him up, and fucking and basically look after him.
Let's be fair. Fucking Kilman sort of done him dirty. He was fucking giving.
Kilman reminds me of Matthew Upson, though, mate. He reminds me of what Matthew Upson used to do to James Tompkins, hang him out to dry. Yeah, overrated. Yeah.
But he's a player I don't think that we've got any chance of getting rid of because we paid.
No, sadly not, mate.
We paid 40 million for him.
You could get fucking 4 million for him.
He's on a 7-year deal as well.
Oh.
I mean, don't forget, right? The 7-year deal is an indicator of how long that 40 million is spread over. That's the only reason he's got a 7-year deal because it's spread over 7 years. It's what I mean. When they come out and they say to us how much they've spent, they've never spent that money. Or you know, if we've spent 140 million this window, you fucking haven't. It's all you're doing it on a Littlewoods payment plan like you always do. You know, But to get to this stage, lads, where we moved to a bigger stadium because it was gonna have us, you know, challenging for top 4. You know, it was going to be able to maintain cheap tickets, and they weren't going to take away concessions or anything like that. You know, that was always going to be maintained. They tried to remove that this year, but ultimately we was going to be in a better financial position to be 10 years on, and for them to even have the front to come out via their mouthpieces and say that we're in financial difficulty. That to me is enough. For them to actually be saying that's like that is an admission of failure for them. Then fuck off.
Yeah,
you
complete mismanagement, mate. Yeah,
you failed.
Yeah,
you know, because we can all say, oh, like I have done. You know, David Moyes built the oldest and smallest squad by the time he was here. You know, which he did. He was entirely part of. But who was he doing that under? Who was overseeing that? Who was signing off on every deal? Who was doing? So ultimately, the buck will always stop with them. Always. Just chronic fucking mismanagement from the top the whole way through.
Short-termism, as I say, mate, earlier in the show, it's all short-term. Oh, let's get a quick one in. He'll do, with no thing about where we want to be in 5 years. Where do you want to be, West Ham? He don't care. He just hopes that we finish 17th every year and stay up. That's all he hopes for. That's a good season for him, Sullivan, which is not good for us.
I don't believe 1 second that they're broke, right? I don't believe in that narrative. But again, if it's true or if it's a lie that I suspect it is, they should be at the fucking door through that, because what a disgusting thing to say, like that we're broke. Well, if you are literally broke, you're fucking the wrong people to do any business in football, in the Premier League, where that money is there to be made. And if you are just lying, you're scumbags. It's just
I think the fact it comes out every year as well.
Oh,
it's not Sean's fault. It's not Sean's fault. But the fact that it does get linked to these websites, it's so unprofessional. It's shit. It's crap.
Listen. I like Sean as a person. I do. I like him as a
Yeah, it's
person,
not
but
his fault.
he is a fucking wind up. He does like winding the fan base up. He does know what he's doing. He's not innocent in it, and he does peddle messages for the board. And
Yeah.
I just feel like the last 2 windows in particular have been very embarrassing for him. Did you see what Gio caught him out on with the Debo bollocks?
Yeah.
Where, oh, mate, honestly, it's like he's not even cross-referencing the tweets that he's put out, prior in terms of it's none of it makes any sense. And I do feel, to a degree, even from his point of view, that's getting embarrassing now because people are just mocking him. They're mocking him now because whereas before, if you go back to the last, maybe their first 10 years at the club, up until the last couple of years, people were kind of listening to him because we still had hope. We thought, next year. So we was buying their bullshit. But now everyone has become so skeptical. You've only got to look at the responses that he gets. Now, nobody buys it. So
No one, mate. Well, if you do,
they're still doing it. I don't know why they're still doing it.
If you don't buy it, you're either deluded or you just haven't experienced the pain for long enough. Now, you're not disrespecting the younger fans, but maybe they've not, they can't see through it like we have. We've seen it for 10 years now.
Oh, Crystal Palace are 1 up. Go on. Do you know what?
Oh,
that
go
would be,
on.
I'll be honest, that'd be fucking brilliant for them, for the Nigels. It will be.
Oh, it'd be amazing, mate.
Yeah.
Them and Newcastle win a cup. That's amazing.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. My business partner's a Palace fan as well, big Palace fan. So it'd be
I just don't like Simon Jordan. I can't deal with him on the radio next week, Chloe.
But do you know what? Do you know what though? That for me, that is a bit of a victory for football because, like you said, Newcastle won a cup. Look how they play, balls out football. They literally have a go.
Brilliant football, mate.
Palace are a bit similar. They're a fucking good team, Like they tear us to ribbons.
Oh well, they've got Mavericks, mate. They've got loads of Mavericks as well.
Yeah, mate, that'd be a victory for football this season. I know Newcastle are not a smaller club, because they've got all them, but they can't spend the money at the moment. But they're not yet.
Right.
They're not Man City, not at the moment. So yeah, I think that'd be a good thing. It will be, if they can keep it going. Mind you, they did it off. Didn't they rip Aston Villa to pieces in the semi? Oh fucking hell!
Yeah, mate, they're a good side, mate. Very good side.
Yeah. Torn to pieces.
They remind me of old West Ham sometimes when I watch them, like what we used to play like you say, with the Mavericks of the Airzays and like the Trevor Sinclair era. They remind me of that when I watch them sometimes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Andy sent me a picture earlier on. Let me see if I can still put this up. 1 minute. Just do the chat quickly, Mick. I'm just going to see if I can find
looking
this.
at it, and I agree with them. Like, I'm not getting carried away about that Crystal Palace score just yet, but it's good that they're taking the lead. Do you know what I mean? So
that'd be City winning nothing as well, wouldn't it? City would have won nothing this season, which would be mad.
Do you know what though? Look, it's true. Like, it'd be fantastic for the fact that a lot of people are saying about the way the game's being played now is a lot like pet ball. Like they're trying to play. Is
that a big influence?
Yeah, he has a bit. He has.
100%, mate. Yeah.
It's a kind of fuck you to pet ball in a little way.
Yeah, he's convinced everyone that you've got to play like that. He's convinced everyone you've got to play like that, but everyone else has got shit players. Where he's got De Bruyne or Rodri that can play that style. Exactly. That's what he's convinced. Yeah,
it's crazy that people have sort of took that on, like they're gone. Yeah, we do need to play like that. Why? Why the fuck do you need to play like that?
Even Arsenal, I hate Arsenal with a passion. But that season, when they were really close and they was playing really fluid, attacking football, that was brilliant. But they've regressed now. They've regressed. Yeah, they're shit. They've gone back to passing it around, overpassing. Yeah,
mate.
Sad.
So look, this is an image that I believe that that Andy's put out on Twitter, and this I think is the main issue with the West Ham fan base at the moment. Now, apathy.
Definitely.
Someone else will do it. I can't be asked. What's the point? Listen, we've got to band together. Like I was saying earlier on, like Dan was saying, it's embarrassing how little we're fighting back on this. Yes, we did fight back on mass before COVID, but now we're rolling over. It's got to stop. This is literally, like I said earlier on, this petition is the fans' petition. I'm not out there pushing it on multiple platforms. It's all fan driven. So this has got to, I think, 12 to 1,300 signatures in the space of 24 hours now, just off the back of what you guys are doing. This is fan led. So you guys are taking that, you're sharing it on your socials, you're doing it, we're building it, we're spreading the word. This is literally the fans doing this. So it will mean something. It will mean something to us, and you know something, it will mean something to them as well. Because, yeah, they'll pretend that they don't like it. They hate the bad press. If the media get hold of it, you end up with 20, 30, 40,000 signatures on something like this over the space of a couple of weeks. Because if it builds up traction, that's what we're looking at, then that's going to be very embarrassing for them. And the other thing as well, if we have got new owners coming in, because a lot of what we're going to talk about tonight is the concessions and how we feel about concessions as well. Do you know what? It's a fucking warning to whoever comes in and buys us next about the type of fan base that they're coming into, because we don't want, yes, fair enough, we all want the billionaire owners, but we don't want someone that's going to come in here and rip our asses out. And we want everyone to know that we will not take this shit laying down anymore. Because if all we're going to do is back off and go, oh, can't be bothered, they're never going to leave, then you're just going to let the club die. That's all you're going to do. Yeah. And what's it all been for? All that history for fuck all. It's, in a sense, it's our fault that we're here in the first place. If we look at it really honestly, because we probably should have had a protest and stopped ourselves leaving Upton Park. We didn't. We kind of chased the dream. We bought the dream. We thought that we was going to be going for bigger things. We did. We all did. I was one of them, you know.
Yeah, I was, mate. I was. Yeah, I was in work saying we'll be a bigger club than Arsenal in 5 years. Look at me now.
Exactly. So let's fucking take a little bit of control back.
Yeah,
it was so terrible lies. Terrible fucking lies.
That everyone who I know, apart from Nigel Khan, to be honest with you, everyone was sold, like, bought that dream into, you know, we need to move to another stadium to be a bigger club and do that. And we thought it was going to be, they said, like, once we get into that new stadium, we'd attract these big names and everything, which was, we did kind of sell our soul for it. They made it sound so fucking good.
But the fact is, right, we were saying this earlier on, because we all say, oh, who wants to buy West Ham? There's nothing there. Of course there's people that want to buy us. There's fucking Kretinsky bought 29%, whatever it is. Apparently we've got other investors that are looking at buying 25%. Our problem is the fact that little wanker won't hold his hands up and say, well, that's it, I've taken you as far as you can go. He's holding us back. Because if he's the reason, he basically won't let us have a new owner. We'll get a new investor come in, but he won't let go of control. And what that's going to do is that's going to limit our ability to get people to come in and buy the club, because very few investors are going to be willing to pump 300-400 million of their money into a club and then not have any say over how it's spent. No one's gonna, you know, there will be someone, but all there'll be are investors, people that are just interested in a quick flip. Yeah. So this is why he's got to fucking go. I don't want, you know, these Americans swanning in like Kretinsky did a few years ago, because nothing's happened since Kretinsky came in. Fuck all. In fact, we've gone downhill. That's the truth. When he bought into us, I remember he was sat. His first game was at the Liverpool game where Ogbonna scored that header. He was there. That was literally it was all downhill from there. I know we won the trophy, but in terms of our football, it was all downhill. In the league, we was shit.
We were playing really well up until that point.
We were playing really well until he came in.
Really well.
I don't want that anymore. We don't want more investors. We want him to go. Just get the fuck out. He's gone as far as he can go. He's milked it dry. He's sold the fucking stadium. He's selling players constantly. Look, he sold Declan Rice. We're still living off of the money that Declan Rice has got coming in. This is why they're panicking, because the last Declan Rice payment is this season, apparently. I think that's it. Or it might be next season, but that's it. Done. So they can't do any more with us. Just fucking sell up, cash in. It's going to make a nice fat. It's going to make a nice fat profit anyway. Let us move on. You've ripped everything away from us, you little cunt. He just needs to go now.
He does, mate. He does.
Just before you go, then, Luke, what's your on it?
As Nick summed up there, they've got to go. I want a new owner that's going to believe and bring back old West Ham, the feeling around the club. One thing I will say, it's going to sound really morbid, he's 76. We've got less of him left than we've had of him. That's the only sort of positive I can take out of it, unless he gives it to his sons, which is the ultimate nightmare. That's the ultimate nightmare for me. But yeah, thank you so much, guys, for letting me come on. I love this channel. My favourite channel. I watch every single video.
And Luke,
sign that
please,
petition. I've signed it. Yeah.
And look,
Nice
please
one,
give
Luke.
yourself a shout out, mate, on the West Ham World as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come and subscribe to the West Ham World. Do the same as these boys. Obviously, I'm not allowed to swear because I'm a teacher. But that's why I like coming on here. I'm allowed to swear on here. Yeah. Good luck, boys. I'll be watching all the way through, mate. Come on, you eyes. Let's go.
Luke,
Nice
thanks
one,
very much,
Luke.
mate. I really appreciate it. Top man.
All right, love it, mate. Cheers, mate.
Get an El
Hopefully we meet one day.
Yeah, definitely.
Hopefully
Get
I'll get
yourself
to
an El
meet you boys one day. We'll go for a beer and that. Take it easy.
100%, mate. Cheers, mate. And then there were two. What the fuck is that, Mick?
And then what, that?
Yeah.
It's me drink, isn't it?
Oh, was it? We got. I was at Copy.
Yeah.
Can't we copy? Right. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to play or I'm going to attempt to play a video from Gio from Hammer's Chat, who unfortunately can't be on the show live because got some issues with his daughter that had to be seen to. But he did record us a video, a very good video as well. So I'm going to play this, and then I shall chat to you in a minute, Mick. It will take me a little while to do it though, because last time I tried to do this, I fucked it up. Back on StreamYard again. It's all changed.
Get used to it again.
All right, hang on.
Something's happening.
Hope you're well. It's time for my little segment. Apologies, I can't join you on the live stream live. It's this one's fault. I'm on daddy duty. The star of the show is gone. You're stuck with just me for the next few minutes now. But actually, she is a big part of the reason that I wanted to be part of this 24-hour live stream. Because the subject I want to focus on is the removal of the concessionary season tickets. Because I will never, ever forgive them for it. I can acknowledge that they've reinstated it. I can give a small bit of credit for doing that. But it doesn't even touch the sides when it comes to making up for what they did in the first place. I think most mistakes can be fixed, but it has to be a mistake in the first place. A mistake is when you do something by accident. It certainly wasn't that. They knew exactly what they were doing. A mistake can be a bad judgment call. You do something and you think, actually, I've got that wrong. Let's fix it. I don't think they did that. I think they reinstated it for two reasons. One, because of the backlash from the fans, over 20,000 signatures on a petition. I don't think they expected that. I thought they'd expected West Ham fans to lie down and just take it. So I think there was a little bit of a surprise as to how many people signed that petition. And they were afraid of what could come next. And number two, I think they were fearful over this summer's season ticket renewals and uptake of new season tickets. And without that concession discount, it would be a lot lower than it is now. Now, we all believe, just because of what we've heard from other West Ham fans, we all believe the renewal rate is quite low. The uptake of new season tickets will be quite low as well. And that's with the discount put back in place. I can only imagine how bad it would be without that, because not only would there be no new concessions coming to West Ham, a lot of people would walk away out of principle as part of that petition, the next phase of the protest. So the reason I think they've reinstated it isn't because they've made a mistake. It's because they have to. They've been forced to by the reaction of fans and by what could be the next reaction, which is a lack of renewals and a lack of new concessions. I think that's why they've reinstated it. And that's why I will never, ever forgive them. Because it's people like Grace that's the next generation of West Ham fans coming into this stadium. Now, that stadium move was horrific. It shouldn't have happened, but it's happened now. And people watching this will say, well, maybe not those watching this video, but other videos I do talking about it, people say, get over it. Well, I can't. I haven't really tried, to be honest with you. I've tried to give the London Stadium the fairest crack I can, but I can't get over it. It doesn't compare to what I had previously. And you would never, ever tell someone to get over the passing of a loved one. You wouldn't tell someone to get over the death of their pet. And appreciate some will think, well, comparing that to the stadium is a bit of a wild thing. But actually, I don't think it is that. That was home. That was a significant part of all our lives, and it's gone, and it's been replaced by something completely inadequate and not fit for purpose. But believe it or not, I'm not going to even talk about London Stadium because I'm sure over the course of the next 23 hours and 45 minutes, other people will be speaking about it as well. But I want to hone in on this concessionary season tickets because what they did was disgusting. And this just proves what they're like. We know they're willing to lie. We've seen it with the stadium move. The amount of lies we got told in order to convince us, in order to try and persuade people to make that move. Now, I never was pro-move, but a lot of my friends were. And a lot of my friends were pro-move because they took them at their word that what they said was going to become true, which was the stands won't be further away than they are. Upton Park, my friends just believed them. There's a clip of Karen Brady. You can absolutely trust us. She says it many different times. It's not hard to find. You can absolutely trust us. Yeah, we can. We can absolutely trust you to get it wrong and fuck it up. That's what we can trust you. What we can also trust you to do is screw us over at the next opportunity. If West Ham start doing good again, if the football gets good, the results get good, we bring in good players. I know it may seem a bit of a stretch at the minute, but just go with me hypothetically. If West Ham improve again, the first thing that will be a conversation at that club is, will we remove that concessionary discount? Because when they reinstated it, very clearly at the bottom of the statement, there was a point that said, we recognise that the discounts are quite heavy and we're going to have to reevaluate them in future. So they basically said, you can have them back for now because we're crap and we need renewals and new people, but we're going to take it away again in future. And what that proves to me is they don't care about West Ham in 5, 10, 15, 20 years' time. They don't care. Because if they did, they'd be doing everything they could to make sure that people, like my daughter, fall in love with West Ham. Not only West Ham, they'd make sure that people like my girl falls in love with the London Stadium. You can't miss what you don't have, right? So the older generation will tell me about Upton Park. Upton Park all-seater was nowhere near as good as it was back in the 80s. I believe them. Why would I not believe them? But I've never experienced it, so I can't miss that experience they had. There will be people on the stream talking about Upton Park in the 70s and 80s, about what they experienced, about how good it was. Well, I never experienced that. I went to Upton Park in the mid-90s. I was 4. I don't remember it. The only thing I remember is the pitch being really green. That's literally all I remember from my first time going to Upton Park. My point is, the Upton Park I miss is different to the Upton Park others miss. So I miss it, but I didn't have the same experience as other people because they're older than me. Grace's generation won't have any experience of Upton Park. So people like me will look back and go, oh, I miss Upton Park. And that's valid, that's fair, you're allowed to. Grace will never, ever, ever say that because she never, ever experienced it. And there's people a lot older than her that's never experienced Upton Park. The London Stadium is the first stadium they know as the home of West Ham United. And that's important for, and I use this in quotation marks, the success of the London Stadium going forward. West Ham need the new generation of fans to keep on coming. And eventually, those that were stood in the North Bank, they'll disappear. They'll be replaced by people that never experienced Upton Park at all. Eventually, those stories of Upton Park will slowly fade away on the terraces. Eventually, I'll pop my clogs. I'll be gone. In decades' time, there won't be anyone left that experienced Upton Park. And those that are still left will be in care homes and no one's paying attention to us. But actually, Grace's generation will be the sort of prime age, if you like, in their 30s and 40s. That will be the ones that are there. The London Stadium will be all they know. That will be home to them. And it's a long, long process, but that is how I think the London Stadium will improve. Because it won't be that they're digging down. It won't be they're bringing the stands in because they don't give a fuck. They're not going to do it. The current lot will not do it. All they'll do is stick a flag behind and goal and say, ta-da, we've increased the match day experience for you. They won't want a singing section because they know what will happen is if a protest was to take place at a football match, that singing section will be the first place to get it going. And the last thing West Ham United want is thousands of like-minded fans together in the ground so they can generate noise, so they can generate their protest. We've seen at other football clubs this season. We've seen Man United fans with their Norwich City scarves out with their Glazer banners. We've seen other fan bases this season unrolling their banners in protest of the owners. That is what they need to avoid at the London Stadium, and that's what they will do everything to avoid at London Stadium. And the biggest barrier to that, to stop it happening, is by not granting a singing section, not granting safe standing, because that's what will happen. But they don't care about the future generation. They should, because that's the future of West Ham. Grace is the future of West Ham fans. Your child, your grandchild, they're the future West Ham fans. They might fall in love with the London Stadium because they know no different. But they can't. They won't. And it might be because they think the stadium's shit as well, but they don't know Upton Park. The biggest reason will be because they can't afford to go to the London Stadium. It will be because I can't afford to take them, you can't afford to take them. A lot of you could, but if they remove those concession discounts, it makes football inaccessible. One of the biggest selling points about moving to the London Stadium, affordable football. Affordable football. They keep using the phrase family friendly. Well, I would strongly argue that removing concession discounts is no longer affordable, and it's certainly not family friendly. They're in place for now. That is good news. But that's good news for now, because I strongly believe they'll take them away in the future. Because if this lot truly cared about the future of West Ham in 10, 15, 20 years' time, if they really wanted to leave a legacy, they would be doing all they can so that the kids of today support West Ham, go to as much West Ham games as they can. Because I can forgive incorrect footballing decisions from the owner, the vice chair. They signed the wrong player, it's not the end of the world. Financially, it's a bad decision. Every football club gets transfers wrong. Every single one. Even Brighton get transfers wrong. Pretty much every football club get managerial appointments wrong. Ours, a bit more often than others, but I can, to some extent, forgive footballing decisions that are wrong. They are mistakes. I don't think we've ever, one or two aside, I don't think we've ever signed a player and thought, let's buy him because we don't think he'll work out. But what I can't forgive is taking the piss out of the fan base. Removing that discounts, did that 12 months ago. Increasing the age from 65 to 66 a year before that was taking the piss as well. They were testing the waters. Hardly any other clubs have followed suit. At the time, it was us and Aston Villa that raised it from 65 to 66, and that is it. Often, when Brady has justified some of the decisions at West Ham United, she has said, other clubs do it. Other clubs do it. Other clubs do this, other clubs do that. That's why we do it. Well, actually, raising the age from 65 to 66, that doesn't wash. There was only one other team that did it. Most of them stayed with 65. You bucked the trend. You went against the majority. And this goes back to the lies, the misinformation, the controlling the narrative to suit them. They'll follow the majority when it suits them, but they'll go against them when it suits them as well. And I'm worried for the future of West Ham fans, because a lot of people have switched off from West Ham this season. A lot of people have switched off from the London Stadium. And I think a combination of both is really bad, really, really bad. Now, when you throw into the mix that we feel, a lot of us feel like we've been exploited, rinsed because we're a West Ham fan. That's it. The only reason we're getting every penny squeezed out of us is because we're a West Ham fan. There's no other reason. Because they know that loyalty is priceless. For some people, it's not. Some people have walked away. But they're still West Ham fans. Even though they don't go to London Stadium, they're still West Ham fans. Even though they don't buy merch or anything like that, they're still West Ham fans. They've just had enough of being exploited and getting the piss taken out of them, that's all. Hopefully next season will be a better one. But it's hard to say. But I'll tell you what's easy to say and that is the concession discounts being removed at some point again in the future by the slot. Mate, you're going to say goodbye? Bye-bye.
Leo, Joe, can you, Nick?
How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's as a powerful video, wasn't it?
It was, Leo Gio. I just want to add on something to that. What he was saying, and he was saying about the next generation of fans, like Little Grace. I think you'll be also though lucky to have that there will be a next generation of fans, because I think that a lot of fans it'd be more of a case that, oh, my dad was a West Ham fan, or like my dad's a West Ham fan. I think that if you're looking at that football, the next generation are going to be bored with it. They are. I genuinely believe that.
Yeah.
So I think that they will have a soft spot for West Ham, but not necessarily West Ham fans when they grow up. And that's a worry.
Not fanatics.
No, that's a worry. That's also a worry. So it's not just about they're not going to experience Upton Park. They're not really going to experience what West Ham is all about for me. That's a worry. And this is why we're doing this as well.
And the thing is, right, I suppose it all depends what direction that West Ham ultimately will go in. Will Sullivan sell? Will we become in the end a billionaire's plaything where getting fans in the stadium long term won't be an issue, so that won't matter. We'll no longer be a community club. We'll be this worldwide franchise model. That's what it could be. Because without that, if all we're ever going to be is little old West Ham, which is what I think that will be, it's what most clubs will be. Not every club can be a fucking top 6 monster. Winning cups and doing all the and doing all that sort of thing. So that being the case, if we're just going to be little old West Ham, you need fanatics. You need fans that have got ridiculous loyalty that's almost impossible to break, even though they're doing a great job in breaking it.
Oh, absolutely. Course, that's just exactly it. Just want to say that to Richard B, who, if the club sell to, we'll find out if he cares about. Mate, Richard, it doesn't matter. Whoever's coming in with
He'll sell to the biggest bidder.
Whoever's coming in with money. We see that with Birmingham. It's the same play. He don't care. He don't say about. He's not going to be. Oh, we sold it to this person because he was the best fit for the club. He couldn't give a shit. Whoever's coming with the most money, that's who's getting it.
Yeah. No. I completely agree. We did get a super chat as well, didn't we?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Nice one, Sean.
Cheers, mate.
Pew, pew. Oh,
opposition fans may be confused why we ain't protesting, but look at Burnley 2018. He's never seen that before in football, and that's why we're different. Well, yeah, that was a flashback, and that's the thing. That's what can happen with the West Ham fans, but that's going to become less and less likely to happen when less of the original fans are going over there. When we're so diluted, you're going to get less. There's less chance of that happening now. It still could, but I think as Gio went on to say in that video, there's a reason why we haven't got a singing section. There's a reason why they split everyone up and they divide everyone. They dilute everyone.
What we said, when Luke was on, what we were just talking about is echoed by Gio. We just worded it so much better.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was
brilliant. But it's basically what we were saying, like when I said when we moved from Upton Park, they split us all up. They weren't in the same seats anymore. Everything is just is toxic over there. I just want to quickly say, if anyone missed it, because people were really interested in it, Palace saved a penalty.
I've literally got it on now. What a fucking save, mate!
And I've not watched it. I'm not watching it. I'll get too distracted.
Yeah, I've just got it. I've just got it in the background. I won't watch the whole thing. It's all City of doing. They're playing potable. We've got 80% of the ball. We're not doing much with it.
Well, what's that? Fuck me, people complaining about Pep best coach in modern game. Then it's one. Do you know what though, Razor? Hello, mate. Big up to yourself, brother.
Hello, mate.
I get it. But it's just, you need the players to play that way. And it's not exciting football. But then when everyone is playing that same way, it is a chess game. And it's not entertaining to watch. So, yeah, it was okay when one or maybe two teams are playing that way with world-class players. But when you look at most teams now are playing that way with not world-class players, it's a fucking boring game.
But I suppose, look, it does come down to what people like. Different people like different things. If you do like seeing 86 passes to get from one end of the pitch to the other, then that's fine, you know, and that is fine. But different people like different things. I prefer individual brilliance. I prefer direct, fast football with, you know, a bit of individual flair. Rather, that's my preference. Rather than a fucking, you know, rebound balls just knocking the ball about like a pinball all over the pitch, you know.
Yeah, no, so I'm with you. I'm with you.
Cheers, Bed Hermit.
Beard Hermit. Beard. Was it Beard?
Bead Hermit.
Beard Hermit.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it is. That's just one of the things that they've done. That's their latest travesty that they've gone back on. But you know what? It was a big thing. What they did there with concessions was a big thing because of all the other things that they haven't delivered. The one thing that they were delivering still was affordable football. They was delivering that. And what they attempted to do this season was remove that. They attempted to remove it.
Oh, no, they did.
You know, dirty bastards.
How can you do that? How can you get away with do away with affordable football when what's on offer? You know, as we've seen, people are not turning up to games now. Nick, how many times on the app and that have we seen people giving up tickets?
They can't give them away.
They can't give them away. Like they're saying, look, I've got 2 free tickets, no money wanted for just another West Ham fan, and can't get rid of them.
Nope. Right, hang on. Got me. Well, it's first time every time. Right, so the phone lines are open. You got your quiz around about 6 o'clock, Mickey.
Yeah.
So you're doing your quiz at 6. So
get your pens and paper ready, people.
So between now and then, if people do want to phone in, I know there was a couple of people that were keen on calling in. Please phone in now. The phone line is open. I won't put my number up yet. I'll put my number up on the 7 o'clock slot, which is after Mickey's. So those who have got my number, if you do want to phone in now, and we'll have a chat and let us know what your thoughts are on this. But that's the main thing with me is people saying, "Oh, what's the point? This, that, the other." Well, I'll tell you what. What's the point in your fucking attitude? Because doing something is always better than doing fuck all. That's literally it as far as I'm concerned. Because all you've ever got is West Ham fans criticising the efforts of other West Ham fans. They're moaning, they're not happy. But when someone's trying to do something, they'll turn around and go, "Oh, why don't you do it this way? Why don't you do it that way? What's the point in doing it like that? Why don't we have a boycott?" Nah, don't do that. Just go to the game and then leave after fucking 2 minutes. Who's going to do that? This is what I mean. So you can't get West Ham fans to agree on anything. But all this it's a very simple thing, and it's a simple question: Do you want the ball to go? Do you want the ball to go? If you want the ball to go, then tell us that you want the ball to go by signing the petition. It's so fucking quick to do it.
Get the fucking ball out of our club. Get out of our club.
It's old Jimbo. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing really good. Listen, I only phoned in quickly because I've already signed the position. By the way,
well done, Jim. I knew you would.
And I got Debbie to do it as well.
Good.
Even though she's not a football fan at all. But I just want to listen. I just want people to understand a few things about fucking Sullivan, right? First off, I admire you. I hope we can get this cunt out, right? I really do, because he is poison. He's been poison since he's been involved in the porn industry. They don't call him fucking Dildo Dave and Butt Plug Brady for nothing. They are the very worst kind of people that you will ever encounter. They are the worst kind of people. They only deal with people of a certain religion. Look around, right? I'm not trying to be racist or anything here. Right? I ain't got nothing against nobody, but look at all the people they deal with. You got the Ormstills, the Silkmans, the fucking. They all belong to a certain community that we are not allowed into. right? And the reason that this goes on is because he's been milking the club for years and years and years. Every transfer he brings Silkman or what's the other, Salthouse. He brings them in. They're milking the club slowly but surely. They've got their own people involved. They have a little carve up and they go, right, come on, we'll have that out of it. They don't care what fucking players they bring in. They genuinely don't care what players they bring to the club as long as there's money in it and Sullivan's filtering off money. You know, it's a fucking joke. These people who have bought our club, you know, listen, I've been a fan since fucking 1976. It breaks my heart to see the football. I watched a thing last night with Jeff Stellion, who used to do these sort of Saturday. He's doing these interviews with players. He had Merson on last night, right? And they were talking about Maverick players. Now, I've heard you talking about Mavericks, right? The reason, and Merson even said the reason you won't see Mavericks anymore. You won't see your Joe Coles. You won't see your DiCanios. You won't see your Dennis Bergkamp. He said because all the coaches have gone to this mechanical method and they're boring the pants off of people bit by bit by bit until eventually no one wants to fucking watch anymore. Yeah, this has been the worst season that I have ever watched. It's been shit. And I don't just mean because we're down there. I mean, the football's so fucking boring and it ain't just West Ham. It's all the teams. They're all doing it. You get, all right, sorry, I'll correct myself. Liverpool still are going for it. And
Newcastle go for it as well. They play the same sort of
game. But most of the teams are doing this sideways, backwards, sideways,
same
backwards.
thing.
And no one wants to go like, you know, years ago you used to get a Maverick player and what would happen, they might be, let's just say for argument's sake, they're playing on the left side of midfield. You'd see them over on the right-hand side of the fucking pitch trying to get the ball to make something happen. You'll never see that no more because they don't want to leave a hole that someone else might have to fill. It is the most ridiculous shit that I have ever seen. It drives you mad. And I listened to Nicky Hawkins and all them who you had on earlier, Dan, Ryan. Good people. They're good. They are good people, and they put a lot of work into all their fan cams and that. But even there, they're telling you, the club, they don't care. They won't listen. The only thing they care about is money, and that's the only way we can hurt them.
But this is the thing. They don't care. So I've got no interest. There's enough organisations that are doing it, and I'm not at all. The likes of Hammers United and you know, I think is it Alliance Hammers or Ironwork Alliance?
Yeah, Hammers Alliance.
Yeah, they're doing their thing and they're trying to improve things for the fans. And do you know what? I'm not discrediting anything that they're doing. Not at all. I think it's really good work. They're just taking it from a different fucking angle. They've got a lot more patience than me. I don't want to be given crumbs. I want them to fuck off. I want them to. That is quite simple. I just want them to fuck off and go. That is it.
Do you think, right? And I'm just asking the question because I don't know the answer. Do you think the younger generation, you know, people before our time, who are like younger than what we are, the 20-year-olds who ain't never really seen the old times, like they would have only been 5 when Upton Park or 10, whatever. You know, they come along and they seem like they're happy with this football. I look on Twitter and I sit there and I think, you know, there people were saying, yeah, this is brilliant. And I'm sitting there thinking, this just reminds me, I don't even play computer games, but it's like FIFA
football.
Yeah, well, do you remember years ago when you had, I mean, listen, I'm so old, I remember the Sega Mega Drive.
Yeah,
but you used to had to play football on the Sega Mega Drive, give a player to a ball to the defender could run through the whole fucking thing and score. You would never ever see the likes of that ever happen again. They wouldn't even make it beyond the halfway line. So what I'm saying is these young people, they seem like they're so overly happy that there ain't there ain't really any football being played. You've got wingers who are not running down the wing. They're trying to edge their way up slowly, till they're near the corner flag, and then they don't even put a fucking cross in.
But what I would say though, Jim, is if we've got fans that are happy being West Ham fans at the moment, and you know what, all credit to them. I will say that much. You know, if you're happy with this and you're willing to, you know, get on board with the type of football that we've been watching in the last few years, then that's fine. And that probably stands us in good stead for the future. If you've still got fans that have got that level of interest in the team, that even, you know, that type of football. Look, maybe it's a style of football and a brand of football that they like. But imagine how their minds would be fucking blown if they started watching attacking balls out football all of a sudden. Imagine that. Do you know what I mean?
Can you imagine it if they saw, like, you know, a young Joe Cole when he first come on? Do you remember when he was a young boy come on? He done a Rabona cross when he was with his opposite foot. He didn't even do it with his right foot. He done it with his left foot when he was like 16 years old. When
he's fucking brilliant.
Of course, it would blow their minds. And like I said on that show last night with Stelling and Merson was on there going, listen, there's only a couple of Mavericks left. He said one of them is Jack Grealish, and he gets so much shit. He said it's unbelievable, and he gets shit because he goes out and has a drink and he has a laugh and he tries to be one of the boys and all that. I mean, I don't like Jack Grealish, but like at the end of the day, I take me out to him for just being a normal human being, which is all these players are. They all think they're fucking so good, but at the end of the day, they've got to remember that the football was a working class game. People like Jimmy Greaves got paid a pittance.
Yeah,
I know, mate. Do you know what? I'm going to argue with myself. Sorry, because I've just been dwelling on the point that I just made about how it would blow their minds if we started getting these Mavericks in. Do you know what? I don't know. Because look at how look at how the fan base treat Mavericks that we've got at the moment. You got players like Paqueta, he gives the ball away. You got players like Alvarez, who's a Maverick in the other respect. He fucking goes through players' legs. Oh, he's too dangerous. He gets yellow cards. I just think people are fucking boring now.
Yeah, but listen, right?
to a degree, it's like risk averse in every aspect of everything. Oh no, you can't take any risks. You mustn't take any risks. You've got to be safe. This is what I mean. Football is become, since the introduction of the Premier League, it's got steadily worse. It's become a business. Football clubs are run like businesses, and now the teams are starting to be run like businesses, where they're almost trying to, well, it's just they can't lose. So they're playing in a manner in which they can't lose, which is fucking boring.
Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to go back to like 1988, 1989 and go to the London Stadium and play them a video of people playing over Hackney Marshes or over Woodford or somewhere like that, and just show them what tackles really used to be like, where you'd see someone fucking smash through someone and like they're absolutely poleaxed and they get out and just walk away, like, you know. So, or back in the early days, like I remember fucking hell being a kid. You know what they used to do? You've been a coach and a manager and all that. I know you have with your boys' team. Back when I was a kid, you know what they used to do? They used to run on with a freezing cold bucket of water and a sponge, and they smacked you in the nuts with it. And fuck me, you got up and started running pretty fucking quick.
They used to call it the magic sponge, didn't they, Jimbo? The magic sponge. They put that on you, you was up.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's like everything now. It's like the safeguarding sport. I know it's there for a reason. I know it is. Look, I'm actually not. I don't manage the team anymore. Carell does, so I can say this now. But even down to even with them, they go too far with it. Like they'll do surface inspections, pitch inspections, and it's like, oh no, the ground's too hard, the ground's too slippery. Fuck me. I used to go out. It was like walking in high heels because the ground was so rock hard. It was like fucking iced over to shit. Games never got abandoned ever. They never got abandoned when I was a kid.
You need to listen. I remember being 9 years old, and playing over Victoria Park in the pissing down the rain and fucking on a full-size pitch and doing slide tackles and having the best fucking time of your life.
Yeah.
Going on this, you know, no one give a shit. People used to come off with a cut eye. It was it was back on in 2 seconds. And you're right, Mick, it used to be called the Magic Sponge. But the thing is now, listen, even when I was I ain't been coaching now for like probably 15 years, right? But even when I was coaching, you know, I'll tell you, just quickly tell you this story. A little kid got knocked out one day on the pitch when we was playing mini soccer, right? 7-a-side, under 10s, whatever, right? So I had to ask his mum, can I go over? He started having a fit. Can I go over and look after him? And she went, yeah. So I go over because you have to be so careful. If they perceive that you're touching this kid in the wrong way or whatever, you can be the one getting in trouble. So I go over there. Now I've got to stick my fingers in the boy's mouth to stop him biting his tongue, and then get him on his side and put him in the recovery position and all that. And this is
see. Whereas if you was to have gone back 20 years ago, that's not even a conversation that you had. You rushed to the aid of the kid, didn't you?
Yeah.
Straight away.
Yeah, but do you know what the mother done? The mother tried to sue the football club that I was working for after we saved her son's life, saying that she weren't happy. And honestly, she lost. I mean, she lost. But the fact of the matter, the fact of the matter is that, you know, she got the smell of money in her nostrils and thinking, oh, my son's been concussed on the football. But and you know the cheek of it, she wanted to carry on playing for the club.
Yeah.
That's the cheek of it. People, right? Listen, let me tell you,
mate. There is a lot of sharks. There's a lot of dangerous bastards out there. There's a lot of con people. Everyone that's out to fucking swindle anyone. I've known that more than anyone else over the past 6 months. It's fucking, it's dodgy as fuck, mate. The world is weird now. And you know what's made it worse as well is like the age of fucking technology, AI and stuff like that. People can be experts in anything now. You just got charlatans everywhere, all over the place now.
The thing is look, the game is there, like football from a kid for everyone. The game is there to enjoy. You've now got girls playing it. You've got mixed teams.
Yeah.
There used to be a girl played for our team. Yeah, I used to sit there. I used to cover my eyes because I used to think one of these kids are going to kick her up in the air, and the next thing you know, she's going to be running off crying and all that. And then you got to try and explain to the parents, what can I do? You know, I can't go over to the kids on the other side and say, please don't kick her, she's a girl. Yeah. You know, like you have to accept it. So I was always a strong advocate for, like, you know, girls play with girls, boys play with boys and all that. But that ain't the way, is it? Like, up until they reach, I think it's 11, they're allowed to play in mixed teams.
Yeah.
So you there ain't much you can do about it. And when someone comes to sign for your team, the only way around it is to turn around and say, we don't need any more players. Because if you turn around and say, I don't want them, like they're a girl, like, you know, you're breaking all these rules and regulations that they've got. Like, they tie you in knots.
It's all
for the student.
It's all red tape, mate. It's all red tape now. But in terms of getting these fuckers out of the club, Jim, how important do you think this is at this stage? I'll tell you what, how important. I'll tell you what. Do you know what I think's important? I'm just gonna, because I think you'll agree with me. What's important ain't even that we get them out with this attempt. It might be the trigger for something else. What's important is that we might start to feel a little bit like we've got a united fan base still. Like West Ham fans have still got a bit of fight left in them. That's important. That's important to me.
That is the thing, right? Is to bring everyone back into the fold, because you've got so many people. Like, it's like the fucking thing in Light with Brian, the Judean People's Front, and everyone's in little splinter groups and that, you know, which ain't no good. Because at the end of the day, it is our club.
Yeah,
it is ours. You know, it ain't theirs. They're just the custodians of the club, and they only did it for money. It was all about money, the same as it was when they was at Birmingham City. He bought Birmingham City because Karen Brady told him to.
Yeah.
He used to buy advertising for Karen Brady. Listen, David Sullivan is one of the most horrible fucking men, horrible humans that you could ever meet. Listen, the thing is he's involved with some bad people and all.
Yeah.
You know, he's involved with I don't know whether you know, but he's involved with a Longfellow and all that. You know, you could get yourself. Look, if I was in England. Put it this way, right? I'm not in England. You all know where I am. If I was in England, I wouldn't want to come and sit on your show and be on video talking about Sullivan because I know who he knows.
Yeah, I know.
And he knows some fucking bad people.
I know.
Like,
I don't know. Anyone in East London grew up around that way will know. I was saying to Nick like ages ago about it, like people know.
Don't go into too much detail on it.
No, but at the same time, we're not sort of. Actually, I'm going to end the stream now. We're going to go.
Yeah. No. Look. He is. He absolutely is. But you know what? I'm 45 years old. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
never
come off you, but I'm just saying.
No, it's a bit different.
Don't give a fuck. Never have given a fuck.
It's a bit different.
This is
all football. This is just football, and that's what it's about. And look, fucking hell, we've got every right to being fans of West Ham and paying our money.
Exactly, we have got. Listen, let me tell you. As bad as some of the people are that Sullivan knows, you've got your Bill Gardners and all that around who they don't stand for no shit. You know, like at the end of the day, like I said, it is our club.
Yeah.
It is our club, and we've got every right to protest, to moan, you know, because the thing is people have played money in all their lives. Look at, like, I ain't being funny, but look, that fucking Sean Whetstone, I'd like to kick him in. I ain't even got no legs, I'd like to punch him in the bollocks. I'd like to punch him in the bollocks. Is he? I couldn't give a fuck. Put him on. I'll tell him in his face. I'll tell him to fucking fly out here.
I'm only joking, Jim. He ain't.
But
no, but here's the one saying that you got all these ITKs. I don't call them ITKs. I call them IKNs. I know nothing.
Yeah.
Because they're just bullshitters. They're just bullshitters. All they do is they get a story off of fucking Sullivan, or maybe not even directly from Sullivan, some fucking lackey who works for him, and they run with it like it's the truth.
Yeah, they do.
And they run with it like it's the truth.
They're used. I mean, this is the other thing. I think when Sullivan goes, we'll see all this stop, because you don't see any other club run like we do. That clubs that try to use, you know, third-party people that are connected to the club with decent-sized Twitter accounts to peddle their narrative. You won't get that. You won't get that once they're gone. This has got to go. I don't honestly, I fucking can't stand Sullivan. I can't stand Brady. I think they're both absolute scum, and they do need to go. With what they've done, they've ripped the fucking heart and soul out of this fucking club. They're vile. They destroyed Birmingham. They're fucking. If they're here too much longer, they will do the same to us as well. And the thing that's annoying is we are still a club with an awful lot of potential, because people would be willing to buy us now. I don't know whether that would be the case once we'd sunk down into the league and all the fans had fucking lost interest in it. I don't know what they'd be left to sell at that point.
I still believe that there's potential, but we're a great club. We had a great fucking set of support. Like I say, look, these ITKs, like they talk about that bleeding ex-West Ham employee, and I always think, well, what did he do? Sell badges in Green Street? Well, who is it? No one even knows.
Yeah.
You know, he said, I'm not knocking the geezer. He has got a few things right in the past, but that's just information that they're being told. You know, how many times do they get it wrong? People don't sit there and go, you got it wrong, you fucking wanker. You did rather have it right with you, because you're speaking your mind on YouTube and telling it how you see it, which is the only way you can do it. You've got to be honest. It's the only way
you can do it. You've got to be honest. There's no point in saying it. And also, there's, as far as I'm concerned, there would be no point and no enjoyment for me. Well, I mean, the reason I got into YouTube in the first place was because a couple of channels aside, you know, what I used to do was use other social medias. I used to use Facebook and stuff like that, and I've always been outspoken. I used to get banned from the majority of Facebook groups. So what used to happen is, after a game, if I was frustrated, I used to want to go online and see someone, not just someone that had my point of view, but somebody that looked like they was genuine, like they weren't paying lip service. And there weren't enough of that. There weren't. There was a lot of people telling me, you shouldn't really feel like that. It doesn't really matter. Or almost like, what, are you even fucking being yourself? So I made a commitment to myself that if I do it, I'm going to be honest. And I think I've succeeded in that. You've seen the good, the bad, the ugly, mostly the ugly. But it's how I feel. If I do a post-match reaction, it's directly after a game. It's how I'm feeling.
You do it on your emotion at that point in time.
Yeah,
I feel that a lot of people struggle with honesty.
Yeah,
I honestly do that, and I don't just mean in the YouTube game. I mean in general. People struggle to be honest because they're scared to upset anybody these days. But at the end of the day, if you tell the truth, you can never have to sit there and go, well, I'm wrong. Like it doesn't matter whether you're wrong. We all get things wrong. But I'm just saying, just a little bit of honesty. Sometimes Debbie says to me, "Does my ass look fat in these jeans?" I say, "Fuck yeah, it does." And then she hits me. But I tell her the truth. What do you do? It's just that's honesty for you. People won't do it. They won't go fuck me. Would you put a bow around your head and carry it? Like some people do when they're doing it joking, but most people don't. When I was at school, people used to fucking if you wore the same shirt for 2 days, people would be calling you fucking Pongo and fucking does that shirt itch? You go, no, it did when I threw it away, all that shit. So that's where it's lacking a little bit of honesty. But listen, thank you for letting me ring in. Sullivan is a cunt, Brady's a slag. Yep. Fucking, I hope they all fucking die of herpes. Oh, God. Whatever. I don't like any of them. I couldn't give a fuck. I'm over here. Let them come and get me.
Just so you know, we don't condone anything that Jim says on this show about the horrible demise of Sullivan and Brady. We definitely don't wish life-threatening herpes on them. We don't wish that. No.
I'm sure a lot of people agree with me in secret. But listen, I hate him. I feel like they've taken. Not only have they taken over our club, they've taken away a style of football that was going since the 1960s. Yeah. We had our own style and our own way. We never used to win fuck all. When we won the FA Cup in 1980, we never won nothing, but we had our own way of playing. And we loved the Maverick. We loved the Di Canio. People look at John Hartson. What would John Hartson be today? Playing in that one up top system. He'd just be a plank of wood trying to fucking bounce his head up.
Yeah.
When he came to play at West Ham, everyone loved Hartson. He was fucking superb.
Yeah, no.
But anyway, listen, I'll let you go.
Absolutely agree, Jim. Good call, mate. Good call,
mate. Wish you
luck
with the rest of the show.
Yeah, cheers,
Thanks,
mate.
Guys, Mick, see you, and good luck to you both. See you soon.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks,
see you later.
mate. See you later.
Bye.
Right.
So Kent says, how do we join the quiz? It's just going to be on here, mate. It's just going to be me asking questions and then the answers. And let's just get pen and paper. It's for yourselves. Let's have some positivity now from Brooke Dev Bonds. The positivity is us doing this as well.
Us doing this and getting it out, not blind positivity and just thinking everything's going to be okay when we've just got proof that it ain't going to be. It's not going to be, is it? It's going to even if next year picks up, it's going to go back to the same shit again. We're stuck in a cycle. We're stuck in a loop. It's honestly.
It is that. Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much for your contribution. And Brooke Bonds 73. You've said you had to go, so you might not see this. And Nikki Cross as well for your donations. Lovely.
Thank you very much. So how'd you follow that? How'd you follow that from Jim? I mean, he does. You can hear the passion in his voice. He is right. There is there is a lot to be said about it being a societal thing, about things, but people being more boring, life being more boring in general. But you know what? West Ham were always different, though, weren't we? We were always the dark horses to a degree. It was it was different, and that was what made it so fucking good to support West Ham. Where Palace is still 1-0 up, by the way, 54 minutes. That'd be unbelievable if they pull this off.
Palace still up, mate. I hope they do it. I just really hope they do it. And
so do I.
What with that, and then Man City having a bad game. Hopefully it changes. Hopefully teams will see. Look, let's play a bit more like Liverpool. Let's play a bit more like Newcastle. Hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. If anyone else does want to phone in, we've got 15 minutes. We've got 15 minutes. Listen, I'm a gentleman with ladies. I'm a gentleman in general. I am. But,
no, it's fine being a gentleman, but you went red as fuck.
Yeah. Well, it was awkward because she disagreed with me, and I thought I can't argue with her. Well, I could, but I don't want to because
you got taken in by.
I never do. Yeah,
I got a very lovely voice. Kat. She has got a lovely voice.
I'm an old school man. I'm never rude to ladies. So
I'm totally different. I'm a bastard.
Yeah. So if anyone does want to phone in, please do. Well, Jim managed to get those. Well, I'll tell you what. 30 signatures during his call. 30 signatures. There you go. He's done well. They've gone fucking hell.
Come back on, Jim. Fucking hell.
I'll tell you what. It's good though. We've got over well over 1,000 signatures in 24 hours, and that is impressive because this ain't like ticking a box on a poll. And I know. Do you know what the irritating thing is, Mick? I know that so many more have signed. Because when I go into the analytics of the poll, it's been shared 3,000 times.
Yeah.
So that means that people have signed it, they've shared it, but they haven't gone into their fucking inbox and verified it. So it ain't counted. Because if you don't go in and click the thing on your in your inbox and just verify the email, then your vote don't count. So
yeah, I had to do it twice.
That's a really good return.
Twice. I had to do it twice because that was that first one that I'd done. I didn't clarify in the email, so I had to do it again. So make sure anyone who's signing it, make sure you clarify.
Yeah. But that is a really good return, honestly. It is. And like I said to you, this is a good start. I said I wanted 1,000. I said I wanted 1,000 before we started today. We've done that, and we're well on the way. I reckon we'll have 2,000, close to 2,000 by the end of it. That'd be good. That's a good start. And we'll be pushing this on all this week as well. So just want to fucking. No way. Is it 2-0 Palace?
Go on, Palace.
Oh, wow. Let me watch this. Hang on.
Right, but just before that, just want to say, look, great comment here. Jim's told people if you don't sign, they're going to get herpes.
Yeah. Ball whipped in. Who's it fallen to? Oh, no. Fuck me. I'm well behind. They've seen that.
Now you know laughing on me watch-alongs.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
bloody
everyone's saying 2 up. Everyone's saying it. Come on, Palace.
Jesus.
Amanda's there.
That's a bit of it's a fairy tale. They've never won a cup, have they? Not a big cup. They haven't.
I don't know. I don't really.
I don't think they have.
That's a great. Who is it? I can't remember who said it. Hold on. So Joe asked Ralph, enjoying the sun, does he change his name when the weather's shit? And then Ralph said, no, mate, it's always sunny here.
Yeah, they scored.
Well, we know that. We knew that fucking 5 minutes ago, mate.
Yeah. Scrappy goal, but they'll take it. Fair enough.
Oh, yeah, all day long, take that.
Going to VAR for offside. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
It just ruins. Can't they leave it at the FA Cup at least?
It's offside, Dizzle said. Well, and Josh, everyone's saying it's offside now. They obviously want fucking City to win. I mean, I've not seen it, but
I'll tell you. I'll tell you whether it is or not.
Ben Hart, fucking VAR in a cup
it's
final.
Bullshit.
Fuck off.
So where's the offside then? Hang on.
Oh, if they can, they'll
yeah. I mean, he is.
Is he offside?
No, what are you talking about?
Oh no, I ain't talking about nothing.
Who's offside?
He's not offside. Troji's saying no.
He's not offside.
But in that Ian saying no goal. God, this is confused. This is like fucking drama.
He ain't offside. The guy who scored isn't offside. Oh no, he touched the ball. Oh right, yeah. So there was a player. There was a player.
And I ain't even a Palace player.
Basically, it was a ball shot through a crowd of players, and it's clipped off of a player that was in an offside position. So that's all it is. That's a shame. Oh well.
No goal. VAR. I mean.
Oh well. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's out of order. Well,
Right.
how many minutes on it?
Hang on 1 minute. No, there's still half an hour to go. I tell you what, we've got Adam. We've got Adam in the chat. Adam, are you free for a call, mate? If we have you a quick call now. Adam.
The assist was offside. Slipped the brand note under the ref sport. Bullshit. I hate VAR. I genuinely hate
So do I.
VAR.
There we go. Let's give Adam a call, see if he can pick up. Yep.
115. It's a joke. What is usual?
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm not bad, mate. I'm not bad, yo.
Yeah, not bad, mate. Before we continue, mate, because I'm going to put the phone down otherwise, have you signed a petition?
Mate, of course I have.
Good, because you're about to put the phone down on you.
Good man.
But,
Good man.
I did do a Mickey, though. I had to go back into my email because I didn't realise I had to verify it afterwards.
Oh,
So
it's a bullshit platform. I mean, I suppose if they do it to make sure it's not so you can't bottom, but yeah, like I said, there's 3,000 people have shared it. So why would you fucking share it if you ain't signed it? So loads of people have
everyone
signed
needs
it.
to go check your emails, everybody.
Yeah.
Worth doing.
That's it. But Adam, what are your thoughts on what's been discussed on this show so far and the issue at hand, Sullivan and Brady, and getting them out of our club? And please don't mention any form of life-threatening herpes or anything like that. That's cool. I'll be lucky if we don't get closed down off the back of Jim's call. Go on. Good.
Well, I mean, we've spoken plenty of times, mate. You know what my thoughts are on the owners, but yeah, the sooner they get out, the better. Because I want West Ham back. We've lost Upton Park. You know, we have the memories. We've got to try to embrace what we've got because nothing's going to change in that respect regarding the stadium. But what can change is the ownership. Do you know what I mean? And I think we've got a potentially we have a decent foundation with the stadium with a few amendments being made.
Yep.
But we just need the direction to see it through, you know. And
I do think even in this stadium, I think there's potential for the right owners.
Yeah,
I think there is.
I agree.
I think there's potential.
This is why I think we've got the idea of moving to the stadium, a world-class stadium, to give us a world-class team to be proud of. I think that may have been the intention.
Yeah.
But then obviously on the other side of it, you've got someone like Sullivan and Brady who only think about themselves and have taken that opportunity that was good on paper about making us into a world-class team. They've taken an opportunity to feed themselves.
Yeah.
So I think if we've got the right owners, they will take the opportunity and actually use it.
Yeah.
Potentially, you know. But I just don't like how they've ripped the soul out of West Ham, not just by moving us, but just diluting the fan base. You know, all these new fans that've only witnessed the London Stadium. They've never seen West Ham for what it actually is, and I feel sorry for them.
No. People that will never experience Upton Park. It's sad, really. You know, going back to what Gio said on his little video. It's fucking sad for the next generation. But I suppose as time does go on, I mean, look, Upton Park is special to us. It ain't going to be special to the next generation. They're going to wonder what the fuck we're talking about. If you never had something, you don't miss it. But that's why it's important to get it going over there. And I know that we've got the shit stadium, like the big stadium with the big gap around the running tracks and whatever else. There could be modifications made to it. But apart from that, you look at some of these other stadiums, you know, you look at fucking, you know, some of these big European stadiums where they have mental atmospheres and they've got running tracks around the outside of them. So it can be done. It's just maybe got to be approached a little bit different. Do you know what I mean? From the top down.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like I said, the foundation's there for us to. You've heard loads of times people say that we're like a sleeping giant and things like that. I mean, you know, we do say a lot that we are massive because we are. You know, like someone put in the chat earlier on, you can go on holiday and see a West Ham fan.
Yeah.
We're everywhere. So we've got that foundation. We just need the right people in charge to put us in the right direction, because everything is there. The stadium, like I say, it's a shithole at the moment, but that's not because of the building itself. That's because of the people in there, because it's diluted through the fact that the owners have made that decision to do that by splitting up all the old fans that was in Upton Park. They've moved them all around. They've allowed tourists to come, and I say allowed because anyone's got their own right to go and watch a football match. Of course they have. Do you know what I mean? But when they are focusing more so on those fans rather than West Ham fans, that's what causes the atmosphere to be the way it is.
Yeah,
and then it becomes the soulless bowl.
Yeah, and
do you know what I mean?
And I don't think that we will ever fully embrace that stadium while they are there, because we blame them for it. We blame them for the move.
Yeah.
We hate them for it, and I don't think we'll ever really be able to give that place, because we have to give it a go. We've got to. We've got no fucking choice.
We're not going to change anything.
No,
we're not going to be able to move to another stadium or anything like that, because that's going to cost billions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And no one in their right mind is going to buy West Ham for what Sullivan wants and then pump in another £1 billion to move to another stadium. No one's going to do that, because it's going to take them a good 5-6 years before they even start seeing a return. So no one's going to do that. And because football is a business now, people that want to invest in things like West Ham, for example, they're going to want to see a quick return.
Yeah.
So no, the only way you're going to see that is if you get a true sports owner that is playing the long game.
Yeah.
Then potentially, but then how few and far between are they? So we need to embrace what we've got. And it can work, because we've seen it. Those European nights against Sevilla and teams like that, when that place has been bouncing, so it can work. But it's like what you said earlier on. The majority of those fans on that particular night were West Ham fans.
They were, and that's the thing.
We
have and always will have a ridiculous sleeping fan base, a huge sleeping fan base. But the fact of the matter is, people are not mugs anymore. It's not like if you go back to previous generations where West Ham was a community stadium, and it was part of people's lives. Times have changed for a lot of people now. So to get them over there, you need to somehow foster that same sort of environment. But you've also got to make it fashionable. You've got to make it entertaining. You've got to give people a reason to go over there. In terms of football, and then you'll be onto a fucking winner, because it will change. If you was to give it 5 years of sustained good football, where people are getting to love a team, and you've got the same season tickets fucking year in, year out, you'll develop a community in there based on that. Everyone will get to know each other in the stadium, the same as what we did at Upton Park. Then you'll have a community over there. Then there won't be as many spaces for fucking tourists diluting. In fact, I'm all for having a tourist stand. I am, in terms of not a tourist stand, but a third party section. So that if you want to go and experience the game, then there's a section for you. Like you can have a family section. I think it's really important that we have singing sections for rowdy West Ham fans to go and be fucking rowdy, so that we can create an atmosphere in there. That's important. You get
that at some clubs. I mean, talking like about Palace, they have their section, don't they?
Yeah,
I want that though. I don't. There's talk in the chat now about would an ultra section. I don't want ultra fans. I think they're fucking. They're terrible.
Don't want ultra section. No, we don't want an ultra section. I'm talking about a singing section.
Just an area where people can stand up and not be.
Well, who's saying ultras? No, we don't want.
No, sorry. Someone's asked a question, and it's fair enough. They've said, "Do you think starting an ultra?" Look. So Brian has said, "Do you think starting an ultra section would help the atmosphere?"
No, that's the least. That is the least West Ham thing ever.
Yeah, Red 5 has got. It's got to help, Brian, surely. But a lot of other people, like I've said, no, fuck that right off. No way do I want to see an ultra.
The second I'm standing, on a Tuesday night against Burnley, and I've got a load of fucking kids dressed in black with face paint on, bouncing up and down with pyro, then I'm going to be like, mate, you lot can fuck off.
Yeah,
I don't want any part of that.
Does it?
A load of 12-year-old kids. Fucking, that's the only thing that I do think it's muggy, like the Palace thing. that side of it.
I mean, what I'd want is to be able to stand up and sing and shout and feel passionate and have an opinion during the game without being looked at like I'm fucking shit on someone's pillow. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what happens. You kind of feel like you're being judged for. Yeah. Yeah,
No,
and it's bullshit, mate. Isn't it? So,
no, I know you don't mean that.
mate. No,
that's what ultras are. That's what ultras are. Ultras all dress up like in black, and they think they're
they don't fight. It's like you've got the Arsenal ultras now. I mean, fuck me. We saw the Ashburton ultras. I've seen them 2 years running now, and we went away. They sit behind the goal, sort of quite next to the the away fans. Oh my God, they're cringy. They're all fucking babies. They're all kids. And they're all dressed up like they're fucking bank robbers, you know, bouncing up and down. It's just pathetic. Honestly. Just go back to normal fucking football.
Yeah,
normal football.
Did it?
Arsenal have ultras. They're fucking
Arsenal fans.
The Gashburton army. Fuck off. Honestly, you don't want anything like that. It's that for me. The time that happens, that's as bad as something Sullivan would do, is to introduce that into the fan base. Yeah. I'm not up for it. Don't want that. I can fuck off.
No. Let me just stand and sing and shout abuse, you know, to the players when they're playing shit or the opposition players, and then I'm happy without being judged. That's all I want.
Yeah, mate. You know what I mean? you don't need it. If you're watching a team that play on the front foot, then you're going to have enough engaging those supporters. What ultras? Do you know what ultras are supposed to be? Ultras are like the European fans who basically don't even watch the fucking game. They're orchestrated. They just bounce up and down, shouting, making noise the whole way through. From half an hour before the game, they're not reacting in game to anything. Whereas with football in the Premier League, typically the great thing with football is a connection with the fans. So the fans react to what happens on the pitch. That's what happens. The fans react to what happens on the pitch. All of a sudden, the fans will explode. Something will happen. You know, it'll be a tackle. It'll be something. You'll go from being quite quiet to loads of rage. That's what makes it special. Otherwise, it's just noise. It's just noise, Ed. Just fucking shut up.
Honestly, I don't want to do another 24-hour fucking live stream of signatures to get the ultras out. Fuck
yeah.
You're right, Dennis.
With obviously there's this petition that we're doing, you know, and obviously I know you obviously bring a lot of channels together and whatnot, and I know it's a slow burner, but we've got to start somewhere. Do you know what I mean? But what do you think about all this potential US takeover, Nick? Because for me, I think it's just a lot of hot smoke again.
I think it's bullshit. It's bullshit. We had it last year, not to this extent. But we had it last year, the same sort of thing, and it was Americans. We had it the Saudis a year before, and you know what? One year, I was roped into this ITK bollocks because I was leaked a load of stuff about the Saudis buying the club. So that's the last time that'll ever fucking happen. So yeah, honestly, and you know what? It does stem from the club. It does come from the club. It does originate from them. They do use media outlets to peddle their fucking narrative to get everyone excited. Never again. I just think they're full of shit now. I do.
I do believe that there is interest because, as we all know, I mean, anyone that watches any other channels or keeps, you know, an eye on things, you know, gold shares are out of probate now. So there is legitimate reason why there would be an interest in it. But this whole talk about potentially Trip Smith buying the gold shares and then Kretinsky to become majority shareholder, I don't believe that for a second.
It'd just be a nightmare. I mean, you think about it, right? Whenever they do anything now, it's got to go to a board vote because everything's done by a committee. So if they want to buy a sandwich at half time, people have got to vote for it. So how can you have any strategy now at a club where you've got all of these billionaires that are all fucking, by their nature, are going to think that they know best? They're all going to want it their way. They haven't, you know, that they will. They're all fucking big egos. There's going to be in there, mate. They're never going to agree. They're never going to agree on fuck all. They're not.
No, but it's one of them, isn't it, mate? That if he does end up getting, or with what the talk is, you know, this Trip Smith and his consortium buying Kretinsky, then he'll end up having 60% or whatever it is of the club, and then becomes a majority shareholder. Then you know, in theory, the only person who's really got to appease, I suppose, is David Sullivan, but then he won't have the majority there, will he?
No.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's where you would likely see if the board was to fuck him internally. So say the Golds were to sell their 25%, and then Kretinsky was to somehow sell up his shares as well. So all of a sudden, Sullivan is then by default the minority shareholder. That's the point where he's likely to sell his shares, because I don't think he'll have any interest if he can't control it. He won't have any interest.
Yeah.
He won't. He won't. He wants to be in the big seat, doesn't he? In the high chair.
Does he not? So I suppose, because I don't know how it would work on board level. I presume that you are entitled to sell as many shares as what you own. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's your decision. So that doesn't go to a board vote or anything, does it? You don't need any because the people that buy into the club, does that need to be approved by the board?
I'm not sure. I know that apparently there's an agreement in place with Kretinsky. So Kretinsky could buy the 25%. Kretinsky could be the majority shareholder now. So he could, because when he bought into the club, it was agreed that any shares that became available, he would have first refusal on them at the same share price that he bought those shares for. So he's got the ability now to increase his shareholding from 29%, add another 25%. That would make him comfortably the major shareholder. But he ain't interested.
He won't do that though.
Oh,
he
yeah,
can't anyway because of startup.
Good.
Yeah.
I'll be saying all along, look, listen, if people knew when I was a postman, I love being a postman and that.
He loves the posties.
Posties. But I love being there, but I did say all the time that he fucked Royal Mail up and now he's taken over fully. He's just fucking it up, mate.
Is that why you ain't there anymore? Did Kretinsky touch you, Mick?
He fingered me. But I liked it, but he did use two fingers, so I fucked it up with that. Fuck off.
So Mick, would you not be happy then, Mick, if Kretinsky stayed and there was just Sullivan and Brady up there?
No, if I'm being honest with you, I see it just getting worse. I mean, look, it could just be a coincidence that Royal Mail got worse under him, but he's still getting worse. But sorry, I didn't. So no, not for me. I wouldn't like him to take it. Look, ideally, I'd like it to be one owner. I don't like the consortium and loads of different owners about. So for me, I would like it to be one owner. But who that owner would be, I don't know. I just don't believe what we're hearing. I mean, that bloke who's been...
The thing that's appealing...
Go on.
Sorry, mate, go on.
No, go on, mate. You
I
go.
was going to say, the thing that's appealing about... The appealing thing about Trip Smith is obviously his personal wealth, although it ranges from like 500 million to like 5 billion, which is quite drastic, but that... I don't know if that's enough to take us to the next level that we want with new owners. Whereas the backing of people that he knows, it could take us to the next level. Do you know what I mean? So that would be like a quick fix. But yeah, I kind of agree with you, Mick, that I want an owner like a sheik to come and buy us, and then we've got one owner then. Just like
do you know what? Right. Who's
that
Newcastle bird? Do you know the bird who was at Newcastle?
Stavely, who ran the club for a little while.
I'd like her.
It weren't her money. She was kind of
it wasn't her money. But when she left Newcastle, when her job was done, she said that she was looking for another Premier League team to do. So I wouldn't mind being involved or some sort of thing with her, because she looked like she sounded. They're all going to sound apart, but she sounded quite in touch, like with the fan base in it. So I like that.
She was a breath of fresh air compared to someone like Brady as a lady in football, and she did. She was genuinely good at her job. So she was good from a business perspective, which Brady is for Sullivan, but she was also good with the fans as well. So she was looked after. She looked after both aspects of it. She was actually really good.
Yeah.
So no, I think that would work. But did you say she's going to Tottenham?
I've heard that she was interested in Tottenham.
Oh, right, okay. I don't know.
Oh,
what about Levy? What about Levy?
I don't like her no more.
Yeah, fuck her. Face is like she's a lot of face in a wind tunnel, wasn't it?
No, don't say that yet, because he's not gone there yet. So it's still a chance. Come to us, and then you won't. You'll be sexy.
The whole talk about Sullivan potentially selling up, though, in the past I've kind of just brushed it off because I've never really believed it, because I just think he's going to be one of these that will will stay at West Ham until the day that he's going to be dying, pretty much. Not of herpes or anything, but of whatever it may be. And then he'll just give it to his sons. That's the thought I've always had. But now I think because he can't rinse the club anymore because we got nothing else to sell. He's at a point now where, as a businessman, he's been thinking, okay, I've stripped all the assets of this now. I can't make any more money that I want to make from it. So that's the reason why I think potentially something could happen.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But because of all the bullshit that's happened in the past, you can't get past it. Every summer, when season ticket sales are down, they need to release their story that piques the interest of fans to bring them back in, and then it's going to be the same crap again.
Mate, I would be amazed if his Silver Spoon sons didn't, because they weren't brought into this world to work. I know that Jack worked in the fucking shop and all that sort of thing, but mate, honestly, I've seen him on a podcast. If these kids, the first thing that will happen when Sullivan does pass away, they'll sell.
I don't know.
Mate, they'll sell. They'll cash in.
Mate.
It'll be a massive payday for them. They'll cash
I know,
in. They
but
will. They'll be gone.
I've always had this feeling that they're going to be just carry on the legacy, and I don't like it. I don't.
It's not the sort of legacy you want to carry on. They're hated. They're fucking hated. Do you know what I mean? It ain't like they're loved, and they're not going to be because they're always going to. And the thing is, they're probably not anywhere near as bad as their dad. They're probably not. Jack Sullivan looks like a thoroughly decent kid, just wet behind the ears. So they can't be as bad and as toxic as what the dad is. But yeah, there's no. Yeah, I just want them to go. But anyway,
I mean, I suppose the benefit of that would be because they wouldn't necessarily have any experience as such, by running a business and doing the hard graft because they've been brought up, with a silver spoon in their mouth.
Yeah.
What it would probably then do is actually employ someone to do the job. So that might be the only benefit coming from it.
But that's what worries me. Sorry, it's like they was like grooming him to take over, like because when he done the women's team and like wanted him to have experience.
Yeah, but I feel like they've given up on. I feel like they've given up on that now. They just let him do podcasts now, didn't they, with his mate? That's all they do now. So I don't think so. I don't see it. It'll probably be young David Sullivan, the one who isn't as much of a nice person as Jack, apparently. So I'm told. Not quite his dad, but yeah, Jack is a nice kid, apparently, by all accounts. The other brother, not quite as much. No, must be the name. Oh, City almost scored. 10 minutes left. Fucking hell, good save again. So Adam, to finish this call off, because Mickey's going to crack on with a quiz, and I'm going to quickly go and get something to eat quickly. Your thoughts on why is it important that people sign this petition?
Yeah, so we need to try and get this, and it's not just West Ham fans, it's football fans as a whole, because we need to try and get West Ham back. Now, I know a lot of other football fans might not necessarily agree with that because they'll be thinking, well, why would we want West Ham to be successful again and blah, blah, blah. Ooh. But in terms of actually, doing the right thing and getting football back to what it is, and that's for the people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It is for the people. Get this petition signed. Let it, share it, reach it as far as possible, because at the end of the day, the more people that see it, the more people think, do you know what? A lot of people, a lot of fans, believe it or not, apart from the other few, quite like West Ham. Do you know what I mean? And not just West Ham fans, football fans as a whole, they quite like West Ham. The amount of people that I speak to that are not West Ham fans are like, oh, do you know what? I like West Ham. Don't know why. Because
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, because we've never won fuck all. That's why. So we're not a threat to anyone.
But I think it's because of where we're from, and we are notoriously, working class fans. Do you know what I mean? We're hard workers, and that's what we are.
Well, we've had a couple of Everton supporters sign a petition today.
Yeah, and Wolves. I've had Wolves and Villa as well. Wolves and Villa. So
there's loads of other clubs out there that are in a similar situation and not happy with their owners. And if any of those clubs was doing something similar like what we want to do, I'd happily sign their petition.
Yeah, so would I. I think it's important as a collective that, because this ain't just a West Ham thing. We've already spoken and said that this is a Premier League wide thing. It's football's changed, not for the better. It hasn't changed for the better. Fans used to be the lifeblood. They're becoming alienated with it because we can't really connect with it in the same way that we used to. We've got owners that don't understand and just see it as a fucking business. That's a massive problem. You know, I mean, the dream would be, look, don't get me wrong, I'd love to get, you know, a West Ham fan who was a multi-billionaire who'd come in, but I just don't know who that is. I don't think one exists. So that's not going to happen. So the only type of thing that we can do really is wish for the sugar daddy owner, for it to be wherever. I don't even care where they're from. You know, at this stage, I just want Sullivan out. Whoever it is, can't be worse than this fucking geezer. Trust me. You know, it's just cringy that this bloke owns our stadium, that owns our club. You know, when you,
I just want someone to come into the club and see it for what it is and think, do you know what, this could be something special here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we've been close a couple of times, you know, and for some reason or whatever, you know, Sullivan, you know, pulls up the handbrake and stops us in our tracks, and then pushes us back a couple of years again. You know,
yeah, he does. He does.
Any real owner with any ambition, because that's what I would want. You know, I'd want someone that's got an ambition that can take this club forward.
Absolutely,
that's what I want.
Well, just somebody, because you know what, if you're a businessman, ultimately, if you're going to buy something for a big price, you're going to want to grow your asset. Well, to grow your asset, you've got to improve things. You're going to have to.
Of course you do.
You're going to have to invest, and you're going to have to improve. But yeah, they are right. You know, Jim was right what he was saying there. You know, Sullivan is involved. He's not a scary man. He's a fucking. It's not. It's the people he knows. You know, because he's from the underbelly of the fucking. He is. That's what he is. He's a sex lord. You know, that's where he made all his money with fucking selling porn and stuff like that. So you can imagine the people.
That's not really a diss name, though, is it? Don't call him that again. Sex lord.
No,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, but that's effective. That's effectively what he is, and that's who we've got running our fucking club. And I've had enough of it. It's disgusting. He needs to go. He needs to go back to fucking whatever it was that he was doing before. Although he missed the boat on internet.
He just needs to just fuck off, leave West Ham, and then just go and enjoy. You know, whatever he's done. Enjoy it on his yacht with his missus, and that's all he needs to do now.
Oh, bouncy boats. Yeah,
exactly. You know, so yeah, I just hope we get someone in that's going to take us to the next level, that's going to see West Ham for what it is, that's a sleeping giant, and then actually have the ambition to push us forward. That's all I want. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, the way that the football is now, and it has become a business, you need deep pockets. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need deep pockets to be able to do it and for it to work. We've got someone who's got deep pockets, but he's got fucking short arms.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? That's the problem.
I know.
You know, I say that. I say he doesn't, because he does push the boat out when it comes to transfers. But the most important thing, which is the managers, he doesn't seem to any value in, which we spoke about plenty of times.
But we know the reason. But we know the reason why he doesn't like big managers, because big managers they want more control. He likes to get. He likes to spend the money. He likes to play fantasy football. That's what he likes to do. So he goes and gets in a broken manager that's just grateful for a fucking job. He does it every time, every single time.
Successful businesses or businessmen will see a product or whatever it may be, see a business, and they will employ certain people, certain aspects of that business who are specialised to make that part of that business better.
Of course, mate.
Do you know what I mean?
Of course.
So the next owner that comes in, that's going to have billions in his pocket, hasn't achieved that amount of wealth by doing things necessarily on his own. He's going to have people that's helped him achieve that, and he's going to look at West Ham, and he's going to put people in the. I would hope he's going to put people in the right part of the club to help it grow. And when I say that, I mean managers, director of footballs, so on and so forth. That's what I would hope to see. Do you know what I mean? But
absolutely,
we'll see.
Right, Adam,
We'll
lovely
see.
to talk to you, mate. I'm gonna let Mickey crack on with his quiz, and I'm gonna go and quickly smash some food and come back up.
Lovely. All right then, guys. I'll speak to you in a bit.
Good stuff.
On, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Right, Mickey, I'm going to dive off for a little bit, mate. Go and have some food. And just so you know, 88 minutes is more than that. It's like 91 minutes now, I suppose. I'm 3 minutes behind. So it looks like they're going to do it, Palace.
Well, hopefully, just don't count your chickens just yet, because dirty bastards want the bigger teams to win.
They do. Right, Mick, I'll see you shortly, mate.
Go on, mate. Thank fuck he's gone. Right, so, listen, people, let's change up a little bit. So, I didn't want to do. I'm not going to put comments down on the side. Don't know what's gone on here. He's He's fucking me about here. Right, here we go. So, look, it's going to be a break from West Ham just for a little bit. We're going to do a quiz, and it's a movies, music, and UK TV. I know, edit Rich, thought you're never going to leave. So we're going to do that. So get your pen and papers ready. Look, listen, it's just for yourselves. So if you're going to cheat, you're going to cheat yourselves. But it's not an hard quiz. Will I say that? Oh, it's easy because I've got the answers here. Anyway, so what we're going to do, let's start off now, yeah? So the first 1 to 10 questions are all on the movie section. All right? So let's hope you do well in this. And look, if you can help it, try not to put the answers in the comments because some people don't like that. People want to just guess and find out the answers after. So we're going to ask you all the 25 questions there is. So I'm going to ask you the 25 questions. Once it's done, we go through them over and we get the answers. Okay. 10 minutes at a time is that? Fuck, you know. Well, you keep me on. So if you're all ready, we're going to start. And if you ain't ready, we're going to start anyway because I don't know if you're ready or not. So, first question, and this number 1 to 10 is all on movies, all right? So, the first question is, which British director is known for films such as Trainspotting and Slumdog Millionaire? Right? That's your first question on the movies. I will repeat it. Which British director is known for films such as Trainspotting and Slumdog Millionaire? So, second question. Again, this is all movies. In what English city is the 1997 film The Full Monty set? Come on, you should know that. I think you should know these ones, to be fair to you. I think you should. It's Nick's favourite film, that Full Monty. It really is. He knows all the dance moves. Again, in what English city is a 1997 film The Full Monty set? Question 3. Again on the movies. Fuck it, Andrew, you're taking a piss at ya. 2 for 2. Go on then. You don't need a pen and paper. I just thought it's easier to jot it down. But then, you know, if you've got it, then you've got it. Number 3. Who played the role of Bridget Jones in the Bridget Jones Diary films? Wrong answers only in the chat. That'd be something, wouldn't it? Again, I'll say it again. Question number 3. Who played the role of Bridget Jones in the Bridget Jones Diary films? Question 4. Karen Brady, like it. Danny Dyer did. I think he did as well. Done a good job on that one. Which British actor played Gollum in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Ooh. I can see the geezer, but I don't even know his name here. I just want to tell people, right? So I'll do a quiz monthly, or like me or Amanda and Kerry do on the on our app for the support groups and that. We do a quiz. Usually I write them all out myself, but I've been so busy with work and studying, I've checked GPT these. So I've cheated and I don't know the answers, what they're coming in at. I'll say it again. Which British actor played Gollum in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Question 5. What is the name of the second James Bond film starring Daniel Craig? Ooh. Look at that. All you Bond fans, you know this one. I wouldn't. I'm not a big Bond fan myself, but I started watching him when he was in it. It got a bit more actiony, didn't it? But I'll say it again. What is the name of the second James Bond film starring Daniel Craig? Number 6 in the movies. Who directed the 2014 historical drama, The Theory of Everything? I don't even know about that one. I've never seen it. And that the Theory of Everything. And that about that geezer in the wheelchair. I can't think of his name now. Him. Who directed the 2014 historical drama, The Theory of Everything? Question 7. Which British film won Best Picture at the Oscars in 2011? They're getting a bit fucking harder now, aren't they? That's it, Stephen Hawkins. That's the one who was. It was about him, wasn't it? Who directed that film? These are getting, I think, wrong answers. People were giving wrong answers, but I think you're going to get it wrong anyway. I don't know that. Which British film won Best Picture in the Oscars of 2011? Right, number 8. Who played Queen Elizabeth II in the film The Queen in 2006? I know that one. So far, I've got the Bond film, and that's it. Show the hammer. Have you? You got the Bond film? I thought they started off quite easy. I should have gone through these questions, but still, keeps your mind thinking, doesn't it? Again, I'll say it again. Who played Queen Elizabeth II in The Queen 2006? People have fucking dropped off. Oh, is that who it was? Iggy Goes Pop. Is that who it was? Yeah. Ooh. Morgan Freeman played the Queen. Fucking done so well. Number 9. Question 9. Which British actor starred as Sherlock Holmes in the Guy Ritchie films? Really? Which British actor starred as Sherlock Holmes in the Guy Ritchie films? I didn't think he was. Is he British? I need to look at this answer here. Right, well, apparently he is. I wouldn't have him down as British. But by all accounts, he is. Which British actor starred as Sherlock Holmes in the Guy Ritchie films? And question 10 for the thing. People putting the answers here. In 4 Weddings and a Funeral, who played the romantic lead opposite Andy McDowell? I think I got that one. Oh, shit. In 4 Weddings and a Funeral, who played the romantic lead opposite Andy McDowell? Ooh. Yeah, Guy Ritchie did Sherlock Holmes. There's 2 films in Sherlock Holmes. The first one's really good. Second one, I wasn't all that bothered about. But, yeah, the first one was really good. So that is the questions. That is the questions for the movies. Now we're going to go into UK TV. Questions 11 to 18. Right? So, number 11, question 11. Again, this is UK TV. This is. What long-running British soap opera is set in the fictional borough of Walford? If you don't fucking get this, honestly, you just need sacking. So again, what long-running British soap opera is set in the fictional borough of Walford? That's question 11. I think that is the most, Joe. I think that is the most recent Sherlock Holmes. You know. Yeah. Number 12. Who hosted the original version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the UK? So the original version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the UK was hosted by who? Gemma Collins. Say that again. Question 12. Who hosted the original version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the UK? Question 13. God, this is only going to be a fan of this that knows this. What is the name of the estate where Downton Abbey is set? Can you imagine me being in there? What is the name of the estate where Downton Abbey is set? Oh, I wouldn't have a fucking clue on that one. I really wouldn't. Oh, here's one. Which sci-fi... question 14. Question 14. Which sci-fi series features a time-travelling alien known as the Doctor? Come on now. You only got to fucking have a guess on that one. I'll say it again. Question 14. Which sci-fi series features a time-travelling alien known as the Doctor? That's it, Joe. Question 15. What comedy sketch show... So what comedy sketch show starred David Williams and Matt Lucas? Yeah. Good one, that one, isn't it? I was watching some old clips of that. It's fucking funny. It seems funnier now than what it did funnier then. But again, question 15. What comedy sketch show starred David Williams and Matt Lucas? Question 16 on this. Which series follows the lives of worker... let me say that again. Which series follows the lives of workers at Grace Brothers department store? I don't think I know that one. I'd have a guess, but I don't know if I get it. I don't know if I get that. So where was that? Question 16. Which series follows the lives of workers at Grace Brothers department store? Ooh. I'd have to guess that. Question 17. What's the real name of the character known as Mr. Bean? Oh, shit. It's the character. What's the real name of the character known as Mr. Bean? I want to find that. Right, hold on. It's a better way of saying that, really. Who's the actor who played Mr. Bean? Yeah, that's a better way of saying it. Who's the actor who played Mr. Bean? That's question 17. Question 18. Is that right, Steve Palmer? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought it was, Leon. People who don't want to know the answers, don't look in the chat, by the way. Full time. Go on, Palace. Go on, mate. That is a win for football. I'm enjoying that. Well done. Question 18. What dark British drama starring James Norton is set in the 1950s village of Grantchester? It's fucking bullshit. That's a bullshit question. That is a bullshit question. What dark British drama starring James Norton is set in the 1950s village of Grantchester? Mate. All right. Well, that's question 18 anyway. And like I said, I didn't do these ones. Yeah. People don't really have understood the most simple rules. It's fine. Look, it's all just a bit of fun and it's just a bit of break from the West Ham chat. So, right. That was question 18. We're going into questions 19 to 25. And this is music. So let's see what you like on your music trivia. Again, so question 19. Good one to start this one. Which Manchester band released the 1995 album Morning Glory? Which Manchester band released the 1995 album Morning Glory? Come on. You know that, even again. Question 20. Who was the lead singer of The Smiths? Ooh, I like it. I like this one. Who was the lead singer of The Smiths? That's question 20. Is that right, James Lee? Yeah. Oh, Christy, mate. He done a little speech a little while ago about something. It's really good. Really good. About, I think it was like the state UK politics now. Really good. So question 20, who was the lead singer of The Smiths? 21. Question 21. Which British girl group had a hit with Push the Button in 2005? And I think that they're doing a fucking reunion tour because it's been on the radio for loads. Again, people putting the correct answers in the chat. If you could refrain yourself from doing so, that'd be lovely. But again, people who don't want to cheat, don't look at the chat just yet. Because we are going to go over these again, and I'm going to ask for you the real answers that you're going to give. So let's see what you do and how you're doing this. And if you've got a pen and paper, hopefully you're writing your score down and you can tell me what you've got at the end of it. Question 21 was which British girl group had a hit with Push the Button in 2005? Question 22. What famous British music festival is held in Somerset? Talking of Somerset, we've got old Dodsey on later. Dodsey's coming on. So, yeah. So, he's definitely on that one. He's a goer to it, isn't he? 22. What famous British music festival is held in Somerset? Question 23. What's that hotel? Pep walking off abusing Henderson. What a joke. Yeah, well, fucking mugging. 6'2". Woodstock. Yeah. Question 23. Which artist released the song Shape of You in 2017. I would sing it, but I sing it better than the original, so I'm not going to bother. But 23, which artist released the song Shape of You in 2017? Here's another one that people should know, just because it always, songs always, was always over Upton Park half time. Who was known as the Mod Father? Mod Father, that's M-O-D, Father. And fronted the Jam and the Style Council. Good, son. Who was known as the Mod Father and fronted the Jam and the Style Council? You are right, Kent. He does, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. He does. Big fan of his. Big fan. 24. Who's known as Mod Father and fronted the Jam and Style Council? And for the last one, question 25. Which London-born singer won the 2022 Brit Award for Best Album with 30? That's 30. 30. Dirty 30. Yeah, and I know that one. I'll say it again. The last question, which is 25. Which London-born singer won the 2022 Brit Award for Best Album with 30? And that was not Chris Akabusi, Andy T. I'm sure he got close. Is she a Tottenham fan? Well, all right. All right, so what we're going to do, that was a 25. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over them again just quickly. And then, obviously, this time with the answers. Now, you can put your answers in there now. And these, this time, the real ones. The real ones. And hopefully, if you write it down, do up your score. So the first question at number 1 was a movie section from 1 to 10. And it was, which British director is known for films such as Train Spotting and Slumdog Millionaire? The answer to that was, anyone want to put it in the chat? And I'll this time I'll put the question up there now. There we go, Richard. Danny Boyle. It was indeed Danny Boyle. Susan Boyle was his sister, but it was Danny Boyle. The second one. In what English city is the 1997 film The Full Monty set? Again, that is Nick's favourite film. It knows all the dance moves to it. And again, the answers in the chat, and we'll get that up. If people know it, does people not know this one? No. Which English city was it? Manchester? It was indeed Sheffield. I can see a few on it. Kent got it, but I just happened to click on Andy T, who actually answered the question correctly. Yes, it was Sheffield. Question 3 was, who played the role of Bridget Jones in the Bridget Jones Diary films? Anyone got that? Do you know what? I'll just accept the initials of her, because it's fucking done it. Yeah, there, he's got it. Richard B's bang on it. It was Renée Zellweger. Right, how the fuck? I keep going in full screen mode here. No, it weren't Fat Bird. She weren't fat thingy. She weren't fat there. But yeah, it was Renée Zellweger. Benny Zellweger. Again, brother. Number 4. Which British actor played Gollum in the Lord of the Rings trilogy? I don't know this one, so I'm going to have to look at the answer for this one. Someone actually put this in there earlier on, because I see it. So I'll say that. Who played... Well done, Peter. Peter Tom's got that one. It was Andy Serkis, or whatever his name is. Serkis, yeah, Andy Serkis. Well done to anyone who got that. You did miss the quiz, Hammers Mikey. Go back and redo it. Go back and do it. How can you miss the quiz? Man loves a quiz. Shocking. But yeah, it was him anyway. The second question, number 5. What was the second James Bond film? What was the name of the second James Bond film starring Daniel Craig? Jody Emma, don't worry, Mikey. We're on the same points. Richard B, Quantum of Solace. Bang on it, brother. Go on, mate. It was Quantum of Solace. Quantum of Solace, Jodie Hammer. That's the one you said you got, didn't you? That was the only one you said you got, that one. Right. Question 6. I didn't know this one. I don't know this one. Who directed the 2014 historical drama, The Theory of Everything? Mikey, they don't count. You can't say that after you know the question. Yeah, so who directed? Yeah, no idea. Does anyone know this one? There's a lot of people. Oh, he's right. Do you know her first name? No. Emma's Mikey's on it. It was James Marsh. It was James Marsh. Well done, Andy T. You got that as well because you did say Marshy. But yeah, well done, mate. Emma's Mikey's there in front of Joe the Hammer. Fucking shocking. Right. Which British film won Best Picture at the Oscars in 2011? Wouldn't know that one either. So let's have a look at that. Oh, really? Okay. Which British film won Best Picture at the Oscars in 2011? Oh, Andy T's on it. Andy, you ain't cheating, are you? Peter Toms is on it. Mark, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Go on, lads. Blinder if you pulled that out the bag. Question 8. Who played Queen Elizabeth II in The Queen? Actually, do know that one. Yeah, that's right. Nice, lads. Really pulled that out the bag. That was good, that was. Well done, Mikey. Which British actor who played the Queen? Richard. Absolutely pulled that fucking out the act, that did. Look at that. Well done, Kent. Well done, Brooke Dev Bonds. That's a fucking mouthful to say that, isn't it? Well done, Mark. All you lot who've done that, well done. Right, now this one, I got it right, but I didn't think he was British. Which British actor starred as Sherlock Holmes in the Guy Ritchie films? Anyone else get that? Like, I got it, but I didn't know he was British. Really didn't. So I fancy Mikey to get that. It was Robert Downey Jr. Obviously, I knew he played him because that's why it's to look. Nah, you know what? Cucumber Patch played. He was Sherlock Holmes in the TV series. Brooke, he was there. Yeah, but that's what I said though. I've had to look over it. He's a Yank. I thought he was American. But the question is here, which British actor starred as Sherlock Holmes in the Guy Ritchie films? So, and it is Robert Downey Jr. I should have proofread this, but who knows? If he ain't, maybe someone want to Google it. I can't be bothered to because it was there. Not British, Andy, is he? Is he not British? I didn't think he was. Really didn't. Unless he was born in Britain and that was it. Right, anyway, question 10. In 4 Weddings and a Funeral, who played the romantic lead opposite Andy McDowell? Come on, we should all have that one. We should all have that one. Hugh Grant. It was Hugh Grant. That's it. Who fought the time on an American football team called the Bangers FC? I don't know, Charles. Still claiming it. Fine. Hugh Grant. It was Hugh Grant for number 10. Right, so now that was a movies one. So now we're going to question Grant. Hugh Grant. That's it, Mikey. So now we're going to UK TV, and the first question for that, which is question 11. What long-running British soap opera is set in the fictional borough of Walford? Come on now. Like I said, if you don't get this, you just need sacking off. Where are we going on that? Mark, there you go, mate. It was EastEnders, the Cockney blenders of EastEnders. Easy one, that one, isn't it? Well done for everyone who's got these. Jodie Hammer, you're joking around, but you're not having that. And you, Mark, West Enders, it's blasphemy. Get in the bin. Right, hold on. Where are we up to now? So, number 12. Who hosted the original version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the UK? Is he definitely American? Yeah. What? Look, listen, I can't. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. born in New York. I thought he was. I just want to double check it. But people got it right because people watched the films. So, fuck it. No. All right, Jeremy Clarkson's predecessor did. Ken, there you go, mate. It was... Well, no, actually, that's not right, is it? But yeah, you're right. It was Chris Tarantino. It was Chris Tarantino. I'm letting you have that, Ken. I'm being kind here, mate. Jude Law. It was Jude Law. Although 6'2", you do not get a bonus point for knowing it. Oh, fuck it. What's it matter? If you knew it, you get a bonus point. Fuck it. Right. Let's see if anyone got this one. I wouldn't have had a clue on this. What is the name of the estate where Downton Abbey is set? That was question 13. What is the name of the estate where Downton Abbey is set? Fucking go on, Peter. Go on, Peter. We all know Peter loves a bit of Downton Abbey, don't we? We do now. And so does Mikey. Mikey loves a bit of Downton Abbey. I don't know why, because Mikey ain't posh in the slightest. He's more Scottish now. He's got that twang. Mikey's got that twang of Scottish in him. Sounds like David Boyes. But yeah, not fucking Scooby. I wouldn't have known that. I would not have known that. I didn't know it. Right, this was an easy one. This was a piece of piss. Which sci-fi series features a time-traveling alien known as the Doctor? Come on now. He loves me saying it. He does. No. That's the time-traveling alien. Well done, Brooke. Well done. Well done, Leon. Oh, yeah, everyone's saying oh, Doctor Who, that's it. Liberty, that one, isn't it? What a liberty that one is. Time traveling, there's a Doctor. Everyone knows who that is. 15, number 15. Love this. What comedy sketch show starred David Williams and Matt Lucas? Oh, that's a good one, that, isn't it? Like I said to you, I've been watching some little clips on that. It brings up on YouTube and whatnot. Funnier now than what it used to be. It was indeed Little Britain. Well done, Richard. Well done, Mark. Well done to all yous that got it. Yeah, all that. Singrid, yes, mate. Loving all this. Right, now someone did remind me. No, it weren't shy. Look, it wasn't, mate. Watch it again. I told you it's better now than what it was. I think because it's so fucking... It weren't politically correct then. Yeah, but no. Computer says no. Number 16. Which series follows the lives of workers at Grace Brothers department store? I did have this, but I couldn't think of the name, and someone helped me out there in the chat. To be fair to you, you can have a come fly. No, actually, because it wasn't a sketch show. So you can't have that, Mark. It wasn't a sketch show, was it? It was set as a thing. The sketch shows have been thingy. That was Are You Being Served? Are You Being Served? Let me double check it. But yeah, I'm sure that was... Yeah, it was. It was indeed. It was indeed. That's what I had, but I didn't know. So all well done to all yous that knew that one. Hello, Nick. What is the name of the actor who plays Mr. Bean? I've had to reword that because the other one didn't make no sense. Yeah, when it came. Yeah, You Being Served with the young Pauline Fowler. Yeah. The old girl was the best one in that, though, weren't she? With the pink hair. It was indeed Rowan Atkinson, obviously, played Mr. Bean. Who is, I think, I can't remember if he's Happy Amoret or Ed Miliband, yeah. I can't remember if it's Happy Amoret or a man. I'm sure it's Kerry. Can't stand him. Can't stand Rowan Atkinson, or rather Mr. Bean, really. Right, here's one here. Question 18. What dark British drama starring James Norton is set in the 1950s village of Grantchester? Did anyone not get this one? It'd be interesting to see. Mrs. Silicone bonus point. He's after them bonus points. Yeah, yes. It was Grantchester. What a fucking question that was. It literally gives you the title of it. What dark British drama series? Yeah. The answer is in the... Exactly, Richard. Liberty, mate, wasn't it? Liberty, that one. So that was question 18. Yeah, obviously Joe got that one. Fucking had it, didn't you? Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. I've never seen the programme myself, but I know there's a programme called Grantchester. So I would have just automatically guessed that. Anyway. So now we're going into the music section. Question 19. Which Manchester band released a 1995 album? What's the story? Morning Glory. Everyone should get that one. No, you'll be all right. You should get that one, Richard, surely. It was indeed Oasis. Yeah, that one was an easy one. Let's be fair. Fake that. You said take that. Blur. Why do I feel, Mark, that was a genuine answer? I do. I think it's a joke. No, Mark. No, it's not. He said Blur. You can't take that back. You've said that now. See how he's turned out? You put wrong answers in. You look like a silly. And that's Mikey's favourite album, that Steps. Loves it. Right, number 20. Who was the lead singer of the Smiths? Ooh. Do you know what? I never liked them. Really never liked them. But you know when you get older and that, I actually really do like him. Morrissey. Actually, Mikey would know. The reason why I like Morrissey now is because you remember Car Share, that TV series with, why's my mind gone blank? Peter Kay. He had one there. So there was a song there and I really liked it. But I really like that series. But yes, it was Morrissey. Question 21. Which British girl group had a hit with Push the Button in 2005? You know what, though? Some other people are saying take that. No idea. Richard don't know. Mark, you're right, mate. It was indeed the Sugar Babes. Fucking hell. How many... They changed near enough every week, line up with Sugar Babes, didn't it? But yeah, it wasn't single. It wasn't Atomic Kitten. It was the Sugar Babes. Like I said, I think they're reforming because they've been on the radio a lot. So, question 23. Embarrassing to answer that one. Question 23. Which artist released the song Shape of You in 2017? All gone quiet, but I'll take yes. The original library. They are reforming, Peter. Yeah, I know. They've been on the radio all the time. Ginger Bollocks. I will accept Ginger Bollocks as Ed Sheeran, which I can always never really say his name. Mikey can't stand him. But it was Ed Sheeran who sung Shape of You in 2017. Question 24 was, who was known as the Mod Father and fronted the Jam and Style Council? Yeah, you know this one. Ginger Bollocks, David Moyes. I don't think it was him who sung Shape of You. It was indeed Paul Weller, and he was a legend. And like I said, most of you should have that. Always played Town Called Malice at half time over Upton Park. I'll always remember that. The two songs that I remember mostly from Upton Park at half time was A Town Called Malice and Toxic by Britney Spears. Always with the old fucking Amorettes. Do you know what I mean? Toxic. Oh, lovely. Right. Question 25. No, wait, I did miss that one, didn't I? Where was that? Sorry, question 22. Yes, well done. Well done, Mark. He's also give the answer to that. Question 22. What famous British music festival is held in Somerset? And that was indeed Glastonbury. That was my fault. I did miss question 22. I was so excited about the Sugar Babes question. I forgot about it. But yes, it was Glastonbury. And question 25, which we've had there. The last one, which London-born singer won the 2022 Brit Award for Best Album with 30? Dirty 30. It's not called Dirty 30. I've added the dirty bit on. But still, it was 30. Not as good. Adele. It was indeed Adele. She won it. Stormzy. See, I think Brooke is, honestly, I think he's at it. I think he means that. He means it. But Adele, it was Adele, the Spud fans. Right, did anyone use a pen and paper here? And did anyone write down their what score they got? Well, you're not going to win fuck all. You've not done it for that. It was just a bit of a break-up from the West Ham thing. Adele shit computers, though. Oh, God. Oh, look what I mean. 21, do I get a medal? What do you mean? A lot of, how many albums she had out? 3 or 4, isn't she? And they're all her age when she does it. 27. Oh, sorry, yeah. I think. Oh, yeah. I just asked you for your scores, did I? 21, Mark got. Good going. 6'2". Now, who am I talking? Is this Nige? Is this you, mate? Is this you, or is this Dodsey? Who's on 6'2" here? But they got 27, so that's really good. 20. You got no films ones. I got 13. Joined halfway through. Nick got 18 out of 25. Ed, sorry, brother. Go on, mate. Sorry, Ed. Go on. 12, 22. You know what? You've done all right. She's just done 93. That's in a few years' time, that one. Kent, you don't get a bonus for that, but she done 18, 21. Yeah, fine. You get your bonus. 19, but only still laughing at my missus. He's fucking laughed at himself.
I'm still waiting for Jill's score. That's the reason my dinner was late. She was downstairs doing your poxy quiz.
Oh, was she? Oh, nice, lovely. Yeah, ever see what? Thanks, Andy.
I messaged her.
Thanks, Andy. Good quiz. Yeah, I said it's just a little bit of a break up from the West Ham. Mikey reckons he would have got 25. He's a fucking. I'm telling you now, it's easy when you halfway through it, isn't it, Mikey? You looked at everyone else's answers. You jock.
McMikey.
Fucking hell, McMikey. Yeah, Christy. So I hope you all enjoyed that. Just a little bit of a break.
That was good, mate. I was listening to that while I was watching Palace lift the trophy. It's quite
I'm glad they've done it.
It's quite funny. Eddie Nketiah, the Arsenal player, he got cast out and he's just lifted the FA Cup.
Yeah, that's lovely, that, isn't it? Would have not done that. What did Nick get? Nick didn't do it. Nick was eating.
I was eating. I wouldn't have done very well though.
Right, Leon.
I didn't know half of them.
Leon.
Dan and Abby, I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's massive. It's Netflix series.
I'd have got Doctor Who and the Full Monty.
So, Leon, what we do these quizzes once a month. If you subscribe and become a member, we do these quizzes once a month. So join up and you can get involved in the quiz, mate. It's just something that we do. Like I said, usually I'll sit there and do the questions and that myself. But I've been between work and just studying. I've not had no time. So that was ChatGPT.
The only tantrum Jill had downstairs was something to do with Robert Downey Jr.
Same as me. Yeah, we all did that because the question was which British actor.
He ain't fucking English.
No, but that's what I thought. Well, I knew the answer, and I'm thinking,
yeah,
I've got to have a look at that. And no.
Fuck Palace.
Some of you are going, Joe. See you later,
you just
mate.
hate Nigels. You just hate Nigels, don't you, AD? That's AD Hammer, by the way, from 6'2".
Yeah, I've just said, I asked him because I didn't know who was on it. But yeah, right. Joe the Hammer, see you later. Brooke, Dead Bond, see you later. We're here all night and day tomorrow, so come back on. See you in there.
We'll have to get you to do another quiz, actually. You'll have to do another. You only ChatGPT'd it, didn't you?
Yeah, that was piece of piece. I think I'll do them more.
Just do another one. Just do another one a little bit later.
What for?
Just on this, yeah.
I'm on them for 3 hours at 6 o'clock in the morning, so I might do 5 of them.
Well, you got Stell's jumping on at 9. So yeah, do you want me to run through and let you know what the itinerary is at the moment?
Go for it.
So from 7 p.m. We have got that's back on the phone-ins. So 7 to 8 is phone-ins. 8 p.m. we've got Doddy. 9 p.m. we've got Bill Gardner. 10 p.m. we've got Nigel Shedman and hopefully Canning Town Len. From 12 until about 1:30, 2 o'clock, we've got E20 Zone. Got James from E20 Zone. And then I'm waiting for sort of confirmation from a couple of others, but then it's going to be me from 2 through till 6 in the morning, talking to probably about 3 or 4 people in the chat, unless you want to start with me. And then 6 a.m. until 9 is Mickey, and then Stell's on from 9 till 10. And then what I've got to do in the morning, the reason I'm not on in the morning is because I'm going to watch the Cuffley Ironworks. So Corral is going to be taking my boys to play. So we've got a 10 o'clock kickoff in Hatfield. So I'll be there for 9 o'clock. And then what I'm going to do is quickly whiz back. And then we've got Hammers United, Paul Coburn on from around midday. So we'll be speaking to Paul Coburn as well. And then what we'll probably do, Mick, as we're on, we'll just do the watch along because the first half of the game's going to be on while we're talking anyway. So that'd be a good way to close it out. We might as well just go until the game's done.
In all honesty, I don't care if we're behind or in front of people because I'm not that fucking fussed about it. So
no, we'll just do that. It's a bit meaningless, isn't it? And anyway, tomorrow, but yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, it's not meaningless because I've been getting more and more bit of a lump in my throat with some of these players that have been going, including Soufal. Really, because I do respect Soufal an awful lot. I do. It's time that he's to go for him. You know, his race has been run. I don't necessarily think Cresswell's has. I feel like it's too soon for him. But Soufal, you know, when you saw that picture of him isolated on the grass with Man United on his own, that was quite sad. And then you see, you know, Cresswell's fucking heartbreaking video that he put out on Instagram, or West Ham put out on Instagram. That done me. So it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of characters going, mate. This is big. This is, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be Potter. I'll be honest now, because I actually don't envy the fucking job that he's got here now. When you think about it, because he's also got to work with fucking Sullivan, shackling him on all the bits and pieces that he's going to be trying to do. Look, I don't think he's the best manager in the world either. We agree on that. But he's got a big job, Mick. That's big.
Yeah, and then I see something, but I didn't watch the video or something about Antonio, and I don't think he knows what's happening with him yet himself.
I don't think they can afford to. Give him a new contract. I think that would be for sentimental reasons. I can't.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be against
I don't see how he's going to come back the same player.
But I wouldn't be against it. Not even just for. But it's literally he's a big character to lose in a dressing room. We've got no big characters.
Yeah.
In. So that's the reason why I'd give him to be like a. It sounds bad, like it's about a cheerleader role, but we do need characters.
Keeping Mickey and then letting Cresswell go, but then I suppose it's not down to them. They would keep Cresswell, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but I think the difference is, and I don't mean this right, but like going what you said, Cresswell is still, he's still got a couple of years.
I think he could still play in the Premier League personally.
Yeah, so and I think that he will. And there was rumor that he was going to go last year to be closer to like his hometown. So maybe that's what it is as well, Cresswell. Maybe it's not there, but yeah. Who knows? But listen, Nick, I'm going to jump off because I've got to sort my dogs out and that.
Hey?
I've got to jump off because I've got to sort my dogs out and that. Feed them and all that stuff.
Go on, mate. No worries.
So I'll see you in a little bit. I don't know how to...
He's gone. Right, and then there was one. Okay, so we've got Amanda. That picture of Soufal was a tearjerker. Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? It really was. Let's take my headphones off for a minute. I'm going to give a couple of people a call in a minute. So we've got Nick Cross saying, mate, both their videos done me. We need players like them at the club. Yeah, we do. It's a difficult one. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place because we're transitioning now, aren't we, between eras. These legacy players, they've almost, some of them have run their races run, and some of them not so much, really. Do you know what I mean? So it's I think at some point we've got to move on, and it's a good opportunity, really. It is shit or bust. Look, don't forget, Nottingham Forest did it. Do you remember? I think it was last season, but they had a bad season. Do you know when they bought all them players when they first came up, and they bought like 19, 20 players, and they struggled in that first season. And this season, obviously, it's clicked into gear, even though they're sort of falling off a cliff a little bit now. They this is what I mean. I do think Potter's doomed. I do, because I don't think he ain't going to get the time based on how badly he's done in this last 5 months, 6 months. I don't think people are going to be patient. They're not going to be patient with him. Maybe if there's a change of ownership, possibly, because the whole feeling around the club will be a little bit different. If there's a change of ownership, there might be a cash injection. You don't know. You don't know. It's difficult to know what will happen with them. Right, let's give someone a call very, very quickly. So we've got 1 second, people. They're good, them quizzes, though, that Mickey does, aren't they? 1 second. Is that not working? No, it's not working now. Hang on 1 minute. Typical. It's decided to fuck around. Let's try again. 1 minute. Sorry, people. I've just got to repair me me phone. Let's try again. Okay. Right, that's working. Oh, hello. There we go. Hello, Simon. How you doing, mate?
How you doing? Yeah, not bad, bud. Not bad. Would you want me to call in or not?
Yeah, that's good, mate. That's good. I'll just try to phone someone, but he didn't pick up, so I'll try him after.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, mate. Can you hear me? Hello, Simon.
That's right. I'm watching you on the telly, and there's like a delay.
Yeah, you have to turn us down on the telly because there's a delay. So you have to turn us down and
talk
to me on the phone.
Right,
yeah.
all right. I'll turn the volume down. Hang on. Right. Come on. Can you hear me now?
You're an amateur, Simon. You're an amateur, honestly.
No, I'm not amateur. I'm old. Put it this way: if you call me an amateur and then say, all you've got to do is log on and do this and then do that and then get the app and like I'll turn it up. Yeah.
It's easy.
Yeah. I was gonna do this by carrier pigeon, but I've got my niece to teach me how to use a phone.
How are you doing anyway, me old mate?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. I listened to a bit of the stuff before the cup final.
Yep.
And then just switched you back on now. I don't know the right way to do this. So that you're not legally bound, or if you want, I can tell you a story about Nathan's pie and mash.
Am I legally bound? Well, I think I'll probably have a court case against me for after my phone call with Jim. So you might as well just crack on.
Oh right, okay. Well, put it this way: we'll all be. If there's a minute of next year where he's not in court already over something else, so maybe about it might be out to squeeze us all in, might he? Right. So you know the final day at Upton Park.
Yeah.
The Man United game.
Yeah.
Okay. So since I've been driving up to West Ham, which was for about the last sort of 10 years, I had a ritual of, like most people, going into Nathan's.
Yeah.
And all the old girls behind the jump and everything like that. We all used to know each other and get on, hello, darling, how are you, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, on the final day when the Man United game was happening, I thought, right, I'm going to take a day off of work and I'm going to literally go up there and just go and walk around the whole place and whatever.
Yeah.
So I walked into Nathan's at 12 o'clock, right? So like first knock at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, kick off 8 to 8 or whatever, right? So I've gone in there and there is literally nobody in there. All there was in there was Nathan, like the governor, and the 3 old girls behind the jump.
Yeah.
So I walked in, I thought you'd be mobile by now. He goes, like, he said, we're on it all day, but he said, you're the first one in.
Yeah.
So anyway, I sat down with Nathan and sit down and having a chat. And I said, so what's the score with you going over to the new stadium? He said, because I'd just seen either the video or something had been put out where David Gold was walking around Green Street and everything.
Yeah.
And saying, like, all these businesses, we're going to take them with us and everything.
Telling everyone that was going to be all right.
Yeah. And Brady was there saying, all these businesses, don't worry about them, they're all coming with us. So I sat down with him. So I said, like, so what's the scoop with you and going over the new stadium? He went, he said, there's a bit of a problem with that. And I went, what's going on there? What's going to be a problem? He said, well, what they've, I think it was on the Tuesday or the Wednesday before. No, sorry, the Wednesday. I can't remember when the game was. Was it Wednesday night? I can't remember now.
I can't remember.
But whatever it was, it was 2 or 3 days before.
Yeah.
And they'd come in, Brady had come in with 2 other people and sat down with them and made them an offer for them to move to the new stadium. And this was the offer that they got. The offer was West Ham would provide them with a pop-up Nathan's Pie and Mash.
Right.
Where what they would have to do is, because they wouldn't have a kitchen there, what they would have is a porter cabin, but he obviously wouldn't have a kitchen. So what they could do is they would bring the stuff from the hub, i.e. Nathan's Pie and Mash, and take over the pie mash and liquor, cook it there, bring it over, and then serve it in this porter cabin. So obviously Nathan's first idea was, right, okay, how many can we fit in the porter cabin? Because obviously you've got you know how Nathan's used to work. You go in there, you'd probably be in there 10 minutes max, and they could turn it over, and they knew how many people they could serve in an hour. All right. So they said, right, okay, so the porter cabin seats 24.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm sure you've all been in Nathan's. You all know it was, there was 10 or 12 tables, and you could fit 4 on each. So it was around about 40 to 48 people that you turned it up.
1 second, Simon. Palace Haunter, the guy that trolls me a lot, he's a Palace fan. I just want to say congratulations. Well done. Well done. You deserve it.
Tough
good. Yeah, no, it's
I
good.
think they're in Europe. I think they're in Europe now.
Yeah, mate, they've done. Yeah, really good. I'm glad they won, honestly. Well done.
Oh, so am I. So, no, yeah, tough.
I took the wind out of yourselves. Coming up to show off. Go on. Go on.
So they said, right, you can have this porter cabin. He's got 24 things, and obviously there's no kitchen. They went, right, well, 24 is not going to work for us.
Yeah.
And what they were allowed to do, they were allowed to have the porter cabin open for 3 hours before the match and an hour after the match. All right? So they've got 4 hours when they're allowed to be open. Right? Brady wanted to charge them $8,000 for the porter cabin.
Yeah.
To rent the porter cabin.
Fucking hell.
So they'd have to pay $8,000. They'd have to pay $8,000 just to be there for 4 hours. Right? So $2,000 an hour. Right? And they'd have to provide all their own staff and their own pie mash and everything.
Because they, as I understand it, they couldn't cook it there. They had to cook it elsewhere, didn't they?
Yeah, but there was no kitchen. It was just a porter cabin.
Yeah.
So there was no kitchen, so they had to cook it at Nathan's.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there and he's telling me this story while I'm like, and I went, well, what are you going to do then? And he went, we're done. We're finished. We're closed. I said, what are you talking about? You can't close. And he said, mate, this place will never be like, the only reason I made money was because of West Ham.
Match days, yeah.
If West Ham match days weren't there, he said, there's no local custom, if you get my vibe. on round here for pie and mash, shouldn't we? He said it's the match day thing. He said when they turn around and it would have basically cost them the arse end of 14 grand with stock, staff, and everything. It would have cost them 14 grand for 4 hours.
Yeah.
That was Brady's offer of helping the local community.
Yeah.
14 grand.
Well, it just goes to show you the fucking bullshit that they've peddled time and time again to everyone. And you know what? They was even at it back then, even before the move, when they were talking to businesses and stuff like that. I mean, even at that stage, I mean, that was so important. You know, look, when we go on and we talk about how there's no, we've got no identity at West Ham, that would have fucking helped. That would have been nice to have had that over
just
there.
To move Nathan's over.
Yeah, that would have been fucking nice, wouldn't it? Do you know what I mean? But they're nothing. Absolutely.
And all you had to
fuck all they've given us.
All you had to do was we'll take 20% of the take.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, that's all you got to do. 20% of the take, and everyone's happy. But she had to go for eight grand. So for 4 hours, 2 grand an hour. I mean, it's supposed to make a living out of buy a mash.
Yeah, I know.
But
mate.
there you go.
I know. Very
funny
quick,
enough,
Simon, 1 second, mate. Cheers for that, Mikey. So yes, the petition. Anyone that ain't signed it yet, please do. It don't take any time at all. You just literally log in. You do ignore the payments. You don't have to pay anything. It's change.org. They do ask you for money. Sign it. Most important thing, because there's no point doing this if you don't check your emails and validate it afterwards. I've just checked again. We've had 4,500 people that have shared it. No one's going to share it unless they've signed it, which means that there's 2,500 people that haven't checked their emails. So please check your emails. Make sure you confirm it, because otherwise it doesn't count on the thing. But thank you anyway. But please check your emails. Get it validated. Go on, Simon. Sorry, mate.
I did that. I did it. I signed it up and everything like that, and then forgot about the email. And then about 20 minutes.
It's understandable. It's not straightforward. You know, you think you sign it. You think that's it. I've done it.
Yeah.
No,
I did that as well. So to back up what you say, everyone that's done it, just go back into your emails and make sure that you confirmed.
Yeah.
Because I didn't. So it's that simple.
No, it's
but yeah, it was when I was watching the earlier part of the show, and it had sort of like four of you guys on, maybe talking, and it sort of like that was one of the fellas said the penny started to drop for me that things were not what they were put out to be. When he was talking about they were going for a look round the ground and they weren't allowed to take photographs and everything like that. And that's when the penny dropped for me, was when I went to Nathan's Pie and Mash that day. Then I suddenly realised, hold on a minute, this is all a complete blag.
Yeah.
What they're putting out, and I'll never forget the day as well. And I know I've sent this to you as a WhatsApp before, and you might have mentioned it on the show, but I will reiterate it for those that might be listening now. I will always say, and I'll never understand why somebody who is a supporter of West Ham, right? I've been to the new ground, to the Chitto or the Bowl or whatever. I've been there twice since it's been there, right?
Yeah,
and that's because I was given 2 free tickets for Tottenham at home. I refuse to go there. I'm one of the silly old cut your nose off to spite your face merchants. I won't go over there, right? But I don't understand that when Brady put out this 360-degree virtual tour of the stadium, right, which was all digitalised and whatever, and wasn't actually the stadium, it was what they do, right? If that was a Thompson's holiday, if that was your 5-star holiday in Egypt or wherever you're going to go, right? And it's got a 360-degree doodah with the pool and the room and everything like that, and you turn up and it's not even close, to what
fucking false advertisement. You'd ask for your money back.
You literally turn up at the hotel and go, "Are you having a fucking laugh?
Yeah, of course.
This is the tour that you've given me, and that's the bedroom. They're not the same. Oh, by the way, you know that swimming pool over there that you right? Well, that's not the same. So when all these West Ham supporters
why is there
up,
scaffolding around me fucking toilet? That weren't in the picture. What's going on? Why is there cable? Why is there cable ties holding me balcony up? I ain't going out there.
Yeah, hold it. You know that retractable seating I was hoping to sit on. What the fuck is that got?
Yeah.
But it will always dumbfound me that somebody hasn't turned around and sued the club and said that's false representation. What you tried to sell me is not even close to what you're delivering. If it was an holiday, nobody, you'd be straight onto Habitat and going, I want my money back for that holiday.
Yeah, of course you fucking would.
Yet nobody has ever said anything. Well, they moan about the ground and they say it's this and it's that. Don't get me wrong, I've never had a season ticket there. But if I'd had a season ticket there, I'd have gone and sued them.
Yeah.
I'd have taken a small claims court, and then what you do is once one wins, then everyone wins, don't they? It's
yeah.
Oh, well, I'll sue them and I'll sue them. And I've just never understood why nobody took up the task over that. It dumbfounded me, absolutely dumbfounded me. But
the thing is, mate, it's so difficult because, I mean, I don't know what happened there. I mean, look, we weren't happy. I know that much. When we first went in there was a few of us. Look, we've gone in there. It's new. Oh, you know, I think you had that kind of that early sort of novelty value. We weren't happy with it. You walked in there, we was like, what the fuck is this to a degree? Now you saw the scaffolding, but it's as time went on, we could see it. We could see it more and more and more. And that's the thing. You can really, looking back now, 10 years later, we've been in there. I'm sure it's 10 years we've been in there now. You can really see the gravity of the con, because that's what it is. It was one massive fucking con from them. That's all it was. They've conned the taxpayer. They've conned the West Ham fans. They've conned everyone. And they're still doing it now. Yeah, they're still up to it. We're never going to move forward at the club with them here. I mean, look, I can't get the horrible thing is now, and this is the main reason for me doing this now. And I'm taking me. I'll still piss and moan about the manager, but he ain't the main problem. Not while they're here. We're never going to go anywhere while these people are in charge. I can see it now. I can. I've finally fucking accepted it that we're always going to arrive back at this same spot with these absolute fucking dickheads in charge.
This has always been my point of view over a lot of what, not just you, because there's a lot of people that do the same thing. And listen, I might be wrong, and everybody else might be right. But what I don't understand, and again, it's probably easy for me because I don't go anymore. So my attachment to the club is less than what it was. I remember back in the old days when I was a season ticket holder.
But the thing is, I get this, and this because obviously you're speaking for a lot of fans. There's an awful lot of fans of an older generation that now, you know, you either moved away, you know, you've fallen, because I've stopped going now. So what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is,
six of us.
But do you not want to make them pay for what they've done? Really?
Right now, this is
even though you don't go.
This is my point. Right. Okay. Well, one, without telling a lot of people on here, you know what I'm doing in the background to try and influence.
Yeah. But we won't talk about that on air, please, Simon.
No. That's what I'm saying. I won't say that on air. But you know what I'm doing behind the scenes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Along with some other people, right?
Yeah.
And this is my view on the thing, and it won't wash with all West Ham supporters, and I get that. But worrying about who's the manager now, worrying about what centre half we're going to buy next week, is irrelevant to this whole thing. This thing is 15 years old.
Yeah.
It's 15 years old because of three people that lied to us continuously, and we all believed them.
Yeah.
Because as West Ham supporters, we all know what we're like. We're a little bit we're a little bit but we tend not to lie to each other.
Yeah.
Well, those three,
Sorry, Simon.
we took them.
1 minute.
Sorry.
Brian's tried twice and he's struggling to validate it. All I would say, mate, is just check your spam email as well, because it'll be from change.org. So if it's not in your inbox, go in like your junk email and your spam and stuff like that. It might be in there. And just have a quick look. Because it's fucking annoying. Because like I said, I think we'd be up to about 4,500-5,000 minimum based on the shares. So yeah, fucking irritating. But we're getting there. This is good progress, people. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Mate, when I signed on, which was yesterday afternoon, it was 249. So
yeah.
I was the 249th person.
Well, exactly. And the thing is, as well, this is a little bit more inconvenient than ticking a box in a poll. This is, you've got to go in, put your details in, and then validate it. It's a bit more of a process. So that's why these type of things mean so much more than a poll, because every single vote is a person. It's a person. You know. So yeah, this will mean something. And earlier back in the chat, somebody mentioned, where I think I started your comment. Gaza said, how many votes do we need? Obviously, the more the better, but how many will make a difference? Well, we just got to keep going. The more will have more impact, because once you get, let's say, well, don't forget 20,000 basically got things moving with the concessions. That did help. But we should be getting more than 20,000 with this. If this is run over the course of a month, we should be getting more than 20,000, because every West Ham fan, and there's a lot of us, should want them out. They should want them out. So
this is 48 hours old. Let it run its course.
Exactly.
This isn't all about how many can we get in a weekend.
No,
it's spreading the word. That's what it's about, and it's about making sure that people start becoming aware of what these people have done. Because there's a lot of West Ham supporters. Don't get me wrong; they can't stand Sullivan, they can't stand Brady, but they can't stand Sullivan, they can't stand Brady because they think that they've done something bad with the club. They are a lot worse than that. They have lied for 15 years to all of us continuously and taken us all for fools. Yeah. And if you don't like it, fuck off. That's been their attitude for 15 years. If you don't like it, fuck off. The trouble is,
can I ask you, Simon? This isn't directed at you. I know what you're doing behind the scenes, but why is it that you think that so many? Because we're not mugs. We're the furthest from mugs. The West Ham fan base, typically, why are we allowing it to happen? Why are we not putting up a fight? Why are we kind of just so empathetic? Why are we so apathetic about it? And we're just whatever.
I'll give you my view on what
I don't get it.
Right. See, I do, because there are a lot of West Ham supporters, and I promise you won't like it, and I don't like it. But there are a lot of West Ham supporters that say, "Well, we've been this shit before." They've said, "Well, where do you think we should finish in the league? Or what do you think we should do? Win a cup every year?"
Hope you feel better, mate.
They think that if I'm having a go at, whether it be Moyes, Sullivan, whatever, there's a lot of West Ham supporters come back at me and go, "Well, what do you want us to be? We're not like Man City or Arsenal or Chelsea."
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you're paying £1,500 a year to go and watch football, and there's a guy sitting 150 yards away from you with a Russian hat on who has been lying to you and every other single person in this ground for the last 15 years, has been giving you false promises, has literally barefaced lied to you. And you're sitting there going,
do you know what's so irritating, Simon? Right. Sorry to cut you off. Is that little Russian hat wearing fool, with everything that he's done to us, he then has the fucking brass balls to sit there like he's the king in his stadium with all of these people around him that he shit on. And he sits every week without foul. He's there, just sitting there.
I'll tell you what, inside, he is laughing.
He's laughing his fucking tits off. That's the long and short of it. He's mugged us off. He continues
and this
to
is because
I'm getting angry
again, because I've been angry for 15 years with him, and a lot of people have caught up, and a lot of people were like me and just walked away. But the thing is with Steve Sullivan is, again, because of some of the stuff that I know and that I'm doing behind the scenes, you get to see what flicks his switches, right? The thing is with Sullivan as a person, right? He is an ego that is just incredibly huge.
Yeah.
Right? Incredibly huge. He has got he doesn't care about anything or anyone apart from his ego. Right? Nothing can hurt him. He knows what he is as a human being because what he's done for a living for the last 40, 50 years and how he's earned that living and the things that he might have done in that living. Right?
Yeah.
So imagine someone who knows he's absolutely rotten on the inside, right? Absolutely rotten on the inside, but he's got to give the image and purvey an image of, look at me, I'm a billionaire. That's what he's doing, right? Yeah. He knows that inside he is vermin. He knows what he is. You don't live the life that he's lived and not realise that you're not a very nice person. So what he does now is he's got body armour on. You can say what you like to him. You can do what you like to him. Whatever. He doesn't. Care because he's got his ego that feeds.
I think there are points where he fucking cares, though, mate. It happened at Birmingham. It happened at West Ham with the Burnley fucking protest. It happened there. Things changed after that. So I do think that when the masses. When he does poke the bear, when he's done it that was some reaction at Burnley. That was some fucking reaction. And that did worry him, mate. That did.
You'll get a reaction to this because you know and I know that there are forces in a similar field.
We are getting a reaction. I've been talking about this protest for 2 weeks. What's in the media now? There's a takeover coming. Bollocks, there's a takeover coming.
More chance of digging iron out his arse.
Yeah, the reaction is they're suppressing it. Oh, don't bother getting on board with that because there's new owners coming in anyway. No, they're fucking ain't.
Yeah, but hold on. When you say there's new owners coming on board, right? And let's get into the truth of this now. There are other channels apart from yourself. Right, Sean is told what to put out, right? He knew that this was coming.
To be fair to Sean, he doesn't even hide the fact. He literally says from a senior source, doesn't he? And he knows that everyone knows who that senior source is. So he don't hide it. It's so fucking frustrating though.
It's a bit weird, though, that Sean seems to know so much about the senior source, but doesn't put out some of the stuff that we all actually know is true.
Yeah.
But, there you go.
Yeah, no, I know.
Funny how that never gets out into the media. But that's... See, when this really does kick into gear, and it won't just be over this next sort of 12, 24 hours or whatever it may be. This will go long and deep, right?
Yep.
Season ticket sales are horrendously down.
Yep.
And I mean horrendously down, all right? All of these things are telling him, even though he's got his body armour and his ego to look after, the one thing he cannot have is an half-empty ground at the start of next season.
Yeah.
Literally, first game of the season, so let's say we've got, I don't know, Forest at home, and there's 30,000 white seats.
The only way you'd hit the jackpot is if we were playing someone like a Liverpool, because if it was someone like a Liverpool, we'd sell all the fucking seats to Liverpool fans or neutrals. But if we're playing a bit of a nothing team, and say, for instance, all of the fancy Dan players that put bums on seats are going to be gone. The ones that sort of attract me, but they also attract neutrals. Players like Paqueta, players like Kudus. If those players ain't here, and all you've got is unknowns, good luck. Good luck getting people in them fucking seats. That's all I'm saying.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't. And this is where I will always not disagree with you, but I don't care whether Paqueta or Alvarez or whatever stay, right? Because there'll be 11 footballers running out for West Ham in August next year.
Yeah.
Now, they might all turn out to be the best 11 footballers ever walked the earth for West Ham. Right, we might get really lucky and spend £5 million a player, and they all turn out to be messes, right?
Yeah.
Well, it won't matter, because if they are, they'll all be sold within a year anyway. And if we get anywhere near a semblance of success, where we might get up to sort of like third or fourth or something like that, he will ensure that there's no investment to put the top on that, because that's not what he wants.
Yeah. No,
He's
right.
never wanted it, and this is where people talk about West Ham and they talk about the last manager or the good players, and it's all in the last year. Forget it. Look over the last 15 years, everyone, and look at the times where we've had a decent side. And when we've had a decent side, watch what happens the next season.
Yeah.
There's no investment whatsoever, and that's it. It's gone. He does it every time. And what it is, it's just like a hamster wheel of West Ham supporters then going, for fuck's sake, it's a joke. Oh, so we finished 6th last year. When we bought another 3 or 4 players, we could have. We've done it about 6 times at West Ham in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
It ain't going to change because he doesn't want it to happen.
It's not going to change. There's so many sliding doors moments that you can go back to with West Ham under their ownership, where you can look at it and go, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're on. Look, even in 15-16, we only needed a few decent fucking players added to that squad. It diluted it was shit.
Yeah, what was it? Where's that? When Nordveld and all that.
Oh no, we got Gökhan Toure, wasn't it? Fucking Zaza and all the. There was so many shit players. Honestly, there was just so many shit players. I mean, I remember that game with Pyatt. When was it against Sunderland? I can't remember. You remember the game where he basically got bored putting chances on a plate for his teammates, that he decided to take on the entire team and just go, fuck you lot, and he scored himself?
No, Middlesbrough.
Was it Middlesbrough? Honestly.
He got the ball on the left wing, in about 8 of them.
At that point, it was, I ain't passing to any of you cunts anymore, you rubbish. He just literally ran through the whole team.
Up.
Yeah.
Well, I remember because that was at the end of that season, and then obviously we had the summer come up, and he went and played for France, didn't he?
Yeah,
and he was just unbelievable for France. I'll tell you the thing about Pyatt, right? Obviously it was at the old ground, and it was that last season, and I used to get there half an hour before kickoff just to watch him do his free kick routine. Like I used to sit in the Bobbymore upper.
You're older than me, so you've got a wider spectrum of players. He, for me, is the best player I've ever seen in Claret and Blue, and I include Di Canio in that in terms of talent.
Well, I can challenge him. I can challenge you and double you on. But I saw Devonshire, Brooklyn.
Yeah. That's but I never saw them. I never saw them. Yeah. So
yeah. Oh no! Listen, in the last 20 years, he's the best player that's ever walked on that pitch for us. By an absolute mark. And we had him for 1 year, and it was he made Aaron Cresswell look the best left back in the country by a distance.
Noble, and also don't forget as well.
Noble.
Don't forget what helped him as well was having a manager that just let him play. He just let him play.
Yeah, he just literally. But also I'll never forget. I watched an interview with Ginger Collins, and he said when he first turned up the training, and he said. We turned up and he had his boots on and that, but he didn't bother doing his laces up. And he was just pinging things into the top corner. And we nobody knew who he was. We did not have a clue who he was. He said, we did one training session and no one could get the ball off him. And we just all sat down in the change room afterwards. He said, he'd gone off somewhere else doing something. We all just sat there and went, what the fuck is that? I've never seen anything like that in my life.
No.
And no one could believe it. And I'll tell you what, he made, and don't get me wrong, I thought Lanzini was a good player anyway before he got the injury.
Lanzini was brilliant. And do you know, we got so much right in that window. That was a brilliant window. We got Pyatt, we got Lanzini. Was Cresswell that window? That was a Sam player, wasn't it? But we got Antonio as well. We honestly, we got some really good players in. Yeah, we've got some really good players in. You know, that balance that we had. Sorry, I've got to reminisce about that season. The balance that you had with that craft and beautifulness of Payet on the left and the brute strength of Antonio on the right. The balance was banging that season. It was so good, honestly.
I think there was such a the thing that I always got about that season of West Ham was every single player trusted all the other players, right? Do you remember, what was his name? Kouassi played in the middle of the park.
Yeah, I loved Chiari.
He was like Vieira.
Yeah.
He was like Vieira. But all they wanted to do was, as soon as they got the ball, was give it a dimmy, give it a dimmy, give it a dimmy. And then, because they knew he wouldn't give it away, everyone just ran forward.
Yeah.
Because they literally, you give it the Payet, and you know that one, he's going to beat the first player, and two, you can just go and run straight in the box because he's going to put in the delivery that's unbelievable.
But this is the only argument that I'll give to certain players that have come since. I think Payet was lucky as well. I think Payet came in, he had the perfect manager that didn't shackle him and allowed him to be as great as he wanted to be. So that helped him flourish. I do personally think that somebody of the level of Paqueta could be that player with the right manager as well. I think we've had players since that have got that ability, but when players are constrained to a system and they're restricted, they're not going to be as good. They're not Mavericks, not players that are capable of so much more.
I've always been on the defending side of Kudos because I got very frustrated like he did last year, where he's getting the ball 10 yards inside his own half. He's got Bowen within 30 yards of him and nobody else running past him, right? Yeah. Literally, the midfield just standing there going, good luck. He's got to beat 5 blokes. Now, he started, you could see it in him at the end of last season where he was just thinking, seriously? Like, have I got to stand it on my own and I've got 2 blokes up the arse, you're going to knock it at me, I'm going to have to beat 4 blokes and you lot are just standing there on the edge of your own box.
Yeah.
Like having a fag. And you could see him starting to get frustrated then. When he came back this season and they put him on the left-hand side, I think he spat his dummy out. And to be fair, I didn't disagree with him. He's never played on the left side anywhere.
No, and this is the thing. People talk about these players. And they go, oh, they're arrogant. They're this, they're that. Try and do that with fucking with Payet. Try and do that with. I'll tell you what. Try and do it with Di Canio. Try and shackle him to a rigid system where he can't do what he wants to do. He'd tell you to fuck off. He wouldn't do it. But this is what I mean. So why is it any different?
Because I think there's a lot of difference between people. Like Di Canio, you know what you're getting. You're getting a fuck you. I can win this game for you, right? Yeah. So Redknapp used to basically do that to him. Paolo, go and win us the game. Really do us a favour.
I'll tell you what, if we had Di Canio in this team, Potter would be selling him in the summer.
Yeah, but I don't think Di Canio would get in many sides in the Premier League now. Because they're just so rigid in the way that they play.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, you got, and that's where I'm surprised to a degree. That's where I'm surprised to a degree that Man City were after Paqueta, because I think Paqueta is a bit of a throwback player. However, I think Paqueta does more for the team, though. I think Paqueta will try and do, if you put him in deep midfield, he tries to do it. Wherever you put him, he tries to do a shift.
But I've watched him play for Brazil several times.
Yeah.
And I remember watching the England-Brazil game at Wembley. And when Paqueta plays for Brazil, he plays more or less as what he plays what you more or less as a wall. Where what they do, the back four get the ball and they just play it into him, and then he either goes left or right and gives them the release ball, and then he moves 30 or 40 yards up the pitch, and then he becomes the wall again, and they just play it into him, and he just plays what he sees in behind him. He's got vision.
What he is, he's a trigger. He's a trigger for the attacks. And you get people coming out saying, "Oh, where's his assist? Where's this?" I don't know what they're talking. He's the metronome of the team. He's the man that fucking, like you said, he's got the vision. He can make the killer pass. We've seen it. That's why we've got a fucking cup. But what he typically does, he's not a greedy player. He keeps it moving. I'm really worried about losing him in this team, but he's gonna go anyway.
Well, I've got my own views on that. I don't think he'll be going anywhere, but we'll see how that one rolls out. I'll tell you what, if I was a gambling man, which I clearly am, I would say that will be playing for us next year, because I think it'll go to I think it will go to appeal.
Yeah.
I think it'll get done. It'll go to appeal, and because it's an appeal, then he won't be able to leave. So I think he'll be with us.
Yeah.
And I hope he is, because he's the. I mean, listen, I get it. I don't go, but even when I'm watching it on the telly indoors now, if he gets it, I'll actually sort of like look up, and if I hear Paqueta, I'll look up and watch. But anyway, if they say, and Will Prowse has got it, I'll sit down and carry on reading what I'm reading, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just there's your difference. But listen, what you're doing right now, you're doing blinding. All West Ham fans, remember, it's not all about this season or last season. It's the 15 years of lies that you've been told. That's what everyone's got.
People have got to start looking. They've got to start looking at the bigger picture.
Exactly. It's not all about the next centre half we get in, or it's not all about the last manager we had, or whatever. It's not. No. It's about the 15 years of lies that have been told, which is why when you turn up at the ground there and everyone's sitting there with their arms folded, bored out of their skin, that's because 30,000 of us that used to go over to Upton Park every single Saturday and every single Tuesday or whatever, we don't go anymore now because it's not worth it, because we're refusing to be lied to. I promise you, my hand on my heart, the day that David Sullivan and Karen Brady walk out of that club, I'll be back, and so will the other 5 fellas I used to go with every single Saturday.
Yeah,
you'll have 6 seasons.
I do believe. Do you know what? I believe that. I believe that people will come back once they're gone. I genuinely do. I think, you know, we have been taken for mugs. We know it, and maybe. Do you think it's like it's one of those cases where we can't stomach it? We can't stomach it anymore. While they're here, I can't. I think it could be that.
I did it 15 years ago, so
yeah.
Listen, I understand people that go, and I'm not knocking them for it, because when I was in my 20s and 30s, I would have probably still gone, just because I want to go to football on a Saturday, right? So I totally get that, and I was there during the bond scheme, and I used to still go, and for all those people that weren't aware of what the bond scheme, that was bad. I'm telling you, that was proper bad.
Yeah.
So, and I used to go then. So I totally get why people still go now. I personally won't go because I refuse to sit 150 yards away from a man who's just lied to me and continues to lie to me. And also, not me, but every single person that's in that ground is my mate, because they're a West Ham supporter. That's what I've always thought. When I was at Upton Park, every single one of you lot that are singing "We've Got Dimitri Payet," you're all my mates.
Yeah.
Right? And what he's done is he's lied to all of my mates literally continuously for 15 years, and everybody has got to stop him. They've got to stop him lying. This club could be unbelievable. And I don't mean winning league titles or whatever, but it could be an amazing place to go to. We
could be, Simon? We could be the modern version of what we used to be, because the game has changed. But we could still go back to being that modern version of, you know, the rogue club, or a little bit different. We could, because we've got a fucking huge fan base. You've only got to look at the cup win. You got to look at the cup win. How many people was out in Prague, and then they was all still out there? How many people was at the fucking parade? It's ridiculous. The fan base is massive.
He's begging to be the old West Ham. It's just that he's stopping it.
Yeah,
he's not allowed. He and she is not allowed. I had a bloke on Twitter come up the other day. Right, this sums up some people's way of thinking. Right, I can't remember what game. There was a European game on.
Yeah.
Right? And he goes, look at those fans filling the stadium that they were playing in. It might have been PSG. I can't remember. He goes, they're filling up the stadium and making noise. Why can't we do that?
Yeah.
I went, hey, it's the semi-final of the European Cup. Do you think if West Ham were in the semi-final of the Champions League, we wouldn't be making a bit of a fucking noise?
It's like whenever it was like when there was a playoff final. You could have sold them tickets at Wembley 5 times over.
Yeah. The what's the right word I'm looking for? There's such an opportunity for someone to take over that club, and it is not difficult to turn it into what it could be. It really isn't. It's just that, unfortunately, at the moment, they've got someone running it who wants to do the polar opposite, who is sitting there with his stupid fucking Russian hat on, laughing at all of you. Laughing, they're sitting there with an after time sitting next to his agent, who they're literally creaming off, right? And they're looking. They must be looking down. These cunts.
I know.
I got paid 1,500 quid a year. What's this?
I know. It's a fucking joke.
Honestly, that's why I can't. That's why I can't go, because I could. I'd want to shoot him.
Yeah.
But I might get him in another way one day. You never know.
Yes, that's it. Right. Just before you go, mate, because I'm just on with Adam. That was a fantastic call, by the way. Really, really good, mate.
God, no worries.
Resonated with loads of people.
Keep doing what
give everyone a call to action,
doing.
Simon. Tell them what they've got to do.
Yeah, we'll do.
No, now on air. Tell people what they've got to do with a petition.
Oh, what? Right. If you've done it and you haven't got, or you haven't pressed the, what's the word?
Well, basically, you get an email to validate it afterwards.
That's it, validate it, right? Because I did that, right? I did it, I signed it, and then I just left it. And it was only when I came on here today and I would check my emails and I went, oh shit, I hadn't pressed submit.
Yeah.
Make sure you do it, because there's about 2,000 people out there that have all signed up, haven't pressed submit. So go into your emails and go into your spams.
It's fucking annoying.
Well, put it this way. When you've done it, when you've done your email, then go and send in your WhatsApp group of all West Ham supporters. In that WhatsApp group or whatever, every single West Ham supporter, send a WhatsApp saying, fill it in, fill it in, fill it in, fill it in, fill it in.
So when you're sharing it on your social medias, make sure you put in there, check your bloody emails afterwards, after you've signed it, or it don't count.
Oh, this feels like fucking children in need.
Yeah, I know. It is. Cockneys in need. That's what it is. Right.
Oh, yeah, I've just spoke that.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so I'm going to let you go because I've got Adam on the phone. He's just walking his dog. I'm assuming he just picked up a poo because his camera went upside down.
Well,
yeah.
Eat shit, we're living out.
Yeah, bang on.
He's a responsible dog owner. Simon, cheers for the call, mate.
No worries, catch you later.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
That was good. It was a good caller.
I enjoyed that. That was good.
Nosy stuff. How are you, mate? Anyway.
Yeah, not too bad, mate. I mean, I pretended to pick up dog shit so that someone looks out the window and knows that I'm being responsible.
Oh, right, okay. You're an irresponsible dog owner.
We all are, mate. We all are, mate. I tell you what, there's some geezer, right? And he picks his dog shit up, right?
Yeah.
Puts it in a bag and he flings it in the trees.
Yeah. What's the?
I'm like, what's the fucking point? He must just leave it.
Yeah.
Oh,
mate. So have you've been following along, mate? What are your thoughts on this on this situation?
I think it's a well worthy cause, mate. I mean, I've been watching it all day. Looking after my daughter, I put in a 3-5-2 formation with Paw Patrol characters to see if I could get the best out of the team.
Good.
Zuma at the back, funny enough. Yeah. But I was watching the interestingly, I was watching the FA Cup as well in the background, and
so was I.
Well, and I think Crystal Palace winning that FA Cup just adds more fuel to our fire in terms of where we want to go, because we was always led to believe if we need to compete, we need to compete at the biggest stage and win trophies. We need to leave
Adam, they beat Villa in the semi and Man City in the final. Fucking
That's right.
Hell.
That's right. Crystal Palace did.
Yeah.
Crystal Palace didn't leave us part to win a trophy, did they? But
no.
We had to. So I think that kind of adds a precedent there as to what our argument should be. I mean, I know we won the Conference League, but we could have won that at Upton Park. Let's not beat around the bush on that.
Yeah. Of course we could have.
But I think it's interesting. I'd say it's a well-worthy cause like this stream, and I noticed that you're doing it over so many days as well. I didn't realise there was a part 2, part 3, part 4.
No, you have to. You have to. You because we've you've got 6 hours. So basically, I could do a 24-hour stream, but only 6 hours of it would be recorded. Or the second and we'd lose most of the show basically. So I've carved it up to the YouTube limits so that people can watch it back if they want to. And what I'll do is as well, I'm going to keep this message going. As Simon was saying there, this ain't a this weekend thing. It's not.
Yes.
You know, hopefully it picks up traction. People like yourself. Obviously, we've got Hammers Chat on there. We've got West Ham Fan TV. Once it starts picking up traction, more people will start taking interest, and then all of a sudden, 5,000 will turn into 10 will turn into 15. It will grow, and then all of a sudden, that's going to get embarrassing for that little bloke.
Yeah,
and that's what we want to do. Pressure. It's all to do with creating pressure. And then do you know what? if there are owners, which I don't buy, Adam, I really don't. If there are owners that are or new shareholders that are set up to be coming in, then it will do one or two things. It will either encourage Sullivan to go, yeah, do you know what? That's enough. If there's people there that are ready to buy, this is the perfect time to be doing this. Get him gone. Get him out.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
it's time.
It is time. That's how it's I'm thankful for them coming in when they did after the Icelandic disaster and kind of financially making us better. But I think, like I say, it's just I was all for the London Stadium. I'm not going to lie about that. I mean,
a lot of fans were, but
being an architect,
you were part. You were. It was the Lizo. If you'd have known that this is what we was getting, you wouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Do you know what
I
I mean?
think I remember the first game at London Stadium when it wasn't the West Ham Juventus game. It was the West Ham. I think they played Lusitans or something like that, or some Slovenian side. Might have been Lusitans, and Kouyaté scored twice, and Fagudi scored. Yeah. And I remember being there, and you had the green carpet, and there was nothing up on the walls. There was nothing. It just felt like, oh, we're just in the athletic stadium. That's exactly how it felt. And I went on a few years later, I went on a West Ham United London Stadium tour with Martin Allen. Martin Allen. And I was flabbergasted as to, you're going around that stadium, you're being shown, and I'm like, oh, where's the trophy? And they went, oh, the trophy's in the vault. I went, what do you mean in the vault? They're like, oh, it's in the bank. It's over there because we haven't got a trophy cabinet at London Stadium. Got all the gold medals and the torch for the 2012 Olympics. That's all there, but there's nothing West Ham on display that you can see. I was disappointed in that. But going around seeing the posters of Billy Bonds lifting the FA Cup, and it's held up by Blue Tack.
Yeah, it's
and I was like,
disgusting, mate.
I was like, no, mate. Like all the Claret and Blue flags that are on the ceiling to cover the ducting and the pipework is all held up by cable ties. And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Mate, what I saw a third party tour, someone, because I've not done it. So somebody else done this tour, right? It was a neutral. He wasn't a West Ham fan. They saw the West Ham changing room, which was just fucking average as anything. Yeah. Then you go to is it Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
You go to their changing room. It's like a palace.
Yeah, what they've done is when the Major League Baseball got involved with the London Stadium, there's like the warm up. You got the warm up area that was originally there. That got converted into like basically a swanky two team American franchise.
Better than our changing room.
It's much better than our changing room. Ours is permanent, admittedly, but theirs is temporary. But it looks better. It's ridiculous. But I for the record, I think our changing rooms, that was obviously been in there, is smaller than what it was at Upton Park.
Is it really?
Because I've played at Upton Park and I've been in the changing rooms and stuff like that. And then looking around, I'm thinking it's such an antisocial changing room. You're looking at Spurs, you're looking at Man City, where they've redesigned it, so it's like everyone is in the middle, or it's circular. So you've got Pep Guardiola or whatever Spurs managers there at the time. They're in the middle and they can direct and kind of see everyone in one spot. At West Ham, you've got to go around the corner to see your left back, or you've got to look on the other side of the room to see your striker. Like, how can you kind of manage a team if everyone's sitting in a different place, hiding in corners? Like it's worrying. It's worrying to see that sort of changing room be like that. I mean, I was depressed when I came out. I was so deflated. So I was like, I'd be really interested to see what it's like at London Stadium, like, because wanting to see the suites and stuff, even like the corporate hospitality suites, they're nothing to sing and dance about. Absolutely nothing. The Arnold Hill suite, like, you just put gold cladding up. That's all you've done. You've got nice chairs and the view.
I know a few people. They're long-term season ticket holders from They're long-term season ticket holders. Is that Mickey? Is he coming on? I don't know. Bring yourself back on, Mick, when you got your camera back. I don't know what's going on there.
Even in that Arnold Hill suite, like, you're looking out, and you're seeing the Stratford skyline.
Yeah.
And it's not even like a nice skyline. You could look out to it and think, oh, that's London. Like, it's nothing. It's like it's just so deflating and so depressing. So it makes you wonder what the atmosphere is like as a player being in there. Even the manager's office. The manager's office is like a pop-up office you get on a building site. White walls, temporary desks.
I mean, look, we there are so many things that I believe that you could do with that with that stadium. Some tweaks that you can make, more than tweaks. You need to do more than tweaks, but there's a lot that could be done with it to improve it. But that's another thing. They're never going to put a penny of their money into it. Gio went through and tried to explain to me the situation with it's not called FFP now. What's it called? PSR, with the PSR limits that we're close to breaching, according to the club. And apparently we are on the cusp, but that's only based on because it's proportional. So when it comes to recurring revenue, I think there's a certain amount of money from recurring revenue from your club, which was around about 40 or 50 million, something like that, which was a PSI limit. But what you're allowed to do, which is what other clubs do, the owners are allowed to inject 90 million of their own money into the club, not as a loan, to actually inject it. Well, that is why we're close to the PSI limits, because obviously they ain't injecting no money. So we're close to the limits of the recurring revenue. They never put any fucking money in. The only time they've ever done that is with a high value loan, a high interest loan, where they're getting paid back 4%, 5%. So they're not doing it. When you look at Newcastle and you look at what Bournemouth have just done with a training ground, and you look at all these other clubs, they've now got owners that will inject money in. So that's going to put us at a serious disadvantage. The only way that we can possibly keep up with these other clubs now, if we haven't got the European football injection, is if we are lucky enough to buy players for 10 million and sell them for 100 million 2 years later every fucking couple of years, like we've done with Declan Rice. That's the only way that we can maybe even stay on a level playing field, because there's a financial space for owners of a football club to inject some money into the club now, and we haven't got owners that will do that.
No, and that kind of makes you wonder why they're standing it out. I think they kind of latched on the fact that we're smart fans. We do read, we do have connections. We do read a lot of media. We understand the financial sides of it. Like years ago, you probably asked this question and be like, I ain't got a fucking clue. But now you've got people like Kieran Maguire, who's doing the Price of Football podcast and basically telling you the ins and outs of a duck's arse of what our football club is to be run. But interestingly, with the new PSR rules, the infrastructure investment doesn't take into account. So where Chelsea was selling like their training ground and selling their hotels and restaurants and stuff to be within the FFP. Now, like if West Ham wanted to build a £150 million training centre in Barleylands, Basildon, they could and not be punished for it. And that's why Everton was punished, because they spent all that money on their stadium and they were being punished for it. Like you shouldn't be punished for investing in your club. You should never be doing that. But I say all this. I think they kind of latched onto it. They've realised what it was wrong, and I think if Everton went down for a points deduction, I think it could have been disastrous for the Premier League. They got quite lucky.
Absolutely, but this is why I think they've got this massive gamble coming next year. So I think what they've arrived at now, maybe they have finally realised that the way that they've been running the club and buying players isn't working. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go and start buying some gyms, and we're going to basically become a selling club like Brighton. Like I said, basically what we're doing is, after 10 years in that stadium, the model now looks to be turning us back into what Brighton were 5 years ago. That's what we're going to be now. So it's fucking mad.
Who isn't doing that? Like, I think it almost feels like we're following the herd because we're not doing anything to our own standards. I mean, like Crystal Palace have won an FA Cup by buying and investing in players from South London. And that's where you get your heart from. That's where you get that extra commitment. I always remember Jose Mourinho when he first come into being Porto manager.
You look hench, mate. You look massive. You've just been doing bench press.
Mate, I've just put the combine officer and all the haystacks to bed.
Oh, someone's been out in the sun, haven't they? Good,
been out playing golf, Mickey. You know me.
Well, he gets enough exercise. He travels around the country enough, doesn't he?
He certainly does.
Yeah.
But he gets a fucking bus though. He don't walk it.
It don't cost him nothing being a pensioner, does it? Oh, wow. It's a free bus pass. It's like the retired ICF.
but Adam, I'll tell you what. Let's finish up on your little. And by the way, you can come on at any point as well. Just send me a text because there'll be different links. So if at any point, if you wake up at 3 a.m, if the baby's got you up at 3 a.m. or whatever else, and you want to have a chat, come on. It's fine.
I'll see you then.
But
that's
so
fine. I'll let you crack on. I'll go on, mate. Go on.
Yeah, no. I was going to say. So just your final thoughts on the petition and why people need to sign it.
People need to sign it because there are so many different factors that affect a West Ham fan. I mean, looking at, you've got two people there. You've got Dodsey and you've got me. So and that affects the concession side to it. The side that we were led to believe that it was never going to happen, and we were going to be cheated out of it. I mean, as fans, and me being a father to a 3-year-old, I'm worried about what's for her. So I think, this ownership is in charge, then that legacy kind of drifts away. So I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for my daughter. So that's why I'm signing that petition, because she doesn't have a say in what
for future generations. So going back to almost like what Gio was talking about on his videos.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hit the nail on the head, because I can resonate with that. And my daughter, bless her, she only knows West Ham as being West Ham massive. Like when I've got a West Ham badge on, she goes, "Oh, West Ham massive."
Oh, bless her.
And I'm not even joking. Like when the song West Ham are massive everywhere, I sung that to her when she was a baby, rocking her to sleep and bubbles and stuff. And now she's growing up, she's singing West Ham are massive, and I'm like, girl, if you only you know. Only you know.
Thing is, we are massive in so many ways. I mean, look at Dodsey; he's massive.
Everywhere he goes.
He's about 8 foot tall. All right, hang on. But Adam, just give your channel a quick shout out, mate. Thanks for coming on.
Always. Our channel is Dad's Our Job Podcast. You can find us on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music, Podbean, your Nan's Radio, whatever. We're on everything. But yeah, we're doing live streams every Thursday from 9 o'clock where we talk about West Ham and Arsenal. But yeah, we enjoy it. We're just 3 dads from Halstead. We met once having a beer. We had too many beers and decided to start a podcast, and here we are. So that's us.
Good stuff, mate. Thanks very much for popping on.
Cheers. No worries. Go and
pick that dog shit up as well.
I picked it up, mate. Look, there you go. It's a Sullivan special. It's a Sullivan special. And if buds. Yeah, you can see the dog. Yeah, there you go.
Hey. Oh, is it a bloodhound?
Yeah, Basset Hound.
Basset Hound. Yeah, Basset Hound.
Yeah, it's a bloodhound with dwarfism, effectively.
Oh, right.
That's
okay.
That's what they called us. Yeah. No worries. Anyway, cheers, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right. Cheers, mate.
Thank
See
you
later.
Come on, mate.
Cheers, bye.
Hello, Dodsey.
Make sure you get those subtitles up down the bottom. No one will understand a word I say.
Mate, how are you? Have you been following?
Yeah, in and out, mate. Been dipping in and out, like I said to you, busy day today. But yeah, I thought Gio's video was really good. I thought the caller, like I think I said to you early on, the caller who was like saying about the dodgy deals. I thought I was brilliant. I was pissing myself when I was listening to him.
He's brilliant. Yeah, brilliant. All really good. He don't pull his punches though, Jim.
No, not at all. No, not at all. I can hear you. Yeah, well, we'll just move on. We'll move on.
Yes, no, we don't condone life-threatening herpes on this channel.
Do you think he meant what he said, though?
Down in Somerset, we don't know what the hell you're going on about. 2 dogs shit in the same place. That's a major event down here, man. You know.
So, what time are you leaving to make your way to the game? So, because I know you're going, because you go to every game. So, what time are you leaving tomorrow?
Yeah, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll set off from Taunton, so make my way over to Wincanton and get there about. I don't know, get to the ground about 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
So it's a long old day. But I know what the whole subject's obviously about and everything. But it's as we've had these discussions, doing the away games and going up there. It's more about all the people that you go with, all the people that you meet up there.
Yeah.
Over the years and everything. So everyone hears this saying,
it's
a great day.
It's all about the journey for you, not the destination, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But it doesn't mean that I don't want Brady out and I don't want Sullivan out. And I put them in that order because I think she's leading. You know, he's just sat in his corner doing whatever he wants to do, and she leads it and feeds him all the shit, doesn't she? So
yeah, she does. Well, I do kind of feel a little bit like Sullivan clearly has some sort of dependency on Brady. I think, especially now Gold's gone. I'm not saying he's a useless old man or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I don't know. But when you consider how involved she is in everything that he does, it does kind of tell me that, yeah, he obviously needs her to run operations. So if Brady was ever ejected or voted out through some sort of board motion, I don't think you'd see. I think he'd be he wouldn't be too far behind. But I think it's time though, Doddsy. When you look at what they've done, I mean, look, you've been going to West Ham for fucking years. You've seen it all. You've what they've done really. When you consider that it's all been based on fucking lies, and then they've compounded that with what they attempted to do with concessions this year as well, which was one of the promises that you could say they were sticking to, which was affordable football. They attempted to fucking strip that away this year, which would have left us with nothing from the pledges that they made, really. You know, it's all been bullshit. It's disgusting what they've done for me. But from your point of view, from a personal point of view, I know it doesn't affect your day out and everything else, but in terms of what you've seen there done to the club that you love, when you're seeing people that I'm sure you must know people that have been going for years that have just started dropping off, because I do. I know lots of people that have just stopped going.
Yeah, lots. I know loads of people who just drop off and go. There's a guy that I used to go football with, Harry Hamilton, I've known for years since he was knee high, and Mason and stuff. But Harry in particular, he's just, you know, he didn't miss a game. He was more nuts about it than I was. And he just dropped out.
Mickey, you want to chat now? Sorry.
I've
doing
good. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
That's right.
I'll get off it.
Yeah, he says he just does his head in. Just does his head in, and I can believe it. You know, when he dropped out, people like Ian who've dropped out, loads of people I see that drop out. You don't see the same faces at the away days like you used to do, and that's the away games as well. So of course you see the idiots like me, and those what I do. There's people that have done it a million times more than me and travel a million times further than me for that.
There can't be many that do it that go further than you on a consistent basis. And when I say consistent, it's every game, Doddsy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is every game. Yeah. My wife goes, off you go. I think the postman, Mickey, the postman pops in. I seem to have a lot of post every week when I come back.
Yeah, sorry about that, Doddsy.
That's all right, mate. She says you're better than me, mate.
So, she's not lying either.
So yeah, it's like but they have, even me, because we're quite a distance away. Obviously, we know more about stuff now than we did back in the day. But because we're so far away, you know, I don't remember like Nigel getting involved. Nigel Khan will be on later on. Really involved in the we shouldn't be moving, and I was like hoodwinked into you know, it'll have better links, it'll have this, and there are some good things about the stadium, but there's a lot that isn't right about the stadium, and they just don't listen. You know, my background is retail and dealing with customers, and if a customer complained about me the person, I'd shit myself.
Yeah,
I'd shit myself and do anything I could to make that right, because you didn't want the bosses to know. They seem to take complaints as a way of they've annoyed all the people that they're supposed to be working for.
They get some sort of sick pleasure out of it.
Sick pleasure out of it. The wall that you know that's next to me, I don't think removing it will tremendously improve the atmosphere. But there was better ways than that wall to deal with it. You could have netting or anything, but they didn't listen to anyone. Just didn't listen to anyone.
Somebody coined that as the bowling wall the other day. The bowling wall. Good. It needs to be torn down.
Yeah, absolutely it does, doesn't it? There's better ways that you can deal with it to get that atmosphere going. I'm not saying that's the be all and end all, but that's just one example. You know, how long were they going on about the prices of the food and the beer had to be the average price, had to be the average of all the London clubs, and it wasn't.
No.
And it wasn't. Look at the season ticket. You know, when someone now sells their season ticket because they haven't been able to go all year because of family commitments and everything, they've sold it back to the club, and it turns out there's a 10% markup that they can take away that we didn't know about. But okay, it's in the T's and C's. But they've taken 20% away Oh, well, we'll ring all the season ticket. Everything's just lie after lie after lie after lie, and that's the bit that just frustrates you. You know, really, it really does.
And I think we know now, based on Sullivan's 30-odd years in football, what he did at Birmingham, which was a big enough warning, and what he's done with us. It's time, Dodsey, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's time. He's had his fun. He's made. I mean, he's going to have made a fortune out of this club. By the time he sells it, he's made a huge return on his investment. Just go and let us move on.
And the thing is that he'll probably do like all previous chairmans have done and said, "Oh, I'll have a little box within the stadium. I want to go home and away." So he can still do all those bits that he does, without running it as well. But absolutely, do
you think he'll want to if he hasn't got control? Because I think he just likes being the boss.
Yeah. He just likes being totally in control. And the difference is, and we all know his background in porn and the sex industry and everything like that. Well, anybody can make a buck out of that. You don't have to be that intelligent to make money out of that. But to run a business like West Ham and the stadium and everything that goes with it, that's why I think he links into Brady, because as much as I don't like her, she probably has got more business acumen than he'll ever have. She has got a rough idea of what to do. She might not do the right things, but she has got a rough idea. But until he sells that club, once he sells that club and the next person comes in, I think a lot of the pain will go, because then it's not the new person's responsibility that brought us over there. So you can start to, and exactly like the guy before Adu was on said, as soon as they go, I'll come back. And I think you'll find there's thousands that will.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we know that we've got a huge sleeping fan base. We know that, and as Simon was saying, on the last call, he said, "I will be back over there," as will a lot of my friends. I'll be back over there, and I do think, because it goes back to what Dan was saying when I had West Ham Fan TV on. Dan does shows, cross team shows with Arsenal fans and Chelsea, Tottenham, and they say, "What's wrong with West Ham fans? Why are they just rolling over? Why are they just walking away?" And the more I'm thinking about it now, I'm sort of talking to people. I think it's not cowardice walking away. It's the fact that we can't tolerate it anymore. We can't tolerate having the piss taken out of us anymore. We're not doing it. And it's almost like you're willing to give up something that you really love. But at the same time, we can't all walk away, because you're going to give them what they want in the end. Because when you look at what happened at Burnley, no one can condone that, right? But it was powerful, and that did force change, right? So, but that was powerful. But that's going to become less and less likely to happen the more diluted that the fan base becomes, because the fan base will become less volatile, because there won't be as many people over there that feel the same way about West Ham.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my daughter, I've got two daughters. One's an absolute mental West Ham, lives in Doha. The other one doesn't follow football, but will not let anybody say anything bad about West Ham and her dad and who he goes and follows, even though we've been crap for years and everything like that. And Chloe is over here, is pregnant with a girl who's coming in August, blah, blah, blah. Congratulations. I see it as my accountability to make that girl a West Ham fan. One, to put her through misery like I've been through, but two, that's my job. Yeah. But not everyone's going to be like that. It is an expensive hobby for people to go to watch West Ham home and away when they take their kids and everything like that. Once the kids go, they get hooked in.
If it was all about the football for you and not about the day out, would you have now? Is the football worth it?
No,
alone.
No, the football is generic, isn't it? I get frustrated with all football across the Premier League. Yeah. It is, back forward, back across the back, and then I don't understand why they don't get to the byline and put a cross in. I don't understand why they don't every so often. So I understand possession-based football. I'm not an expert in football by any stretch, so I understand it. But I'm no different than you. Payet did excite me. Four Nails did excite me. Lanzini did excite me. Loads of people.
Lingard when he came in for a period.
Yeah,
it was exciting.
Julian Dix excited you when he used to pile in and give people a crack. That's what it was all about. But also, every player that we really hated on the opposition side was a player who could do something.
Absolutely.
Your Paul Ince's, for other reasons I know, but Paul Ince's, your Roy Keane's, Ginola down the wing, hated him, didn't they, over at Upton Park? Because he was bloody good.
No.
So, we've always wanted that, and in Kudos and Paqueta at the moment, we've got that. Now, only a year ago, we understood that they would need to be sold on. That was going to be a bit of the model. But that model's gone now. Then we've got youth team. We've got the youth team that sometimes play, sometimes don't. And then, there's not one manager turns up and seems to play the youth. You'll get the odd one in the Premier League. But, you can see there's Spence at Tottenham, who was really good and rated by everyone. And he's only just got into the team now, and yet he was highly rated.
But I think what that is, Doddsy, I think I've done a show with Gio a week or so ago, and he hit the nail on the head with that one. And it's true. When you look at Moyes when he was here, Moyes hasn't got a history of playing youth players anymore. But if you look at it logically, right, he was given a 2-year contract, then a 3-year contract. So he's always looking at the, there's no longevity there. Then we got Lopetegui in 2-year contracts. Then you got Potter in 18-month contract really, because he's got a clause at the end of this season. So where's the driver for these people to take a chance on developing youth? They want players now. They want players that are ready to go for the now, because they're just concerned about getting their next contract and getting through the game. So I think maybe that's got something to do with it as well.
Yeah. You can't tell me Potter against Southampton, which was awful what he did with being defensive, wasn't something to do with somewhere in the back of his mind. Sullivan's convinced him, well, you've got to get points on the board, or you've got to get us up a couple of places. So the point was more important than losing. Which against the Southampton team that, until Man City went and drew with them, and then it made our result look a little bit better.
Yeah.
But no one had, come close to them. I mean, we've had some good football this year. Villa away in the Cup and the League, and Arsenal away, and Man United last week and everything. But we've had some dog shit. We beat Man United at home, and it was dog shit. How the hell we got a result there? God only knows.
The way that Potter plays, the way that he played at Brighton, it's not going to be an anomaly beating the big teams. He does play underdog football, so he thrives when you're playing against a team who's expected to come at you. So if you're playing at Man United or Liverpool, they're expected to come at you and attack by their own fan base. He'll thrive in those situations. So it's sort of counter-attacking football, but he will struggle, Mick, when you're at home. That
annoys me though. That annoys me because it is a big team, and then people love seeing. Don't like beating a big team. Of course we do, but then it's all like the rest of the games beforehand don't really matter. And it is frustrating. It is frustrating. I'd rather be consistent and have that than picking up a win here and there against a big name team. Let's be honest, Man United are just that. It's a big name team. Look, they're fucking below us. That's not the Man United I know. I've never known a Man United team ever like that, ever.
Well, that goal that we scored, the one that West Ham have clipped, the 30 pass goal. I mean, fuck me, 30. That's exhausting. 30 passes to score a goal. But yeah, good goal. But my God, if you saw Man United, just no pressing, no. That was almost like traffic cones. It reminded me a little bit like. Do you remember some of the times under Moyes when we was getting bad and we just had sort of static players and teams were passing through us? It was a little bit like that. So I do think we're not the only team in trouble. I don't think that Man United or Tottenham are going to be out the woods next season. Because I think that those two are in as much of a pickle as us, because it does all come down to the squad that you're left with at the end. I don't know, mate. I
think financial fair play has given a result that nobody expected. So the idea was to do something with financial fair play, so the losses, and it didn't put clubs into bankruptcy. But actually, what it's done is put everyone on a level playing field. Because back in the day, when Man United were in the shit, they would have just gone out and bought 3 players and said, "Right, that's fixed it. That's it. We're out of trouble." And they can't do that now. And it's taken their fans a while, because I know quite a few of them down here, which is why the dilemma of Man United v Tottenham for me is a bit of a pain in the Europa League and everything. But a lot of their fans didn't get that down here. Well, we're big. We've got lots of money. Ain't about how much money you've got. It's about your loss. That's what it's about. So that they've struggled. I mean, we have done well to come top of the shit 3, above the shit 3. We've done well to come top of that. We should have a trophy for that.
We're not there yet, Doddsy.
One more point.
The big one.
Well, yeah.
There is one thing that will please me from this season, and it isn't being above. That's nice being above. It's funny being above Tottenham and Man United, but finishing above David Moyes at Everton, that would please me. That would please me, Doddsy. It really would. That would be good because and you know why that probably would be more of an achievement, because Everton have been in far better form since he's been in there. So they're on an upwards trajectory. So for us to sort of catch them, go above them, and finish above them, that would be nice. Plus,
Yeah.
it gives us bragging rights over.
No, but hold on, sorry, just looking. Everton's next game is at home to Southampton.
Come on, you Saints.
That's their last game at Goodison as well. So they're going to
To be
finish.
fair, Southampton have just drawn with the two biggest team in the league, Man City and West Ham, so they're doing well, mate.
To be fair, Southampton under Lopetegui and Potter, I think both times they played us off the pitch.
Yeah.
They did. They just didn't have anyone that could finish the
ball
move.
in the net.
No, that's it.
Even like I said, the Man United game, look, we deserved to win it, but Areola, at the end of it, he kept us in the game. He pulled off some class saves, Areola.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Like, it's not like we've just been like battered Man United.
What
shitty Man United as well.
What bothered you, Mick, and it's the same as it bothered me, was in all the previous games to that one, Dodsey, I know we had a 2-goal lead in this one, where it got to about 60 minutes and then he shits himself and goes defensive. It didn't work.
No.
So he did it again. Right? Yeah. He did it again. This time it worked. But there was a period when he took Bowen and Kudusov where, fuck me, they was getting through on goal. Areola was making saves. What have you done? Why has he done it? It didn't make any sense. He almost, when you do that, I'll always remember. So Glasner, they played Man City before this game. It was a couple of weeks ago now. They was 2-0 up in the first half. And then Man City steamrolled them. I think they beat him about 5-2 or something like that in the second half. Glasner came out in the post-match press conference and said that was on me. Basically, what he did was he took off an attacker. So he said, what I did was I did try to go defensive and hold the lead. He said, but what I did was I gave them a signal and invited them on. He said that was my fault. Now, first of all, I don't think you'll never hear a West Ham manager come out and say that and own it like that. But it's true, though. When you do go that defensive, you do run the risk of, do you know what I mean?
You're sitting back and you're saying to that team, you bring it on, and those managers will bring it on. But for every time one of our managers does that, you have the Man United team news last week, West Ham, where we're all looking at it going, what the hell has he done here and picked there? And it works. Yeah. So there's always a yin and a yang, isn't there?
Yeah.
And what about Souček possibly going? And I want to talk about Koufal's video today, because I thought that to me as a player, Koufal, Lanzini, Fornals, they're the players that you just love, who get us. They absolutely get us.
I've had but for me, Soufal, as much as that's sad to see, for me, Soufal's had his day at West Ham for me.
Massively, Mickey. I've got no doubt about that. He gives a shit about us,
he's had his day. Now, for me, I'm with you on this, Dodsey. So I've had an attack of conscience, not over Cresswell, because I've always loved Cresswell. So I've never spoken badly of him. I've always rated him. Very technical player. I love him. In fact, I think it's too soon to get rid of Cresswell now.
Yeah, agree with that.
But with Soufal and with Mick, I think it's time. But there's also a side of me that feels a little bit bad because... I think I've underappreciated Soufal a little bit.
See, I don't because I've always thought, because for so many seasons we were crying out for a right back.
But for me, no. But what I have, because don't forget when we brought him in, he was a £5 million right back, and he isn't much more than that. But this is a guy that's he's worked to his complete maximum in terms of his ability and his effort and his heart and everything else. And he brings a lot to the club. A little bit of leadership out there as well. He is lacking. And that is one player, I will say, because he isn't as technically woeful as what Souček can be. Souček's going nowhere, by the way. He's staying. But I'll feel the same about Souček. I do feel an element of guilt about the way I feel about Souček, Dodsey. I do.
Yeah.
Because he is another one. He's honest. He's hardworking. Yeah. He gives everything. There are positives.
Absolutely.
Thank you. But
absolutely.
But yes, there's certain players where I get irritated because I think they're holding us back. I don't think Soufal's ever held us back. Soufal's never been played in front of a better player. No. That's never happened, you know. So in that sense, he hasn't held us back. Souček being in the team while you've got the likes of Fornals and Lanzini on the bench, when Souček was having one of the worst seasons in memory under Moyes, that's a problem for me, and that's where my and it's not his fault. He ain't picking himself. No, I'm just like, mate, seriously.
Yeah, and there was definitely times, loads of times with Souček and everything. The interesting thing, and I think we've had this discussion before, Nick, is where 5 managers keep on picking him. So there's something now that will go back to the bit that the Premiership all do this and that, and play the same way, and they want a battling person in the middle or whatever. But I think we will. I've had times. We went to Lyon in a pre-season friendly, so we had time to watch him, just sit there and watch him, and he was doing a lot of running. And this came from you. He was doing a lot of running, but going nowhere. So I think Potter will bring a bit better.
Called him a second ref, doesn't he?
What Gio again hit because Gio's quite analytical. Yeah. And what he said is the reason that Souček keeps on getting picked by managers time after time, he said it's almost an admission of failure. He said, because Souček will get you goals.
Yeah.
But you have to play a certain way to get the best out of him, so basically he's almost like a cheat code.
Yeah.
So you bring him into the team. So you've got all of the, he said, if you can't get goals out of Paqueta, Kudus, Bowen, all of these, he said, if you can't get goals out of these players by playing a style of football, and what you've got to resort to is the tree.
Yeah, bring them back on.
And don't get me wrong, he's like Dennis Bergkamp in the box.
Yeah.
He really is.
Yeah.
He can't do a 5-yard pass in the middle of the park. You give him, if the ball breaks to him inside that 18-yard box, find the top corner.
Yeah, he just bangs it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's unbelievable in the boxes. So look, he is a player. I will say this, and I said this on the last show, and I'm sticking to it. All right, it wasn't a reaction to the Man United game. I would keep him, but only if he was happy to be a player used in a squad capacity. So used in the right way, used in the right games, and used it at the right times in games as well. So certain games when you're defending a lead or chasing something, I would keep him because I do think there is a use for him. But playing him in the first team for the rest of time, I can't get on board with it, Dodsey.
No, and going back to Kufal, and this is the other thing, never forget Frankfurt.
Yes,
20,000 Germans on the pitch. And we were, and obviously I was at the end where they came towards us, and it was like Moses in the parting of the seas, and he just walked through it and didn't give a shit. That's, like Fornell standing up on that, barrier and putting his hands up at Cantown then really captured really well, didn't he, in his picture and everything. Yeah. These are iconic moments, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. I mean, I'm going to see if I can find that picture actually, because Malcolm put that up. So was that Soufal on a pitch away at Frankfurt, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was.
Oh yeah, he's coming up now. Hang on.
It was because it was funny because whilst we were there and we just lost, we were kind of all starting to make our way towards the back of the stands as such, and then they came pelting towards us, so we all piled back down to the front, and then he just came out of nowhere. Phenomenal.
And also another player, never from me, because he's my man crush, and that's Paqueta. But a lot of people give him stick, this, that, the other. Well, let's not forget AZ Alkmaar when he didn't even have any family at that fucking game, and he was steaming into the crowd trying to defend that crowd. Yeah. Do you remember that?
He was having it.
Yeah,
he was fucking having it.
He was at the front of about 4 or 5 of them, wasn't he? Yeah, he was at the front.
This is what annoys me though. Yeah, with like a lot of people. So they'll slaughter Paqueta and they'll slaughter someone like Kudus. Yeah, that's the
one.
You see it?
I've got to get my face out of the way. There you go.
Yeah, good photo. So then they'll slaughter people like Paqueta and Kudus just because they are better players. Like they are better players, but they won't say nothing too much about your Součeks and your James Ward-Prowses because they expect too much or like so much of Paqueta and Kudus.
Yeah.
Then they're like the whipping boys, and that shouldn't be the case because when you look at it as a whole, I mean, look, Kudus' numbers for goals and assists have not been great, but he's the driving force at West Ham on the pitch. He drives the ball forward. And then when it comes to his final ball, whether that be a shot or a pass, his options are limited because they've crowded him out and he's worked so hard to get in that position and no one else is making a run. I think it is very, very unfair criticism that someone like Kudus gets. I really genuinely do. I don't think he's had a bad season at all. I really don't.
Well, do you know what? When you look at the stats of Kudus this season, because I saw this on Facebook the other day, there was a comparison of his overall stats, running stats, pass success rates, dribbles, everything else, his key passes, that type of thing. They're almost comparable to last season.
Yeah.
It's
just the space that other people are making that they're not. And like I said, now because how good he was the back end of last season, or actually last season. other teams are aware that he's probably a main threat. Let's be honest. So then they crowd him out. They put like 2-3 players around him. And most of the times or not, he gets away from them. It's just that he's fucked like once he's done it. So I do, again, I think it's unfair stick.
And I'm with Simon on this one. Everyone who signed the petition, please ask 3 fellow Hammers to sign as well. I'm going to go one step further. Bully them. Because West Ham fans are lazy bastards. You've got to keep on at them. So keep on at them to sign a petition. So Doddsy for me, because like I said, look, with doing this is a fans petition. I'm not on the other social medias. I'm not.
Yeah.
So I've literally put a petition out there that's accessible to fans. And like I said, it's been shared now. It's been shared 5,000 times. That's shared by fucking West Ham fans. So West Ham fans are building the momentum on this already. So the results of this is from the West Ham fan base. It's not being rammed down their throats by someone. It's literally this is us. This is our voice. And when people say, "What will it do?" You know, what's the end goal? This, that, the other. Well, the end goal is to get Brady and Sullivan out. But ultimately, it's getting the fan base a bit of a divided fan base aligned on something again. And this is something that I do think most West Ham fans are aligned on.
The thing is, Nick, it might achieve nothing, but it'll certainly achieve a lot more than doing nothing, won't it?
Exactly. Doing something is better than doing fuck all, always.
Absolutely. And of course, if you then go into your email and confirm it, like I did after that gentleman said, you need to go into the email and confirm it. Yes, that helps.
Right, okay. Right.
I've done it. I've done it. So I'll keep forcing that message out to my guys as well. So on the email.
That's fine. What are your expectations of next season anyway? I know the football is secondary to you now.
Well, here we go. Nigel's on. What time's Nigel coming on today?
He's coming. Yeah, and by the way, you can come back on if you want. It's up to you. So
no worries. I'll see how I'm doing,
between 10 and 12. It'll be a different link though because we've got to start a new show after this one.
So many hours. Well, Nigel. I think it was Nigel and Len came out with Len came out with a brilliant stat. When we win a trophy, 3 years later, every time we've been relegated. So next year is 3 years. So with that in mind, my expectations is to finish anything above relegation. Is that actually true? You ask Nigel. Ask Nigel. When he comes on, ask him that question. When we win a trophy, 3 years later, we get relegated. That's from Nigel from More Than Just a Podcast. And I thought, oh, shit. Now, relegation doesn't bother me. Really doesn't.
Do you know something? It wouldn't bother me either. And that could be the one thing that does make him piss off Sullivan.
Yeah. Absolutely. Seeing the half empty stadium, because it will be half empty when we get relegated. But obviously, before Europe, the Championship was the best year I'd ever had because we were a big fish in a little pond. Everyone wanted to have a go at us. We won games more than we lost, and we went to grounds that we don't always go to. So that doesn't faze me.
We didn't get relegated in 1983.
You put it to Nigel. He's my history man.
Well, I'm going to take a picture of this 1 minute because I won't remember it. There we go. So I'm going to use that later. Natasha knows her stuff.
Oh yeah, I've got no doubt about that. So Nigel's my man because I go to him for all because he comes up with stuff that I think he'll
be fuming if
jumping with me.
I'm a bit different here. So I do get what Iron Brew in his saying relegation doesn't bother you, small club mentality. I do get it. And I've always been against relegation because for me, Premier League has always been where it's at. But the state of the Premier League as a whole in football terms is shit.
Iron Brew Iniesta, just quickly, Mick. Like Iron Brew Iniesta, you're right. But if I offered you, Mickey, and Iron Brew, the last 3 Premier League seasons for one season in the Championship, where you do a Leeds or you do, what would you prefer, honestly?
Right, but this is the difference, yeah. So if we was guaranteed to come straight back up, which you're not, but if we was guaranteed to come straight back up and have a good season, I'd consider it. But for me, it's always been to be in the Premier League. And I get people's argument about it, like, but if you're not competitive enough,
no
what's
VAR.
The point? I get it, but then I don't want to be relegated. I really don't.
I'm not saying I want us to be relegated. I'm just saying if we got relegated, it
wouldn't bother you. Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah. I think,
but that's
it would bother
the
me.
thing. That's what we're saying, isn't it, Mick? I'm saying and I come from a different, a different side of it. It does. I don't fear it. I was playing golf, no surprise, with Man United. He goes, "Oh, I welcome relegation from Man United." I said, "No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. We can take it. You can't. You can't take it." So it's not that I want to be relegated. I want to be in the Premier League. You try living down south with all these Man United, Man City, Arsenal fans ramming it down your throat all the time. And I'll tell you what, one of them said to me, he goes, "Oh, you still going on about that European trophy?" I said, "Mate, we're still going on about the fucking World Cup we won. You think how long we're going to go on about this European trophy? Because you want to win stuff. You want to ram it down their throats, don't you? That's what you want to do. So if you're in the Premier League, of course, that is technically the best place to be. But actually, if you go down, it's part of life. It's part of being a West Ham fan in particular. It happens. And will we bounce back straight away? Maybe not. But it's the journey, like you say, going there. Blackpool on a Tuesday night, bloody Preston on a Wednesday night, and stuff like that. Middlesbrough on a Tuesday night.
Yeah.
That
sounds horrific. Now you're saying it like that.
It is horrific. Mate. It is horrific. It's absolutely horrific. Yeah. As horrific as going to Nottingham Forest all those years ago under big fat Sam and going, "Oh, I'm playing the youth." I didn't even know. That's where I'm hopeless. I didn't even know half the team. We got beat 6-0, something like that. Went to Man City a week later where he saved it, got thrashed 6-0 there. So it's part of being West Ham is the ups and downs. Sometimes there are some ups, mainly downs, but that's what the whole part of this is. Sullivan, Brady trying to take it away from us. They don't want me in the ground. They don't want people like me. I don't go in the shop.
Did you hear it? What Ryan said earlier on? Did you watch that one?
No, go on.
Oh, mate, you got to go back and watch it. So Ryan, there was about a 15-minute period where obviously we know Ryan has stopped going. But he's come out now. What it was, they banned him. So the way he explained it, he said it was midway through a season and he had an altercation with two coked up Newcastle fans. Yeah. Defended himself and weren't nicked, but there was a complaint made. They banned him. He asked them to check the CCTV to show that he was standing on his own and he didn't have anyone around him. They said, "We haven't got any CCTV footage of that. We can't prove it." And he went back to the club and had a little look. There was 7 CCTV cameras looking at that area. The next morning, he had the footage. I just didn't want to give it to him. So proving that he was on his own. He got banned for the remainder of that season. Now, do you know what they did? They sold the remainder of his ticket that he had for that season. They sold it to someone else.
No end to what they will do.
He got cleared. He went to court because he got thrown out because like I said, it wasn't him. He was almost the aggressive victim in it.
Yeah,
but he defended himself. He defended himself as you do. So he. Yeah, I couldn't believe that. So I think now what he's under is they haven't lifted the ban. They said if you get cleared or whatever else, they didn't lift the ban straight away. So he just gone, "Oh, do you know what? Fuck off. That's it. I'm done."
You do. You just give up, don't you? And you don't blame him. It's against you, isn't it? It's like I said to you.
But they don't. Like you said, they don't want.
They don't want us there, mate.
They don't want you there.
No, I mean he made that quite clear, David Sullivan. Again with the moving that he'd rather them talk. He wants the West Ham fans to really be not West Ham fans, what they used to be, like rowdy and singing and all that stuff. He hates that. He really hates that. He wants to sort of again when we moved, instead of putting everyone together the way they did sit, he was so happy to move them around in different pockets. So it weren't the same lot of crowd. That's why we sell popcorn and what he's there.
Yeah, but if and when we get relegated, it's idiots like me and the thousands of us that they will need. So that's why the away season ticket came in, because they couldn't always get rid of away tickets. So they thought that was a way of guaranteeing, because they sometimes will get 3,000 when they can have 3,500 because they're worried about not. They take the full allocation now because they know they will clear it. But back in the day, they couldn't always do it. So they needed that away season ticket scheme. And now they don't need it. It's dead man's shoes, isn't it? So they don't need it.
Absolutely right. Right. One more thing, Dodsey, before we go on to your final thoughts. Right. So we got a load of super chats on this. So we're doing this non-profit. I did the first 6-hour show on Claret and Booze because I wanted to maximise the reach. And you've thrown for a load of super chats. So we've got £10 from. Do the maths, Doddsy.
Okay.
10 from Corral.
Yep.
10 from Ian.
Yep.
Sean, $4.99.
Yep.
Alan Thomas, $4.99. Brooke Bonds, £5. Nikki Cross, £2. How much is that?
£37. Give up. Take away 2p from £37.
Okay.
I'll beat you, Mickey.
I'll round that up. I'm gonna give Iron Supporting Food Banks 50 quid. All right. So we've all contributed to Iron Supporting Food Banks. I'll show you the receipt after when I've done it. But yeah, so don't put any more in there because you're costing me money. That's so after this show, we're going over to. So the next 3 sections of the shows are going to be on the Claret and Booze Terraces channel. You can't put super chats in there, so you can't cost me any more money. So make sure you come over to that. In fact, once this stream ends, you should get a prompt to go over to that one anyway. So if you don't know where that channel is, it's Claret and Booze Terraces. Claret and Booze Terraces, all one word. All right. So he's got the shits. He's got the trots Avram. So that is that. So Doddsy, to sort of close off your bit, mate. Give us a little rallying cry to the supporters. You know, try and appeal to the ones that are still sitting there, the apathetic ones, going, "Oh, fuck off, Gary. What's he putting it? Oh no, Gary's got to stop." Gary, thank you very much.
Come on, Gary.
That's more money.
60 quid to Iron Supporting Food Banks. Fuck's sake. Right, okay. Fucking right.
Anyone else? Get in there.
Yeah, get them in now. Super chat.
No more.
Look, get on the link and sign the petition, and make sure when the email comes through you confirm it as well. Look, will it change the world? Maybe not. But it'll definitely do more than just sitting and doing nothing. So, you know, it is the West Ham family, it is the West Ham way. There are thousands of us out there with all the same aim in life, which is really just to be part of the West Ham family. It's what gets us hooked in. You know, there's loads of us down here in the Southwest that travel up every week to it. So don't let these robbing bastards do to us what they've always done.
I'm going to end the stream. Stop it. That's 70 quid. That's 70 quid.
I thought you were having a go at me for using the word
fucking hell.
I didn't see the
sorry.
come up.
I should have done this at the end, bastards. Well, go on.
So if I carry on for 20 minutes with the spiel like Churchillian,
go on.
it could be a fortune.
Mind you, you've got a bit, with that tag, you do look a bit Trumpified. You do look a bit like
He does.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it Dig Baby Dig?
Dig Baby Dig.
Drill Baby Drill. Drill Baby Drill.
Drill Baby Drill.
Yeah.
Handsome guy. He's a handsome guy. I like
he
him.
Is.
Yeah, so just get behind it and keep on giving the super chat monies because that really annoys Nick and that is very funny. But get behind it because it's like I say, it's for the right ends. And like I say, even the smallest protests started somewhere, and this is where this one starts. So well done on the work you're doing. Good luck with Nigel. Make sure you have him on that information later. It's still coming. The more money coming through.
Well, I'm actually going to end this fucking stream now.
I'd like to thank my mum.
No.
I'd like to thank my mum.
I've got to stop
my
it.
Agent.
Right, I've got to go. Right, Doddsy.
Thanks, guys. Look
out.
Good luck with the rest of
channel.
it. No worries. See you on the channel there. Cheers, guys.
I'm going to go. Right, speak to you in a bit.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.